back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great, no yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving. That's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around your home. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I need to get in the vicinity.
After 3 weeks of back and forth action through online qualifiers, we are back, live and in person in Texas for our Major 1 tournament.
Shotzzy still alive, and it is absolutely non-stop here on the point.
You have got to be kidding me! And it will be the game!
Thank you for the first one.
And the third round. Oh my God, he's beaten this stuff! Oh, he did it again! Oh, get away with it! Toronto Ultra! That's what we want! Woo! 13 seconds on the clock. And it will be the LA Thieves! Oh my goodness! Final race! Get it done in 3! The ace in his sights and he'll take it! The safe is still going! Oh my goodness! What is this? Chris is beaming with an SG from range, for God's sake! And that's it!
no more waiting. It's time to see who wins the first major in 2022. Day 1 of the Major 1 tournament starts now. Let's get into it.
Of the best teams came together in one place to go all out, so you know you're in for a show. And this voice, you already know. It's your boy Belly, and I'm happy to say welcome to the Call of Duty League. You're watching the hottest thing in the world right now. Thank you for tuning in to Major 1, and take a look at the audience right now and the fans. They're absolutely loving it. With the first major on the line right now here in the beautiful sunny Texas at the Esports Arena Stadium. I cannot wait for this all to go down. But right here on the desk, I got some beautiful people to help me out. I got Chance, I got aLLeY, and I also got Nameless in going down the road right now. Chance, how damn excited are you right now?
As excited as it gets, right? Like, one thing I hated when COVID kicked in is we missed out on like the OpTic Major from back in the day in Chicago. That event was gonna be lit. It's been 2 years, but we get an OpTic Major. I'm incredibly excited to get going. And on top of the fact that it's OpTic's actual major, the competition that we have this year, completely insane.
Of course, and aLLeY, this is your first CDL major that you're working on the desk. The Kickoff Classic was popping, but this just has a different energy to it, right?
It was popping, man, but you know what? We're on official land now, and I just can't wait to get started.
Right, Nameless, man, how you feeling today?
Man, it's a pleasure to be here, right? It's beautiful outside, but it's even better in this venue. I can't wait till the matches kick off, and we're gonna crown a champion, the first champion of the 2022 season at the end of this weekend.
I can't wait. So lately, let's take a look at the standings, because lately there's been qualifiers that has been showing us which teams have been rising to the top. As you guys see, Atlanta FaZe, they're on top with 50 points, and unfortunately, Paris Legion, they're sitting there with 0, but there's been a lot of surprises. We see teams such as the London Royal Ravens joining the higher ranks this year, and this year has just been incredible. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well. And Chance, I want to talk to you because this event is pretty crazy. Looking at the bottom side, seeing the likes of Minnesota Røkkr and even the Subliners in the loser side of the bracket, there is no easy way to get to the end.
Hey, that's the craziest thing, right? Those are like some powerhouse teams starting in losers bracket, let alone the guys and winners. It is an absolute gauntlet. I mean, even for the winners round 1, anyone that falls down into that pit of losers, I mean, this tournament is going to be devastating. We're going to see top teams topple and fall very, very quickly, but I mean, it's just exciting. Even that surge hopping match we got toward the end of the day, I mean, I cannot wait to get going.
I can't wait. Now, Nameless, when it comes to the biggest surprises that you've seen this year so far, what's been on your radar?
There's been a lot of surprises, but for me, the London Royal Ravens have absolutely stood out. I mean, they're 4-1. Nobody would have predicted that. These are guys who haven't been in the league. Players come from European challengers. Trey, who didn't get to play for an entire year, and they've been lighting it up. Gismo, to me, has been an absolute all-star on this team. I mean, some statistics, he has a 1.18 in control, 1.15 in hardpoint. Afro as well, running that main SMG, 1.11 in hardpoint, 1.17 in control. In respawn, they're 10-6 overall. Like, that is incredible for guys who, you know, come into the CDL late, playing against some of the best players in the world, to have that much success early on. This is a very dangerous team coming into this. Are they championship ready? I don't think so. I think there's a couple things they still need to work on, mainly search and destroy. They have some maps they haven't been too great at, but they have massive upset potential versus the best teams in the world.
They're crazy. Now, there's a lot of young players on this roster, and aLLeY, I feel like when I ask you about the biggest surprises this year, it's going to kind of correlate with that, because this year has been the biggest year when it comes to just seeing newer faces on that main stage.
It's rookie season, baby, and obviously shout out to Cap. He actually got the Esports Awards Player of the Month today, so kudos around to him. But over 50% of the league is rookies or players brought up from challengers. Cap has been a big addition to the Boston Breach. He has a 1.14 hardpoint KD. He's actually second in non-trade kills in hardpoint, and Boston haven't even been doing that well. And of course, Gismo, 1.2 overall KD, second in the league. He has turned around this London Royal Ravens squad. And you got Pred and the aggression he adds to Seattle, coming from the APAC region. I mean, challengers, there is an entire gauntlet of players of this caliber honing their skills to get a spot in the league.
And you know what? I absolutely love it, because one of the games that we're going to see today, you were talking about Capsidal, and seeing a player like him go up against the best that has ever graced Call of Duty, you know, some of the best historic, biggest names in the whole scene. He's really going to have to show that he belongs.
Welcome to the show, right? I mean, you know, you perform well to Kickoff Classic. You have a great, like, online performance through, like, the initial stages, but this is the true test, right? You're going against FaZe, the best SMG, so we really get to see exactly what he is made of, as well as the full cast. Like, the same goes for Nero on Boston as well. They have had the pop-off moments. They're going to need those tenfold today.
I love it. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule to see what is about to go down, because trust me, it's going to be a good one. The first matchup of the day, we're going to see the boys from LA, the Guerrillas, facing off against the London Royal Ravens. That's going to be followed by Boston Breach, one of the newer teams that were introduced to the CDL this year. They're facing off against the best, Atlanta FaZe. Toronto Ultra will face off against Los Angeles Thieves. And Chance, that last matchup right there looks fire.
Like, come on for Seattle OpTic. Like, are you kidding me? It's the OpTic Major. We finally get these in like the true tournament environment. And on top of that, Seattle, in this very venue, this is where at the kickoff they got second place. We're performing lights out. And again, it is the true test. Going against a bunch of world champions, we get to figure out exactly what the rookies are made of. And again, I'm saying it for the third time, incredibly excited to get going.
Well, I'm excited for things to get going as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to toss this to a break. And right after that, we're going to preview the matchups that we're going to see on that main stage right there. We'll see you guys on the other side.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Welcome back to the CDL, and this is Major One, an event that you definitely do not want to miss. But let's go ahead and preview the games that we have on hand and take a look at the fans right now. We're in Texas, baby. Nameless. This is the home of the green wall.
It is the home of the green wall, man. And I was talking to some fans before, we went live, and they said they're gonna bring it. They're gonna be loud. I'm expecting them to rival some of the best crowds we've had in history, Kyle.
Now let's talk about some of the best teams that grace the CDL, right? The first matchup that we're gonna preview will be Toronto Ultra. They are facing off against the LA Thieves. And talking about the LA Thieves, Nameless, they have racked up a crazy win streak throughout the qualifiers.
Yeah, they've been absolutely disgusting. LA Thieves struck gold with this roster. It works really well. I mean, in Respawn, these guys since kickoff, they're 11-4, 8-2 in hardpoint. They have just been going off, man. And I think a lot of it, you can attribute it to the AR play on the team. I mean, Octane and Kenny have just been insane. You see Kenny as well. He's able to pull out that SMG when they need 3. And I feel like it gives them a massive edge over a lot of these teams. They're on a 4-win streak since that first loss that they had to FaZe. They've been lights out. The one thing that they do need to work on going forward still is that search and destroy. They have had a week and a half of downtime to go over strats and try to improve upon some things, so I'm expecting some new looks there. But there were still some bright moments in their last few matches in search and destroy. That clutch that you just saw from Octane, like, they have ice in their veins. I'm looking at a player like Envoy to step it up in search and destroy. 0.78 needs to be that in-game leader, calling the plays, getting those bloods. If he can do that, they can win.
They're going to have to bring it because, aLLeY, this is not going to be an easy matchup. They're facing off against the second best team from last year, Toronto Ultra. They've been looking so good, except when it comes to search and destroy.
They've been seriously struggling in search and destroy. They're last in round win percentage, last in plant win percentage, and they're winning only 44% of their first blood. So that is 11th out of the 12 teams in the league. And this is Toronto Ultra, right? This is a squad that we never would have saw those stats across the board. You can see it there. Last in defensive win percentage, 37% overall. 3v4 win percentage, 19%. You don't even have a chance once they lose a man on that squad. And for me, it's got to be Cammy. I'm looking at him to be the X factor, man. He has been struggling to connect those snipes overall in search and destroy. 0.59. We know what he's capable of, right? And obviously, if the sniper isn't working out, put it away.
And it really can't be understated, like, how absurd that is, right? Because even in the respawns, like, their teamwork is carried over among the very best in the game. So the fact that, one, Cammy is at the bottom of the league and the team itself is struggling, I mean, truly mind-blown, I think is the only word to say it.
They dealt with a couple things, right? So, I still really believe in this team. I think that they are going to be a great search and destroy team. But, like, Cammy was sick, and then they had, obviously, the situation in the OpTic match. So I think they're going to bounce back. But there is a level of concern if you are an Ultra fan. Seeing them not start out hot in search is a little scary. But let's not panic yet.
Not yet, but ladies and gentlemen, another matchup that I'm excited to talk about. Obviously, Boston Breach versus Atlanta FaZe, and Nameless. When it comes to Atlanta FaZe, man, they kind of have a weird history when it comes to playing in Texas.
Oh, yeah, they haven't won here since, what was it,
Major 4?
Yeah, so, I mean, somebody told us that stat, right, and we're going to talk about it. And, it's just funny when you're so good that those are the type of things people try to come up with, right, to get in your head or maybe get a little bit of an edge over you. But for this Atlanta FaZe team, it's a little bit of a rockier start to the season. We saw them losing a few Gavutus, didn't know who was going to be the third AR on the team, but they kept playing the maps that they were bad at. We saw Simp completely step it up, pulling out that automaton. And Cellium has just risen to be, by far, the best player in the game right now. He's just been, this game feels like it was made for him. He's just been lighting it up. So the teamwork is there. 5-1 in search and destroy throughout stage 1. So they've been going off.
And speaking of search and destroy, the team that they're playing against is going to give them a run for their money. Chance when it comes to Boston. Okay, you did a little handshake right there. I don't know. I believe that Boston is a legit wild card in this event.
Yes, in the event, but against FaZe, like, I don't think so, man. Like, you're exactly right. Their S&D stats have been out of this world bonkers. They have been on point collectively as a team. Their individual performance have been great, but it's Atlanta FaZe that they are going against. I mean, it has to be Capsidal putting in the absolute work. It has to be everyone from top to bottom performing because, I mean, this is just the hard point ranks. You can go through every single game mode, and FaZe is going to be, again, just out of this world absurd. I mean, certainly my money is on FaZe throughout this entire tournament, but again, it is the test for the rookies, right?
You're right.
How can these young guns perform on the main stage? Because, as Amos pointed out, this has been a stage where FaZe has struggled. Normally, it's against Seattle, whether or not it's Nikki D Classic taking him down or just at the Kickoff Classic. So if you want to throw that juju on him, that's fine, but it's going to take magic and then some.
Yeah, I guess in this venue, it's been tough. But what happened in between there, they won a world championship. But here's some of Capsidal stats.
I know, pretty insane. For
control.
I mean, he's been struggling in control. Overall, the team has been struggling in control. But they were so good at S&D at the beginning, right? They were lights out smoking everybody, but they just can't find the balance because then they start fixing their hard point, and now their S&D is suffering as well. So this team's kind of on a scale here, leaning either one side or the other. So they got to fix it up. They want to have any chance against Atlanta FaZe.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I feel like Boston Breeze can do just about anything. They could be average. They could upset some of the top teams. Hey, we're going to find out right here on the main stage. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to talk about a team that you guys have been waiting to hear about all day long. It's going to be OpTic Texas and their matchup against the Seattle Surge. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back to the beautiful state of Texas, where we're holding the very first major of the 2022 CDL season. But we are previewing a lot of games so far, but there's one team that we really haven't been talking much about, right? Is what most of these fans actually came here for, OpTic Texas, and they're facing off against Seattle Surge. Now, when it comes to both of these teams, aLLeY, Seattle Surge, they've taken this entire year by storm, one of the hottest and most explosive teams that we've seen so far.
But we do have to talk about the fact that they're coming hot off of 2 really hard losses.
Yeah.
And the big conversation about that is Simp. Such a dramatic drop from his KD. He started off with a 1.23 KD to a 0.72 in the last 2 series. So you got to question what the hell's going on with this squad that came out swinging at the Kickoff Classic, right? So hopefully seeing that same energy coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when I look at the Surge team, I feel like they learn the game a lot quicker than the rest of the teams. And, you know, as teams progress, they get better, right? The pace of play increases. So they were just playing so quick, just bullying teams, basically.
Yeah.
As the rest of the league responded and learned the game, that pace increased. And that's why we saw the Florida Mutineers, who can sometimes play at that pace, they wipe the floor with them in that match, right? So it's about how can Seattle respond to that, improve, and get better. So, you know, we talk about how they would respond to adversity, but we're going to see it here. It's their first big one.
Yeah, and they're pretty much going to make a statement on that main stage right there. If they're able to bounce back from these difficult losses that they had previously, right, it's going to show the tenacity behind this team. I want to see what Sam Phoenix is really telling those boys in that back room. You know what I'm saying? But they're facing against OpTic Texas. And Chance, this team, they started the year off, and if you're an OpTic fan out there, you weren't too happy with the way things were looking earlier on, and they're getting louder right now. But now they're looking so good.
Yes, they're looking fantastic. This is a team I have just an immense amount of faith in. Yes, they had a slow start, but even when these guys are losing the round 11, they're making plays on the mat. They got the Slayers really across the board. I don't know if I see a weakness in this team. I think any issues they had early on, they're going to improve upon. They've got a great coaching staff as well. I mean, again, just straight up across the board. I've said it a few times already. I think OpTic Texas is going to be fighting in the top 2 contention all year.
Top 2?
I mean, you know, I look at this OpTic team, and I heard one thing you said is you don't see any weaknesses. I just don't agree with that. I feel like they've been great in their last few matches. They've had Tuscan and Bocage basically alternating. But when you look at this team, they haven't won a Gavutu or Berlin hardpoint just yet. You look at their control, now that has been fantastic. They've been great there. But in Search and Destroy, I mean, this is a team that is #1 in plant win percentage, but #10 in plant percentage. So there are some improvements that need to be made for them to get over that hump for a championship, because stylistically, there are some matchups that are very terrible for OpTic Texas. FaZe, LA Thieves, LAG, and London, all fantastic Berlin and Gavutu teams. So that is a level of concern if you are an OpTic fan, that how do they play on those maps in this tournament? You need Scump to turn up. You need these guys, Scump or Shotzzy. One of them has to pull out that AR and start from.
You know, and I feel like it's a lot on iLLeY's shoulders, especially because iLLeY has now become the shot caller for this team.
Okay.
And should he be slacking in any way, I feel like they all will feel the struggle of that. So there's a lot of pressure for him to be on his A game today.
But I will say one thing as well. The A game is definitely going to be there for the simple fact that we are in Texas. And I saw a crowd shot a second ago. And ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are here for OpTic Gaming, can you guys go ahead and make some noise?
I'm going to need y'all to get louder than that.
I absolutely love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we actually caught up with Hex not too long ago. We put up some spicy interview questions for him. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Joining now, the one and only OpTic Hex, Hector Rodriguez, sir. How are you doing? Welcome to your own major. How's the vibe so far?
Look, it's empty right now, but I just know that the second that the green wall walks in, there's going to be the loudest thing you've ever witnessed. Shout out to my people in the UK who also get super loud, and the French, they also get loud too.
Known for their loudness. Okay, this is the first time we're really getting an actual OpTic major. Obviously, last year Chicago, or 2 years ago Chicago, didn't quite work out, COVID and all that. How exciting has this been to put together and, like, you know, have the fans here and everything? I mean, can you surmise what this kind of experience is like?
Well, it's always been a dream of mine to have a sort of OpTicon, and what better way to do an OpTicon than to with Call of Duty, the game that we all started with. Yeah, we weren't able to do the Huntsman Major, which is a disappointment. Obviously, at Wintrust Arena, sold out in a couple of days. You know how it goes. But we're here in Texas, home of OpTic, right? So we're excited to get everybody in here and finally get to experience our major.
I cannot wait, man. The fans are ready. We're ready. Hector, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Enjoy it. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You heard it from the big boss right there himself, El Jefe. But hey, Nameless, this is it. OpTic winning those last few games of the qualifier and coming here to the major. They're riding off some serious momentum, and also being backed by this audience right here. I think that this event might honestly be in their favor a little bit. I think Chance might be onto something.
I mean, they do have the home field advantage. Now, OpTic usually does because their fans are insane, but, you know, here in Texas and the activations and things that they've been doing outside. I mean, we got Hitch, Formal, Maniac, Hex out there hyping up the fans. This is going to be a different level of electricity in here. I can't wait until their match.
Like, yeah, they always have the home field advantage, quote unquote, but this time, like, it's pure. It's like, if you're showing up to this event, everyone knows who you're going to be rooting for. So, again, incredibly excited to get going.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Let's go ahead and break down the first matchup of the day, the Los Angeles Guerrillas playing against the London Royal Ravens. And first team that we're going to talk about, Chance, the LA Guerrillas.
And this is a team, when I think about the difference between online and LAN, I'm expecting these guys to turn up so hard when it comes to these kickoff events.
Now, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, aLLeY, what do LAG have to do in order to come out on top?
Well, you know what? For me personally, at least, it's going to be on Simp, because he has been lighting it up in the online qualifying matches, but we have yet to see him do that on LAN. So we need to see that translate, and of course, hold the fort. LAG is 11th in hardpoint hold percentage. London is 1st in break percentage. So completely opposite sides of the spectrum. London has been struggling to rotate, but we saw in their last series, they started to make that change and improve your S&D post-plant retakes. 2 and 10 in neutral site retake situations. That means when that bomb is down and you're still in a 4v4 situation, LAG really struggles to overtake that bomb site and get the defuse. And of course, win Berlin or Tuscan S&D. Tuscan has been London's auto veto, and London is 1 and 3 on Berlin. So it's just about the coin flip, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say this outright. I mean, I'm expecting big things from LAG personally, okay? We know his team has definite, pop-off abilities, but I want players like Slasher, those ARs that really come in big for this matchup. But the London Royal Ravens, Chance, this team came flying in this year, and they have exceeded everyone's expectations.
And they have been playing with some serious swagger, too. I mean, confidence in the interviews, confidence in the gameplay. Literally, at this point, some of the best slayers in the game, so they prepared. They've been lights out. And LAG, well, they have an opportunity to make amends from their one loss that they had in Stage 1.
And Nameless, when it comes to this team, what are going to be their game field keys of victory? Because I'm going to be outright honest. Looking at players such as Afro, they are going nuts this year.
I mean, they lost to these, Chance said it, they lost to these guys last time. Look at London Royal Ravens, you can't lose 2 hard points, right? But that's where LAG is strong, so they have to come with a better look there. Gun skill kings, every player's positive in all 3 game modes. Testament to the skill on this team. Obviously, you're going to have to be on point when you're at a major. Secure the control. London is 4-1 in control. LAG 1-4 through the first 5 matches this season. So you have to win that map. That's almost a gimme in the series, especially being that control. That's huge for the swing map in the series. Then Burst Bloods equal round win. London is winning 87% of their 4v3 situations. They are #1 in the league at capitalizing on their numbers. So the teamwork is there in Search and Destroy. LAG is a team that can be a bit wonky in Search and Destroy at times. So you can get that first blood. You're going to be in a fantastic spot.
You're right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the London Royal Ravens, you heard about what we had to say about them, but we actually caught up with the one and only Gismo from that roster to collect a few answers. Let's go ahead and see what he had to say.
I'm joined by Gismo of the London Royal Ravens. Mate, welcome back to Arlington, Texas. How are you feeling?
Been very well. For boys are ready to win this event and prove why London's the best team.
I wish you the best of luck in the upcoming match you've got against LAG. Now, you played them a few weeks ago, and there was a loss. Bit of a surprise, I think, to you guys. It was a shock to many of the pick'ems. Yeah. What have you done, coming in today, obviously running it back against them, to right the wrong of that loss?
Like you said, we've got to right that wrong. For boys that are grinders, like me, Marcus, and Byron are all youngsters. We grind, and obviously Trey's probably the biggest grinder out of all of us, seems to be the oldest. So, yeah, we've got to put our practice into actual games, and we've got really good confidence as a team, which is a big step for us as improving. Like, you get confidence early, it gradually improves as the years go and as the months come. And obviously, common chance time, that's the ultimate goal for everyone. Hopefully it's a dub.
That would be something for the fans back home, for sure. Now, your confidence is one thing. In and out of game, you've been, really outspoken, a lot of fun to watch. You guys have seemingly come out of nowhere. You've taken the league by storm. Did you expect to have that kind of confidence and that sort of breakout performance early on?
As a team, probably not straight away. I expect us to be, like, at a decent level, but obviously, we don't know them, they don't know us. So you can go either 2 ways. You can either be star-shocked by, like, for players, for names, for brands, or for people playing against, or you can come in like, you don't know us, we don't know you, bring it. Who's going to win? We're better. And that's the mindset which I've taken, I'm pretty sure the team's taken, and it's what's making us good so far.
Love that, mate, proving the haters wrong. Last question, a bit of a spicy one, a bit of a fun one. Of all the players in the league, of all the players in this tournament this weekend, who are you most looking forward to getting in a gunfight with?
If we beat LAG and Toronto beat Thieves, then hopefully I get to body slam Cammy into the ground and prove why I'm a better flex.
Love it. Absolutely love it, Gismo. Thank you very much, mate. Good luck in your match.
Pretty much from what Chance was saying earlier on, this team just has swagger. I love everything about him. That interview with Gismo was fantastic.
I also like the first interview he's had where he doesn't get fined at some point during the entire thing. But great player, fantastic to watch, and I think it's going to be an incredibly interesting series. And the fact that over in the first LAN performance in the kickoff they had, Ravens weren't too great, and Guerrillas the team I expect to kick it up on LAN. So I think that's a very fun dynamic to look out for.
I'm going to need you to hold that thought because right now we're going to do the talent pick'ems, and I'm going to need predictions from just about everybody. Say it with your chest, all right? Because me personally, I'm going to rock with the London Royal Ravens, baby. They have proven time and time again that you just can't sleep on them. But Chance, who are you rocking with?
Look, man, predicting the Guerrillas is my least favorite thing to do. It is not easy, and I am expecting them to kick it up on LAN. And I know they beat the Ravens last time they played them, but they've just been too damn good, man. Like, they genuinely look like some of the best players in the game, so I got to go with the Ravens as well.
All right, 2 for the Ravens. aLLeY, are you rocking with the boys overseas, or are you rocking with the LA squad?
I love the rookies, man. I got to go with the London Royal Ravens.
The London Royal Ravens nameless. Is this going to be a combo breaker?
It's going to be a great series, but I think LAG is the most underrated team in the league. I'm going with the Los Angeles Guerrillas to win this series versus the London Royal Ravens. I have too much faith in these guys. I think they've been putting in work. Second best hardpoint team in the game. They're about to go out there and kick some ass.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get things started. And when we come back from the break, we're going to have some great action. And before we leave, I just want to say welcome to the CDL, and we'll see you on the other side.
Just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Texas, make some noise! Woo! We've got to get the matches underway. We have to get everything going. But Texas, I have one favor to ask. Actually, 3 favors. Can you do that for me? I won't ask too much this weekend. First, can you give me a sheesh? That was really good. Can you give me a skirt? That was even better. Last but not least, can I get a oh yeah? Oh yeah! I think I love you, Texas. All right, let's get these matches underway. Let's get things going. First and foremost, an exciting team from way across the pond. Ladies and gentlemen, the London Royal Ravens. Zero, Nastie, Gismo, and Afro. Let's see what they can do today.
And with the moves coming in from Afro, and like Gismo said earlier in the year, aLLeY, you can't sleep on the EU boys.
Yo, that hype video was dirty, man. The Afro 3-piece onto OpTic Texas of Scump and Dashy and Formal, man. You did that, and OpTic Texas, Major Afro's ready to fry, man.
You're right. I'm ready to see the likes of Nastie just get disgusting on that main stage. But Miles, I want to know who they're facing off against, my guy.
Well, it's a team they've already faced off against. And the last time these two went up, I'll tell you what, it wasn't London who walked away with the win. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Slasher, Asim, Gunless, and Hoop. Will they be lights out today?
And with this team coming into the year with a facelift. They're looking for better results. And Nameless, with this roster right here, these vets, I think they could get it done.
Man, they're like the bad boys of the CDL. I swear, every time Gunless or Slasher tweet, the community is on their heels. So I'm expecting them to play with that, on their shoulders here, and they're going to want to go off and prove everyone wrong.
With the likes of Hook on this roster, Miles, I think that this squad they just have so much potential, man. It's personified. I'm ready to get this thing going.
Oh, Veli, you think you're ready to get these things going? Texas, are we ready to get the tournament underway? That's what I'm talking about! Right, it is with great pleasure now I get to throw it over to the bald and the beautiful Maven and Merc. Take it away.
Thank you. It has been far too long. Excited to be here. Joe, you've been around to do this.
I think so. Listen, guys, we appreciate you. Appreciate all the love. I mean, without you at home, who knows if we'd be here. But I just think for you and I, we're ready to get into it.
Let's get it, baby. We got a big one coming up, one we're very excited for with Guerrillas versus Ravens. And as we start to prepare for this, I mean, Ravens obviously have been so good all year. A little bit of a revenge match, maybe, with the loss that came in. But all I was hearing, talking to some of the coaches and players before this, is that Guerrillas, at least in scrims, have been on a bit of a tear the last 4 days.
Yeah, last 4 days. And I mean, listen, when we looked at this roster, both of these teams are kind of just trying to, rechange their culture, right? For London last year, it was really tough with all the visa problems that they had. Here's a look at the maps and modes. For Los Angeles Guerrillas, they just could not find a formula. But I think with this team, there's a talent, there's the superstars. We know what they can do. And as Chan said, with them on land, who knows what can happen?
You'd think it would be a team that would get a bump, right? I think Chance kind of nailed that. Now, when you looked at the maps and modes, was there a couple things that maybe stood out to you a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, listen here. You have, 3 repeats in the middle from that rematch. 2, 3, and 4. They're Tuscan Hardpoint. Both of these teams, they don't play it often, but they're very solid Hardpoint teams. The thing is if we go the distance, that Desert Siege Search and Destroy, LA Guerrillas, they have not played it, right? They've really struggled in Search and Destroy. They had that Berlin Search, but if they get to that Game 5, the London Royal Ravens with a big advantage.
Yeah, it's like they haven't played it, so maybe a little advantage in the sense no one's seen them on it, but they haven't been a good search team.
Yeah, I mean, that's really been the key for them. I mean, their search and control has not been good. And in that first matchup between these two teams, they won both the hard points. They were able to win that game number 2 on Berlin.
And as we get into it, you look at that rotation win percentage. That's been one of the talking points for Ravens all year. They've been breaking. They haven't been holding. But here we go, map number 1 underway. Ravens, Guerrillas, as we get into it. Gismo, what a beast he has been into his POV to start things off with an AIDS hitting into you.
Hey, I mean, when you talk about rotation percentage, one of the big things is, you're great at breaking. What's different, right? You don't have those trophies that really help you set up. The nades have been on point. Nastie's gonna find 3 in the feed. And right now, London Royal Ravens are gonna take control, but they're gonna make sure that they have that rotation over that second hill.
We'll line it up with the auto. We'll see if he can keep it ripping and rolling. Now as the push is going to come in, that's too easy for him. Is Nastie getting nasty in the first hard point. Another one lining up. That'll be 5 in a row and a 5-1 start here for Nastie. At Afro's POV. As we take a look, as he's just finessing around you, getting towards the point and trying to soak up the time. But yeah, so far so good for Ravens.
Yeah, you can see number 1 and number 2, that's Zero and Nastie. They're going to rotate on over. The first man up is going to be Hoop. But how are LA Guerrillas going to try to break this hill number 2? You have Gismo locking down the church side, but up towards that top field. Here comes Slasher and Gunless. This is a bit of a pinch right now. And who can see him up front? They have to wait for the push in the back. So they're going to start to creep their way on up, but they have to wait for their teammates to start that fight. Asim is going to get picked. Afro's doing a great job in the back, and this first push shut down by London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, that was beautiful. They made that look easy. You set up the pinch well, but don't find any success if you're Guerrillas. 2-6 start for Asim, and we'll see if he can get going, because he was one of the heroes of the hard points against them to get that victory just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I think he is just a huge X factor, right? He was last year with NYSL. We know this SMG duo has the star power, but on the other side, it's Afro shutting things down. A nice lead here, but it's all about this rotation now with 15 seconds. And you can see Nastie trying to sneak out through. This is huge right now, right? A gap was left open. How are the communication right now for Guerrillas? You can see 5 and 6 trying to track on back. They do not know where Nastie is. They're trying to find this player, Slasher, trying to hunt him down, but he's not going to check that back room. And now this is on Nastie to make the play. What is he going to do? London has to wait for him. This is very, very slow. There's the opening pick. Now a push down low towards that roof side, but Asim shuts it down. Do they get a spawn, though? That's going to be the question. They do not. So Nastie's by himself, but, I mean, well, Guerrillas, they are getting time.
Yeah, they got to get back into the hard point, but Nastie just doing his best to be a thorn in the side, play this deep, try to win another one. Can Gunless finally pick it up? Not going to happen. Afro wins one up top, but it's a Seam and Hook. They keep finding the kills to keep them in this position, but Nastie's been here. I mean, we're 35 seconds into this hard point, and this is those plays where you kind of, when we first started prepping, like compared to like a blitz, like somebody sneaks through, somebody takes a cheat route and don't find the gap, and it can be, well, you see how much it can disrupt.
Yeah, I mean, they're just lucky that he doesn't find two and get the quad spawn in the back, right? The rest of the scrap time getting the other way of London Royal Ravens, so they're still going to keep that, 50, 60-point lead. And again, another player trying to sneak on through. It's 0 this time, all the way through the back of Church. And we're going to try to see. It looks like one player might know who is there. That's going to be Slasher, just trying to hunt this player down. But it's similar to what we just saw on that last hill. Like, they're worried about someone behind them. There is somebody there. Here comes the push and a pinch onto this hill.
Let's see what they can do. You go 2 for 1 if you're Guerrillas. Still trying to hold strong as 0, finding the peek in for a second. Now the next big gunfight, it's a Seam that's able to take it. That'll be a lovely double for him onto 0 and Afro, and they retain control for now. So this time, maybe the sneak through not going to be as disruptive, at least not yet.
Yeah, much better out of LA Guerrillas. You can obviously tell they knew that was coming, but here comes the next push from London Royal Ravens. They find a couple of kills field side outside of Church. They're able to break on through, and well, that's just what they do. They find those breaks, but Guerrillas, they're going to stabilize for now. You see in the top right, it is that Submachine Gun duo and a Seam and Hook who are really stepping on up into those double digits. It's how they won both of those hard points in their last matchup. But London, over towards this P5, they still have a 40-point lead.
Well, when we talk about trying to deal with those sneak runs, deal with somebody getting in behind, it's just comms?
Comms, right? It's like when you track a player back in the day when you're playing CTF or a Blitz, you have to call out the names. And when you don't hear a name in a while, someone has to say, all right, we're looking for this player. Has anyone seen him?
Well, we're talking about comms. Let's go ahead and get right into a listen in. We're going to kick it off with London Royal Ravens.
He's on top.
Weak. Went towards no foul, I think.
Nice.
Oh, so look at Hugh coming. Where's
side?
Weak.
One shot, dead.
Push it, boys.
I've got you. Their side.
Get out.
Right, finesse. I'm nading. 20 seconds, play this time. Don't overshout. Push your bottom.
Yeah, I bomb.
One tiles, yeah, tiles. Okay, 2 tiles, okay, 2 tiles.
Up you old. Oh, low me, dead.
Last 2 front, last 2 their side.
I'm on shot.
Lower me again. It's him. That's fine, get to it. Hold you, wrap outside.
I have you.
I'll try and pick up pinch.
Wrap outside, yeah.
We got you, yeah? I'll get deep pinch, okay? Duke, one shot their side.
So the field? Nice, good shit, boys.
I got deep pinch, boys, I got deep, okay?
Have time. Go rogue, Joey, if you need to.
I've got their side, yep.
Enemy you, I'm good.
Pinch, 2, I think. Yeah, 2, I got 1.
Nice, right.
One more in Church.
They're gonna start spawning there.
Top Church, one more. Top Church, he's jumping out, he's going out. Their side and our side.
Our side with you. Stay down. I got outside.
Left side.
Get you
control. Get time.
I'll get top mid. Your mid flank's open though, for a minute.
Hey, I'll check it.
Well, it's dead.
Nice.
Pitch it, team.
Turn around, Joe.
One shot. Got it.
Nice, push aside now.
Milk this time.
Yeah, I got Nero. Oh, that's so dead. Lucky. Well, left side now. He's on the street, bro.
Top touch, Gunless.
Left side on me.
Gunless, top touch.
Duke and you on me, bro.
One Duke.
Outside you.
Outskirts.
Outside you, Gunless weak.
Outskirts, Duke, one shot in time.
Use your nades, wait.
There you go.
Mate,
let's give me a sec.
Weak in time.
There's one more you, I think.
Gunless was you.
Outside you, Dad.
Nice, good shit, boys. Good fucking break.
I'm hitting through bottom Church. Go around the back to go here. Go around the back to go.
Alright, let's hit the back.
You're close.
Who back left?
Nice, in time.
Nice.
Tell you what, it is hard to play at this level and calm at this level. I mean, you heard how fast and frantic it was, but some little things. I just like, even little stuff just like turn around, like to pick up the angle. I dropped some nice little chit chatter between the players.
I don't think the people in house could hear it.
Oh,
and I know you've been working a lot on your accents. Could you give them maybe a recap of what that listening was like?
Hello, mate. I got the deep pinch. That was 0.
That wasn't horrible.
Pretty solid.
Typically, you go between like 6 different accents. Pretty proud of you there, but who is it? London Royal Ravens with a break with about 30 seconds left. They have kept this 40 to 60-point lead throughout this entire game. We're going to head back to this P3. This is where we need Guerrillas to have that solid hold and get them back into the game.
Well, what was there? I mean, they're 7-2 in hardpoint, but their differential is like 24 points. And what does that tell you? They've had some nail biters.
Yeah, a lot of close games.
Right now, maybe more of that, but it's a 40-point edge currently for Ravens. Sitting inside the hardpoint will be Afro trying to soak up more of that time. What a sensation he has been this year. But now to Hook the Nukes POV. aBeZy is waiting on the push, trying to work with Slasher, and they get it done. That's going to be all 4 down. It's all Guerrillas in the kill feed. They're now soaking up time. And how much easier does this look when Nastie doesn't get to a sneak position?
Well, there's another layer on that, too. When you are this far pushed out, guess what they cannot do? They cannot find the nades onto the hill, right? Because when the nades start to hit the hill, that's when you have to rotate players in. That's when things get messy. Lanes get opened up. A great push out from them. And now you can see the scoreboard only down 10 points. They needed a hill like this. You have players in great positions. Who is it once again? aBeZy, 26 and 15, gets another multi-kill, a lead change about to come in, and then look at that flip over to Church with 10 seconds left.
It doesn't get any better. Now the big rotation fights as we get set up for Church. aBeZy tries to keep it locked and loaded. What a map he is having, and they need every ounce of this. Not quite able to win the gunfight. The headshots do come through for Afro. Now where are the next big engagements going to be? This kind of church alley where the push is starting to come from, and Afro is heating up. That'll be 2 in a row as he looks to burst on through. Can he find another? He sure as hell can. 3 streak now for Afro as the contest is still on point. You still have somebody here from either side just fighting tooth and nail, all tied up.
Yeah, this is where Vanguard gets a little mixy, right? Yeah, I mean, just these spawns just right out front, right towards the back. Players just trading back and forth, but it's the #1 break team in the game who does it again. They're going to retain that lead. They're going to get some of this scrap time. They're winning gunfights. It's Nastie on 4 in a row. On one side, it's aBeZy. It's Nastie. I mean, typically we talk about Gismo, Afro when it comes to London Royal Ravens, but this man on your screen right now really starting to step up.
The pressure's got to be mounting for Guerrillas. If you know how their search and control has been, this map 1 is huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way that they beat them, what, a couple of weeks ago,
on
right?
Both hard points.
Both hard points, so this is huge, and we're going to head down towards that P5. You have Guerrillas set up, but, I mean, they rely on breaks, and just what London does.
Well, Zero already getting the kill topside. We'll see if that's going to spread them a little bit thin, but Hook and Gunless able to combo, defend the ranks. That's a big burst of kills, but look at the close spawn coming in as they now try to continue to pick it up. It is just all Guerrillas, these crucial kills to try and bring it back. Now just down 5. Who can be the hero for Ravens to try and burst on through? They can't find anybody right now. It's a double from Gunless as they keep on holding lead back to Guerrillas. What an F1 we've got.
And when you can get pushed out, you catch those players with nades in hand.
Yeah,
okay. But here we go, P5, boom, boom, boom. It's blowing up everywhere right now.
It's our teammates.
Just throw everything. It doesn't even matter.
It's all just blowing up, Joe.
That's basically what's happened. 10 seconds left, and now we have a big rotation battle. Hook on the top side of your screen going up against Afro. The SMGs, it's going to be a 2-on-2. The scrap time going to go the way of London Royal. Raven Slasher is there on one side, but it's Afro with 2 who's going to secure that rotation on through.
Can that be the play that might seal the game? You've got a chance here if you're Guerrillas, but it's Afro going massive right now for Royal Ravens. They've got to find an opening. They got to find it soon. Just 10 points now needed for Ravens. They line up mid. It's Nastie and Gismo. They're able to get it done. They're looking to lock down the map 1, but it's one more close spawn, one more burst for Guerrillas. Now, can they get in?
Oh, they're able to do it!
Just able to do it with 1 second left needed for Ravens. Now, a heroic chance for Guerrillas to bring this back and seal the deal.
Right, you can see London trying to slow it down. This is where you had to combo the nades. There it is. Zero able to open one up. The #1 break team in the game does it again. They find the final second to secure map #1.
Woo! All right.
You're like riding a bike, right?
Yeah, fun. How's that one to get it going? We've done this before.
A couple of times, I think.
But what a blast it was. And yeah, of course, it comes down, as you said, the #1 break team needing a massive break. You thought a shot for Guerrillas there when they get in with 2:49 on the scoreboard for Ravens. But we're going to take a look, I think, at the final moments one more time, as that was a doozy to kick us off here. Day 1, Major 1.
Yeah, I mean, right before this, you have Afro who really opens things up. I love this play on Nastie. He backs up because he has a teammate in the middle watching over him. That's Gismo. They use that teamwork. But then, of course, some nades are going to hit sooner or later. And then what? You have Gunless who's able to pop 2. I think he gets a 3rd with a pistol as well. He sure does. And then I like this out of London. You know, we talk about them having a lot of rookies, but you can see the teamwork here. Sometimes teams get a little too aggressive, right? They get staggered, but everybody stops The nades, they line them up. They're able to find that pick. And as soon as that first domino falls, boom, able to get on in.
Are there any moments, maybe for Guerrillas that you just love to have back? Maybe
I think there's
third the first time through when
Yeah.
Nastie gets in. I mean, that's one that kind of stands out.
I think that's the biggest one. I mean, when they were able to get set up, we saw it at the second P3. We saw it even at P5.
The difference was staggering. I mean, it was like getting 15 points versus like practically 50 plus.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it. I mean, very close game, but I think Nastie for London Royal Ravens really stands out. Afro towards the end of the game. You got what you wanted. We saw a seam and a hoop. That's how they won that first series. But, I mean, it's London, able to clutch up.
No, this has been cool. I mean, just for Ravens, like, it reminds you of Seattle or maybe some of Clay's teams where you get surrounded with the young bucks. You got Zero the vet, and these young players with Nastie, Gismo, Afro just lighting it up. I know we saw a bit of Afro last year, and I mean, we loved what we saw, but you got to think, is there a little more maybe pressure on Trey to kind of be a leader type role?
Yeah, I
more
would
than
think
he has
so.
been.
Right, I mean, he's won international championships before, right?
I mean, you could argue he's the greatest international player of all time.
Right. I think what's really important was with last year, you know how bad he wanted to be a part of the team, right? Like he wasn't able to get that visa. He wasn't able to be there as long as he wanted to. They had so many teammates in and out. They just couldn't get that established for. It's a different start here.
Well, and I really felt for him because, I think he was in a very small conversation of players that maybe were the greatest. We talk about outside of stateside players. And last year, it must have been painful, not only just because visa issues, but then you watch what Ultra are doing, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like,
his buddy Bance is up there right in the finals, and he's like, I want a part of that. And, well, they have the team, and I think a chance to do it here.
Okay, well, they get the map 1-1, and why that's so massive, if you haven't been following as much as just Guerrillas, I mean, for them, it's been around the hard point. That has been their specialty. But, on land here, maybe search and destroy and control will be a little bit different. We heard how well Scrim's been going the last couple of days, and that was a 9-point hard point. But that goes back to sort of what I said, the differential in their games, 24 points. Like, they've had a lot of nail biters. They've been going the distance.
Well, and I mean, they're a 7-2, well, now 7-3 hard point team, but the vetoes come in, and what is it? You see Gavutu right away for London. That's what they played in that first series. Tuscan, they were like 1-0 on, so it's not that sort of slower AR map where you can really have Gunless and Slasher take over. It was a map that had to switch up the vetoes. Tuscan, I mean, it was still close, but I mean, that's what we talk about with map pace, how important that is.
So when we were watching the last series, what's the same? Just the map 3 and 4, correct?
2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's right. And the 2, the S&D went all the way to round 11, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
round 11.
They had some crazy maps, but Nastie, what a map 1 it was. He puts up 30, some damage to go with it, and they take the map 1 behind a break. And you were talking about the nades. There was, maybe didn't see a ton of it from our spectator POV early, but once they started to rain in, man, it's just, no trophies. Just they didn't exist.
Well, right. I mean, all it is one to connect to weaken someone up. You have Gunless or Slasher come on in, or someone like Zero. It's one auto bullet, right? That first kill gives you that man advantage. It's difficult to hold this year. It's just a fact. That's what makes control so difficult, right? Obviously, you have the tick difference in the kills, but I mean, those far points, you're just getting bombarded.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, now as we get ready to head to Search and Destroy on Berlin, I mean, I know Search and Destroy, it changes quite a bit over the course of the year, typically. Before we get into some of your thoughts, though, we'll take a look at some of the stats. Anything that stands out to you early?
No, I mean, this went to around 11, and you can obviously see here, the big difference for the LA Guerrillas is the fact that they are, 10th on defense? And you saw first for London Royal Ravens, and we saw the stats coming into this. When they have that first blood, it is almost an automatic round win. But when we saw this match online, it was very slow. Guerrillas slowed it down on offense, but they really went hard towards this B site. And a seam already over here.
Well, he's got on to aBeZy. Kind of the lone man here for now, but look at pushing through the flank. That's going to be Nastie, trying to find an opening, and he might have a freebie unless that was Gunless. It was able to hear him. Not going to happen. There's the opening. Nastie able to get it, picks it apart, but bomb has been planted. Now going to be on the retake as Nastie continues to pop off. Zero coming through. Last man up is going to be Hook. He's able to actually get two, and that might give him a chance, but it's Zero who's going to hop on the bomb instantly. Hook's got to go.
A lot of angles. Nastie, though, just waiting for it. Just waiting. It's in time. Oh. Zero just holds it. He just relies on his teammate to watch over him. He gets the job done. Well, but yeah, it gets a little scary. But Nastie, he finds the first 2 openers, and, well, they're just able to work that flank.
He gets the call out, where the kills come from for Hook. He's like, all right, I'm just going to hop this. Like, it's going to be, as long as you are some sort of roadblock, I've
just
got
stop,
the time.
do whatever it takes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
whatever it takes.
I don't even care if you shoot. Just get in front of
yeah,
for a second.
A body block for me.
The heads-up play there from Zero, but yeah, it's Nastie that really opens that up on the push-through, track side. 3-0 start for Røkkr, but unfortunately, just not enough time to maybe come away with the ace and the clutch. Gismo just soaring on forward, making it a mess. Røkkr again with a double to keep them in it. He's making the plays early. Will it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, at least gives this into a, a 2v2. You had a 3-on-2 towards the bomb site. Now for a Seam and Gunless, you have to kind of wait on one another. They're very far apart. They're going to group up, but Zero watching that flank, able to find that opening pick. But now you're going to have the same thing where Nastie is very far away from his teammate. So they're going to group on up and try to rotate over towards B. But Gunless, well, you got a lot of different ways to look at. So not going to get the best timing right now. Looks like Bomb's going to be going down towards B. Can he work this 1v2?
Well, I'll get the information here in a moment as the plank comes through B side. It was Røkkr's opportunity to clutch in the round one. Now can Gunless make some magic happen, but Joe, for the reasons you're seeing where they're set up right now, this is a real hard retake.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. I mean, there's just so many different angles, but he's going to peek it, right? Zero has to check the bomb due to Nastie's position. Nastie just kind of hanging out. Only 20 seconds left, though. Gunless, he's got to work on through. And, well, he's going to open that door. He's going to wait to hear him. Doesn't see the corner.
Oh, he snaps, though. He snaps, though. You got nervous there for a second, but yeah, you saw perfect view of it there. Like how much you have to clear, how many spots you have to clear. I mean, he wins this. He's got maybe just enough time to get there, but it's tough.
And I actually love that spot out of Nastie, right outside the door, because a lot of players, when they sort of, they're trying to play a position, it's right outside that sandbag, you can prone there, and it's just an annoying corner to have to check, and maybe that's where Gunless is going to check, or inside that bomb, but, catches him off guard. Another 2 kills in the round for Nastie.
Yeah, he glances that way, but it's so tough to see him in that moment, right? Like just bottom corner of your screen.
No, he does, I don't think he saw him. There's no way.
Oh, no. It's so tough. They're going to get right back to it. You see Seam is here again, but it's Nastie waiting, and once again, the defensive Reaper. As he continues to come up huge, and Afro at range, just one by one, controlling this effort. It has been all Ravens thus far in the search and destroy.
Yeah, I think Seam is just trying to take a look like through that little hole in the door, and then a grenade lands on the door. It's just like, well, hello, like, hi, special delivery. And
destructible walls.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what happened. But now Slasher and Røkkr going to try to work a 2-on-4. A lot of work to do. Bomb down. Røkkr able to find an opening.
Knock, knock.
Okay, we're doing 2-on-2. It's been these grindy rounds, and somehow it's a 2-on-1 for Gismo.
Røkkr is just making these plays to give him a shot. Now, can Gismo get it done? It's been a story of clutch opportunities thus far.
And I love this from Røkkr. He's just watching that cross. This is just an info play. Slasher's inside the bomb. But with Røkkr's position, he's just going to tell him, hey, he's pushing this way. He's going to peek that. He's going to get away with his life. This is just wasting time.
Run!
And a tag!
He's finally able to chase him down. Now 25 seconds left on the clock, and it's all going to come down to Slashers. You'll see. He starts to reposition, gets some tags in, but Gismo able to get across. Now can he snap and catch him? Not quite able to get it done, but I mean, Røkkr, good job wasting as much time as he did, but there was still enough time left for the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, Slasher, nice shots there, but that's a 4 versus 2. That's Slasher and Røkkr, just some individual gunfights and plays that they're able to make. That's what can make this team dangerous, if they can put it all together.
Well, I mean, they come in here and win the map too, then all right, whatever, series starts, I guess.
That was like a horror movie there, dude. It's like the Slash just catching up to the guy just trying to run away.
Røkkr, he was fast, just not fast enough.
Not fast enough.
Can't outrun bullets.
No.
It's right back to it. It's going to be another Nastie in a Seam fight. He goes for the peek. He's able to catch him on the plan. That'll be no bomb down. At the same time, though, Gismo able to get the kill onto Røkkr. So to a 3v3 scenario we go with bomb down towards the B site. So a big play there from a Seam.
And again, Gunless is just watching his cross right now. Really what they have to worry about is the middle of the map. Kind of what we saw Røkkr do in the previous round. If an offensive player is going to work through under him. But there's the info. Now a Seam has another 1-on-1. And that's the call out that Gunless is giving him. What can he do? Seam trying to make plays around this bomb site. Again, the player just hops on the bomb. Just continues to hop on the objective, and it seems like, all right, I'll take the freebies.
You don't have your gun out? That seems easier to do than when you do. As the Seam just back to the prone position, trying to stay up. Eyes in the cross, still coming from Slasher. Little info game there from Asim as that's who tagged him up for a moment. Gismo goes to fly forward. Now Asim working on the ace. He'll have 3. Can he get the final one? Or is that the ace there?
I heard that scream from here. My man has...
I mean, he just dominated. I mean, he's getting comps for his teammates, but just making plays left and right, and that's all 4 right for Asim. What a round it was, and a much-needed one there to keep them rolling and search and destroy. What a monster he has been. I love the guy, I'm be honest with you.
And that's just not an easy position to play, right? You saw all the different angles that London were trying to get him, right? He overpeaked a little bit too long, a nade hits him. He's in a tough spot, but for London, I mean, they kept going for the bomb plants, and Asim's going to take those kills.
Well, so far what? It's a multi-kills from Hook, an ace from Asim, and it's 2-2. This time, Gismo, a bit of revenge as they line up. He hits the shots, goes for the third. He's feeling himself. A bit of a heat check.
I like that ego chow. That's me all day. I mean, unless they throw another 4v2 away, then I'd be pretty mad. But, you know, I like it.
Yeah, that's a heat check and a half. But Gunless shuts him down, but the damage already done by Gismo. And now snipe out for Trey. And they've got to work towards this bomb site. As you can see, us playing together Ravens for now.
And I like this, because how did they lose the 4v2 in the previous round? It was an opening through a flame through fire.
Hola.
I don't know how he saw him, but, you know, he saw him. Now they're going to work this plant. So 3v2 retake situation here for London Royal Ravens. And this is almost like a breaking hard point, right? That's exactly what they're going for, trying to use that team. We're trying to isolate these players with their numbers. And, well, Slasher, that's a great nade.
Yeah, you saw all the utility going in towards Slasher. I was worried he was going to get caught, but he puts in one hell of a nade, but then going to get caught. Another 1v2 for Gunless, making it a one-on-one. A massive round. Gunless, Afro, the spot, the snap, the clutch as Gunless goes big.
Okay, I lied. I don't like the heat check from I'm sorry. I actually lied. Don't do that. If you're on my raid team, no, I don't like that, because that's 2 4 versus 2s that London has given up on this map. I mean, I'm definitely...
Well, and it gets real painful because the guy the heat check was against was Gunless. And
yeah.
Gunless ends up getting the final one there. He gets 3. What, the only other kill was Slasher with the nade, but that was a huge one, as that's when the pressure was coming in, but what a lovely bit of gunplay it was there from Gunless. Into round 6 we go. Ooh, just misses. That's what, 3 in a row for Guerrillas.
Yeah, but that's the info. That's 2 players towards the cross. So you have that 3 versus 2. Hook goes right back to that corner, and they trade effectively, does Guerrillas, but Nastie's inside, so you have this 2v2 retake situation. Now, Zero, he's in a pretty good spot. Maybe just trying to find a gun, but Gunless says hello to Nastie's face.
All right. Okay, gets in, picks it up, drops a shot, hits it. Now another 1 versus 1. His Gunless will drop. It's Asim versus Zero. And Asim again, they're able to win it clutch after clutch. He gets the ace, he gets the 1v1. And these big time moments. And maybe that's, you know, when Chance was talking about, you know, maybe this is a little bit better on land. Like these types of moments, right? The high pressure situations, we'll start to feel it.
Yeah, and on the other side, right, you lose a couple of 4 versus 2s. Frustration, right? I mean, this is a different environment for these rookies. This is a long tournament. It can be. It can be brutal. A lot of ups and downs. And you're going through a bit of an emotional roller coaster here. So, yeah, I want these guys to step on up.
Just try to regain now if you're Ravens. You've given up 4 in a row, and they've been some brutal rounds. You just need to get around. You need something to feel good about. They're going to send 2 towards B, but the entire onslaught of Guerrillas is here. Now the nades coming in, everything, but they're lining up, and it's Nastie with another opening kill. He's had so many in the early going. They're going to rely on him to make some plays. As they hold here, it looks like Bomb is wrapping out right now for Guerrillas.
I mean, so much B play between these 2 teams. And, you know, you've seen some looks defensively a little bit different, right? On one side, it's maybe just 1's playing inside of B, 1 watching the cross, or 3 hitting towards that A flank. This time, they double it up. Nastie able to find that first blood. What can Gismo find? He's kind of on an island. You at least want him to find 1, and he does just that. You don't want to give them a 3 versus 3. 0, the rotation hits the snipe to put this all on Gunless.
And this is one you just have to close this out. Don't allow any miracle play here from Gunless. Not a ton of time on the clock. Bomb opposite side of the map, 1v3. Surely, you close this one out. as Nastie as puts in some frightening shots. Maybe scares him a little bit. I don't think anything connects.
Is he thinking about going for a swim? Maybe. Thinking about it.
He's a strong swimmer.
Is he? I could see that, yeah.
Yeah. He's built like young Michael Phelps. And he will drop. Ravens get the round win, and that is a big one. You know, you stop the bleeding a little bit. You know, you had to be getting frustrated a little bit in the comms, I would imagine, just with how some of those losses went.
Yeah, 100%. But I think, you know, you get the 1 kill from Gismo, keeps that man advantage in the way of London. Then, you know, Zero able to hit that snipe. So now it's back to offense for London. And really the key here has been a seam over towards that site, right? Towards that lower dock
Him or
site.
Nastie, like one of them kind of
right, making the play. So maybe you get a bit of switch up here for London, maybe towards that A site, and I think that's going to be the play call.
Makes sense considering how things have been going. Now, how do you read this, though? If you're Guerrillas, is Hook just slamming through doors. Gismo's so weak, the snap back, the nice read, but it's Afro, it's able to take him out. You put some damage into 2 players, but you don't get the kill. Got to be a frustrating situation for Hook, but at least you get the information.
Got it down.
Everybody here as the plank gets away, as Slasher's shooting angles. It's a seam now that needs to start taking faces, just hammering through every door, wall in existence. Slasher nearly able to line up the second, but it's Gunless through on the flank that now puts them into a 2 versus 1.
Again, another man advantage round that potentially slipping here, but Gismo able to find the first slide.
Oh, no!
Doesn't happen. Gismo with the slide, the MP40, the advantage, and well, he's able to win that round.
Yeah, it's like he almost gets there faster than Slasher thinks he's going to. Like he comes out to chow, and Gismo just already in his face. Lovely play, and it's got to feel good to get that clutch. After so many from Guerrillas, you get a hype moment if you're Ravens. Now, work behind that.
It's back-to-back rounds now for London Royal Ravens, right? Able to tie this up at 4. Saw adjustments on one side for London. Now what do Guerrillas want to do? They've really been focusing on B. Maybe we've seen them really slow it down, try to work towards the flank, but, I mean, B's been working. They're going right back to it.
Well, there's a heavy presence. Towards middle for Ravens.
Oh, it's a 3 stack.
Oh, God, there's
2 right.
And that is just a freebie for Afro, and thank God Slasher walks away with that one. Nastie holds that for another second. He might get the trade as he looks to exit out the back door. But things slow down for a moment. The 3 versus 3 is, it was a heated map 1. It continues here in map 2 as we're all square at 4-4.
Yeah, that bomb is down now, 30 seconds. They have to play this retake. They got to go pretty quick, but you can see the setup here. The team does get taken down. Slasher, though, with a very quick trade. And here's the problem. Just so many angles to check when you have to defuse towards B. But it looks like there's a bit of a stretch here. Gunless is going to have to peek. And Gunless able to find one, and, well, he's not going to worry about it. He sees it. He hits the jump up, finds the double.
Yeah, the angles are ludicrous.
Well, the key there, though, is the Slasher nade, right? Because Slasher is telling his teammate, all right, they're near that bomb site. So as soon as that pops, that gives Gunless sort of that advantage in that gunfight when he hops on up. Because, of course, they're pre-aiming that, but he's a little bit weak, hits the shots. They're able to bounce back.
Well, yeah, I mean, as great as kills are with lethals, the information game's just as important, right? Just getting a hit marker, knowing what's up, getting some vague idea of where they're positioned. One more round needed for Guerrillas to tie this up. Can Trey hit it this time? Slasher like pauses for a second, like, all right, hold
That's 3, though. That's 3. You see that immediately when he spots the 3rd. It's time to go to B. It's time to go to B. Gunless, he doesn't hit the shot. Bomb's going to be planted. We're going to have a 4-on-4 retake. You would think. I like Gismo's going to shut that down. But it's the ever so elusive 4 versus 2 for London.
They've lost, what, 2 now? This is the one they need to put it away, or they're looking to map 3. Can they push this to a round 11? It's all on Gunless now, 1 versus 4. Sniper in hand, 20 seconds to go. Yeah, we're going to a round 11.
Yeah, we saw it in their first matchup. We're going to see it here again. Gunless going to just try to find a pick. But that just starts with that cross. I mean, Zero sees 3. And boom, you saw they went towards mail room. They hit the cross. Gunless doesn't hit that shot. Bomb planted.
Yeah.
And well timed, just on their side.
Gismo, whether it's Auto, MP, he's ripping them apart. It's his ability to snap, take down multiple players, a thing of beauty there. And now, the huge round 11. If you're just joining us, Ravens took a narrow map once. They've got a 1-0 edge in this best of 5. Guerrillas just trying to tie it up, and Ravens trying to get closer to put them away. Here we go, round 11 time. Offense for Guerrillas. and it's going to be a fast A hit. They're going to have to deal with Gismo, who has been brilliant at times. He's sitting at 11-8 right now. Can he make it number 12? That's not an easy gunfight whatsoever.
Well, it's almost like Gismo wasn't really sure where he wanted to set up. I mean, there's so many corners in this A site. That's what can be difficult about it, right? That you have to check so much. aBeZy just goes through the front door and is like, all right, there's that first blood. But into the retake, 3 versus 3. So Nastie's able to find Gunless. You have Slasher watching the flank. aBeZy does get taken down. Man advantage now to absolutely no one because it's a 2v2. Finds Afro.
Yeah, Hook gets one at the same time. Here we go, 2 versus 2. 0 to the bomb. Henny Hook with another big one. It's all on Nastie now. 1 versus 2. 15 seconds to go on the clock. He reads it, but Slasher just sits and waits. They bide their time. Guerrillas, they're able to get it done. As they clutch up in the round 11, they tie us up 1-1. So Search hasn't been good for him this year, but they get it done there.
Well, it's been good against London.
I guess that's true.
Search is in 2 round 11s as well. But it starts with me with Gismo. I mean, if he finds 1 there, that's huge. But I mean, he got caught. He got caught in that round 11. And now, well, they take advantage of it. It does get a little bit scary. Hook, though, makes the plays. Who could have seen? They were the difference maker in their first matchup so far. Same thing.
This is a great welcome back. I'm loving this. We have like a 10-point map 1, round 11. Down. Let's keep it going. But yeah, I think the big thing from that was just, there were some painful moments for London. Like really, if you look at it, they probably should have won that like 6-3 or something.
Yeah, that's like the coaches in the back checking those rounds off. Like, what the heck were we doing here? What were the comms like in those 4v2s? You just simply can't lose that.
Well, and I think you kind of nailed it in the round 11. Like, I think Gismo, every time he felt pressure, like he was able to hit a spot and like find an opening kill, at least get 1, sometimes 2. There, I think you were kind of right. Like, he wasn't sure where he wanted to go, and then he ended up with one of the tougher gunfights in Call of Duty, which is trying to rip someone off a bomb heady.
Well, and that's sort of off script for this team because we saw when they have the first blood, it's 87% win rate for this London team. 4v2s and they're losing that, so definitely something off there for them.
Well, one of the big catalysts really for the Guerrillas team was the ASIM Ace. That's going to be the scuff play of the game. We're going to check that out, and it was a huge moment. It was a huge moment.
Yeah, I mean, in this round, this is just not an easy spot, right? You have so many players trying to look at you, but the fact is he gets 2 of the first kills on players going for the bomb plant, right? It's the first one on the Nastie, and now you can see Gismo and Afro trying to find this player. They need a cross as well, as what Gunless is looking over him. That's the information, that's the key. As we go over to his point of view, aSim's just on an island by himself. But there goes the Afro cross near this bomb site. Just trying to play these timings well. There's the multiple angles he's getting shot from. And I guess he's thinking, well, he's weak. He's not going to peek this, but he does. He takes the gunfight, again, plays his life. And now with 30 seconds left, I mean, Zero and Gismo have to try to make something happen.
aSim Island, where no one is welcome.
No one, especially the London Royal Ravens, not welcome here.
But just great patience in playing around his teammates' comms. He just continues to win the gunfights. And the final one, I think we saw from his POV during it, he's able to get it. He's fired up. And I think he is, I use the word catalyst. Like, that round was big, but also just, I think, him being fired up, the passion he brings, it's just massive for the squad.
100%. He's been stepping up for them, right? I just feel like submachine guns are so important in this game with the plays that you have to be able to make, right? The routes that you have to take. And this guy we saw last year, when he's going off, man, he's taking over the match.
He absolutely is, but it's just match 1 of day 1 of Major 1. We have so much in store for you. We're headed to a quick break as we get ready for the control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
All right, welcome back. The first match, it's been incredible. Nail-biter hardpoint. Around 11 search and destroy. Ravens, Guerrillas looking to fight on. And if you're Ravens, yeah, you're looking for a little revenge. You know, though you're one loss when you take a look at the qualifiers leading to this event. And if you're Guerrillas, I think you're trying to prove what you're capable of. Because when I saw it, the team, my first time out, take this with a grain of salt, but one of my favorite teams in like Call of Duty history was that Rise Nation team. When you had what, Looney, TJ, Slasher, and Gunless. And there are like glimpses of that with this team. Like probably because there's two of the same players, but like, I feel like it maybe not reach those levels, but they can be a lot better than they've been.
Well, I think, the difference is that team was rated Search and Destroy. Right?
Yeah, right?
With this team and Hook, they can be a titan in respawns, and they have been, especially in Hardpoint, where they've really struggled, though, has been this control, where we're headed towards game number 3. But a quick recap in this game, too. It was around 11. It's pretty balanced effort on both sides. You had 11 out of Nastie and Gismo. On the other side, it's 11 out of Hook. You saw great multi-kills out of Hook, great multi-kills from Asim. And Guerrillas, they win it again.
Just managing to find some way to clutch up. And you take a look at two of the superstars for this team and the plays they were making. I think there's a couple moments maybe you want back for your Gismo. He's been terrific, but maybe the heat check for the third on the Gunless. You're challenging an auto. But you win that round, maybe you feel fine about it. And then maybe the last round, just not finding his spot. Granted, he's in like a 1v3 type scenarios. They're flying around the point, but you'd like to be in a spot to get one, or hope to be. But it's, you know, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably thinking, like, I don't even know if I'm going to get out of some of these positions.
Yeah,
Try to take that gunfight on the other side for a team. What's very interesting with Control is the fact that, I mean, you're slaying pretty well if you are LA Guerrillas. And, well, we kind of know the meta right now is sort of around the life count, a bit of a TDM, as we want to call it.
Yes.
Right, with time extension. The one part for us that's sticking out stat-wise is Hook, who has like a .78, I believe. And, you know, Katie's not everything, but when you're kind of playing TDM,
Sort of is.
It pretty much is everything.
And I think for you, it probably feels a little weird because you feel like the guy that would be doing a lot of the dirty work would be somebody like a Simp, right? Which you think that would free up Hook, right?
Yeah, just like what we saw with NYSL at times last year with Hydra and a Simp. A Simp kind of had to be that, I'm going to take the long routes. I'm going to be that objective style player. And Hydra's going to run around the map and just sort of shoot everybody. I think Hook can do that. If he can step up in their Control game, that could be huge.
All right, into map 3, all tied up at 1-1. Gismo, the Phenom, will kick things off with, and him and Nastie able to work together to take down one. This has just been, I don't know, battle of attrition, like a TDMS. I mean, the only time it's really going to punish you is if you then lose a defense.
Yeah, I mean, for London, this was the map that they won in their last series, right, between these two teams. And it was a round 1 offense that they were able to take. They win the map 3-1, and it's similar right here.
That's right.
Big difference here is Hook's able to sneak on through. Maybe he can make a play towards ship side, and he has. And that's actually key if he finds this second, because that gets them off of the objective, that gets them off the clock. The time would have to keep going, but already a 7-life advantage right now for London.
Yeah, this is looking a lot like what happened last time through. I mean, you're getting pressured on both points. You're dropping all over the place, just absolutely getting annihilated as Ravens bring the heat in this opening round. They're about to get the second bit of progression on both points. What is this?
I mean,
just lovely work.
That is a perfect break and start for this London team. When you lose that round 11, how do you want to get back? I mean, B is about to be captured. Zero has not died at 5-0. B is done. The round is done. That was unreal.
You just don't see that very often.
No, not that fast. Usually it's like a 4-on-4 or something. There's 1 tick left. That was just unbelievable.
Yeah, the fact you just get, it's almost, I think in all the Control I've ever casted, I can't think of one where it was just like even progression across both sites until they finished. Like they just like start at the same time and they just finish at the same time and it's like clean. That wasn't pretty. And maybe that goes to show some of the woes that we've seen from Guerrillas on the Control side.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly went wrong there. I mean, they just didn't pick one site. I mean, when they're split like that, you have to at least be able to deal with one side of the map.
Looks like they try to deal with both. They try to deal with both, right?
We're just not hitting nades. Like this guy, that's not good.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering after a round like that, like, are you a little bit frustrated, but a little bit flustered, maybe if you're Guerrillas? So let's go ahead and get right into a listen-in of Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Green weak. Whatever right now. 1 bullet.
Green tank.
Green tank.
Green tank Nastie.
P5, 1 bullet. P5, 1 bullet as well. Heavy top rails.
Beat up. Afro, 1 shot. Beat up.
One shot Afro.
He's low, our cliff.
Gonna push this guy quick with me. Somebody follow me up here.
One guy was 1 shot P5.
I don't see anything here.
Top boat.
Through left.
Nice, good up.
Up 2. Trying to kill top boat. They're set. I got him.
I'm looking for them. They're hold.
They're hold. They went hole. They went top. Another one top. You never killed them. There's Afro.
2 beat him. One's going up steps, one's beat him. Going up steps, one's beat him.
I don't see the guy on the Deception right now. Do you have top out? Do you have top out?
Yes.
Good shit. I don't see the guy beat on peeking.
Our deep bench, 1 shot. Nice. One beat him still, and 1 deep bench. 1 tall rock. Tall rock. Beat him. I'm playing for this guy. Beat him. Wait, tall rock.
What is tall rock?
Beat him, trade.
I'm trying to kill beat on. I beat on.
Yo, impact 5 on me. Impact 5 on me.
Up 2-2.
Top green gets weak.
Wait for it.
Nice. Low right. Pushing low right. They're hold close.
Nice. Got me middle.
One shot trade. I just stopped shooting.
Didn't get
it. Where'd they go? 1 shot mid steps. 1 shot mid
Didn't
steps.
get it. It's almost sticks. It's almost done. Get out. That's correct. They're gonna be the side 100%.
I stunned one their mid tank.
Let's see the guy. I didn't stun them their side right now. Could be top out.
I'm needing their mid tank. One's behind the stairs.
Top out weak. Nasty. Nasty is top out.
I'll be on the backside
of the dom right now.
Nice.
So this looked a little bit more typical of what we'd expect sometimes for offense on Kavutu, but You kind of heard them saying we can get this done, trying to fire each other up a little bit, trying to rebound from that ugly round 1.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a great job by Røkkr. I mean, you can see how difficult it is as an MP40 player on this map, right? Like, you're just trying to play your life inside a ship. You're trying to get the green. There's certain locations where you can take over as a submachine gun player, but that was key. They're able to get that time extension as they secure towards A. They have a 3-life advantage. The big thing now is you cannot all die together. You have to keep some forward progression. We know the hike from the offensive spawn all the way towards B, and you can see London just kind of turtling up. They know that the time is against the Guerrillas.
Well, it's Nastie with the opener. Nastie's able to pick up 2, and what a clutch couple of kills that is to not try and let this slip away and bring the life total a little bit closer. But Slasher, kind of 6th sense kicking in. The one might have got through. The call coming in, I believe, to Hook to try and pick that up, because it's Zero that might be able to make a play on the flank as they start to collapse. But you see the minimap, they're still searching for him. Now just 15 seconds left on the clock, and they got to get going. It's Gismo with the double, but it's Slasher trying to find an opening on the flank.
The problem is now he has to get to the point. He's the only player able to make a play and stop the clock. Can Slasher do it?
Yeah.
Doesn't think so. Maybe they could get there. Not going to happen. There you see the difficulty of offense on this map in London. I mean, it got a little scary, but they slowed it down. I love that from the London Royal Ravens. Nastie then opened it up, and you know, you heard the comms between the Guerrillas. They could do this, but it's a tough round. It's difficult to do. They just can't get destroyed on their defense.
Yeah, kind of as back to the round 1, like as good as that was from Ravens, just that split push was insane. Is that more just kind of on Guerrillas? Is it, you just got to pick one?
Dude, I mean,
they panic a little bit? Like,
yeah, like, I don't know. Nades at least have to hit. You have to be able to get that player out of B, right? You have FMJ on the auto, hit those shots, line up the nades, just get the player off the objective.
Well, let's see if Guerrillas can get a little better on the defense, or if Ravens just bring it to them yet again. Gismo is looking for positions around boat, but Hook there quickly for the trade. Now, once again, Zero is going to get out to the USS Zero. Just set up here, looking to lock it in. Set up and hold it down.
And there's times,
he's
right?
Flawless here last time.
We've all played this. If you time it correctly, where you get on that A objective, it'll say, hey, A's being taken, you can get on the B right after. That comm won't come in game, right? So you might not see it or even realize it that someone's on B until a tick or two is done, and this is another example of it. Nobody's able to find Zero. He's playing his life off a spun. Ooh, nice. That was unbelievable. Nice headshot. Okay, but they stopped that, but 2 ticks done at B, and now they could fight for ship. This is beautiful out of London.
Yeah, I mean, look at all that pressure it takes off ship side. So you're basically able to funnel 2-3 players in there before the rotation comes back in from Guerrillas. And yeah, I guess you're kind of fortunate who hits those disgusting shots, or who knows how much deeper that'll get.
That might be done.
The fact is you get the second bit of progression, which could be crucial as it gets deeper. We're just 40 seconds left on the clock. They got to finish something, and Guerrillas doing their best to find around ship, try and extend this. And look how pushed up Gunless is right now. He's only 11 and 14, but he's getting some big kills just deep towards the spawn of Royal Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, what was the key in round 1 is, like, they never really had map control. It was just London run away with a round.
They never had any kind of control ever.
At all. And now you have Gunless pushed up, and one player's on A, at least they'll stop the clock, but the reinforcements are going to come in. That's exactly what happens. A much better job out of the Guerrillas to just regain map control, right? Just trap them back here. The problem is now they're going to have to win an offense. Heck, maybe 2.
Well, I mean, I think that's always been a thing we've said in control, regardless of how the rules have been. Like that first kind of big wave, that first big fight, you get that first domino down, you get a little mid-map control, it can spiral out of control. If you're not on point, it can't.
How many times can we say control, out of control with control?
Yeah.
Control of the map with map control, on control.
It's a very crucial word, Joe. Just like crucial. But Guerrillas get it done. Continue to fight within this one.
You love me?
I think I was a Joe.
I love you too.
Aww.
Love you.
There's nothing better than love.
Usually they just yell at Baldy.
There's nothing, yes.
I really do love you guys. I really do.
God.
You guys are my favorite.
You got a smile worth millions.
They are beautiful, aren't they?
But now, still, the edge to Ravens. As it's 3 through on the kill feed. 4 Royal Ravens is everybody really getting involved. And who's that's leaked up a bit? It's going to be Slasher. It's kind of set up ship side. They need some help, though. Is that, yeah, it's the long hike from
this
spawn.
next wave, right? This next wave, can they get chip control? Can they pause the clock?
Ooh.
A great job by Gismo inside of P1. This is a crucial part of the map, right? That you can work up towards those cuts. Afro off his bar.
Too. It is.
Oh, man. Now it's just going to stick with it the entire time. Oh, but it's just sort of back and forth, the trades. I mean, this is great for London. There we go. Finally 3 in a row. This is going to be all 4 dead.
All right.
Slasher picks up a double. They're going to get some map position. You have Hook, who's able to work towards Ring. That's where you want to be if you're a submachine gun player. And Gunless, he's going to be on B, but that's what I would expect. You're going to get hit by about 8 of those. Maybe 12.
Yeah, the nades start to rain on in. It's Slasher on 5 in a row. Look at his skeer this. Maybe pick up streaks as well. Hook's got all the way pushed out to green, so that side is covered. You can see kind of a fanned out north and south right now for either squad. Holding deep will be that number 6 in the team. Now look at that working all the way around on the deep flank. Will be Afro. We'll see if he can play some disruptions here as he gets through.
And I mean, listen, I love this from London. Why? Because, I mean, if they get A, what does it matter, right? It doesn't matter at all. It's still all about, they have to win this round. They have to take the more difficult site to take at B. So Afro, he's just going to get set up. You have P1 control over there towards Ring. And this is just wasting time. Now it's a minute 20, and they have to go. It looks like the big push is going to be towards through green. They're going to find the opener. They're going to find the opening too. Now Gismo trying to find the players rotating into position, but not going to find Hook, and he's now the last player alive quickly.
He found all the kills he needed to. Hook just trying to play his life, but up over the top it is Gismo. Looking athletic as he gets through on the play, and now the heady will be his to work with. You still have 2 through on the back side of the point for Guerrillas. The teammates trying to fight to get to him. Nastie gonna have to drop into a, I believe, his own nade.
Oh, barrel.
Or barrel, yeah.
You know, we've all been there.
Yes, we have. You still have 50 seconds to work with. Now Slasher did get the glide bomb. Here it comes. Bye-bye, Gismo. He is just in pieces right now inside the backside of that ship. Now, can they follow it up with the kills? Nastie and Zero, at least able to get 2 after the glide bomb hits. Nastie follows it up with another. It seems you survived the streak for now. It's really just a seam and kind of a forward spot.
I mean, he was the one player, but Zero's going to respond with one of his own to deal with that player on the objective. All right, time is now going to start, and you have to do this all over again. If you are the Los Angeles Guerrillas, you have someone in P1, that's that first cut, but he's trying to get to the point, just gets cut down as Nastie continues to have a great series, 24-16. Well, now it's just desperation time, and I mean, you're just gonna run all the players set up in these power positions.
It's starting to feel like maybe Guerrillas just somehow make it to their offense to start off with the round 1. Like, it's just back-to-back times they kind of get punched in the jugular by this Ravens team to open it up. Just a thing of beauty, and now
to get here.
They look to close it out, but there's just 5 seconds on the clock. You've got a shot. You've gotten 3 kills. 4.9 on the clock. Can they do it? The final player will drop. They'll have one that's going to have to track back. That'll be a seam. Can everybody else go clutch? So little time to work with. There's the first bit of progress, but gosh. Gismo is hit. You put more in the clip, and that might be a triple. It's Slasher, though, with the coverage. Slasher, yet again, trying to go big. They're finally able to take him out, and now it falls to Hook.
He's got to waste time.
The finesse. The finesse. Woo! He's able to win it and stay up.
Only one left. Only down to Afro.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. With 4.9 on the clock, it's a clutch again for Guerrillas. You said it, hold on.
There should have been like a challenge, like if you win 2 offensive control rounds, it's free beer for everyone in the venue, but if it was up to me, that would have been a rule.
What was the one we casted last year? Oh, God, where it was like, it was 5 offensive round wins. I remember when it was never offensive round wins. You were like, what is happening?
Now, the problem is they might have to do it again. But no, they don't. They actually clutched on up kill-wise. They have defense.
Okay, that I was not expecting, just because of the round 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're able to bounce back.
How this story is flipped on its head from the opening round.
I mean, a lot of that is due to Slasher, 25-13.
He's having a map, baby. Basically double positive. But you get a nice opening again if you're Ravens. And it's Afro just trying to find the cut in between. But the read is there from Gunless. He's able to pick it up. And how much progress? Just that first bit done now on A.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're just trying to, all it is you're trying to stop the clock. While you stop the clock, you want your team to go out and find kills. You want to just try to thin the defense out as much as possible so that when it comes down to that B point, hopefully you can just play your positions and really starve them out. What we just saw out of the LA Guerrillas, and well, this is going to be done. It's only going to be a 5-life lead for now. They're going to have the time extension. You do have one player pushed up into the ring. That's going to be a seam. Now, who's going to open this up for London?
They showed they're capable of doing it once. Could they do it again? But Hook and Gunless stand tall. So far, you're trading. I think if you're Guerrillas for now, maybe you're okay trading, but at some point it becomes a problem just because of the life difference.
Yeah, you take the trades for now, but really you want to try to get green control. You'd love to get pushed up towards ring and, well, trap them as much as possible. But I think the key here is they know that they have to make this hike across Kavutu. They're just trying to get those trades in. Gunless now, he's the one being pressured on the zone, and Gismo, Nastie, Zero all find kills. That's going to allow Gismo maybe to sort of inch up towards B. He's going to get killed on that cross. Nastie's going to be the next player up, and Zero just patrolling the middle of the map up top towards ship.
Yeah, you'd love to get pushed out if you're Guerrillas. You get pushed out like Shipside, you get a big wave of kills. I mean, that might milk a full minute off the clock, but haven't quite been able to do it yet. But everybody coming back off spawn as you see the minimap. The trek in for Royal Ravens, mostly working low side. They haven't been able to find any success on beach as Gismo will drop again.
Well, now that life difference, it doesn't mean too much. I mean, you already have a minute off the timer that they had towards A. You do see Hook sneaking up towards that low beach side. He's going to flank these two players' ring. This could be the potential map right here as he finds one. Can he find the second? Because after this, they're going to have to deal with them, and he does. He takes down two. Now it's all about the power positions, baby. Slasher gets set up. Hook just playing his life. I've loved what we've seen out of this man on our screen. But now 30 seconds, and it is such a brutal walk all the way across the map.
What's your win probability after the round one offense? What if you're Ravens, especially the fashion you did? It was unbelievable, but the clutch, the grit coming in from Guerrillas. They just got to hold for 15 more seconds, and you see the kill feed. It is all LAG. If they go clutch so many times in the search and destroy, they clutch it up here massively in the round 4. Somehow get the life advantage, and suddenly it's Guerrillas back on top. They're up 2-1. And Joe, I guess it's a chances point of the desk. You know, you think this Guerrillas team might be a little bit better when you get on land, just for the pedigree of players you have. It's got to be those moments. It has to be. I mean, how many did we see in the search and destroy? Now the round 4 clutch, where there was Slasher making the plays, the finesse from Hoop. In the big moments, they're not phased. And they were going against a very young squad.
Yeah, we saw on the map too. This is just like a frustrating game if you are London.
Yeah,
and like it is. Like they're gonna go back, watch this VOD, and be pissed off, right? I mean, they just have to be. They're making some mistakes, but a big part of it is the slang. Again, Gismo and Afro not putting up the performances that we expect out of those two. Slasher goes big, but it's a seam in Hook. I mean, really leading the way, and that's huge, right? We talked about Hook coming into this.
And I guess I think this is something you might just live and die by a little bit when you are a Seattle or a team like Ravens, when you have a lot of young kind of superstars that are up and coming. You're probably going to have some of those mistakes where you throw away some maps. It's going to happen. You just hope that you get through on some of the raw talent. And as you get more experience, some of those mistakes go away. I mean, I'm sure you were there in your career at some point when you were a young buck, 17-year-old Joe DeLuca, just out there absolutely turnt. Running the wrong direction off spawn?
Probably. Rambo yelling at me, mumbling at me. I'm very, very scared to deal with that, man. And he kicks me off the team.
Rambo terrifies me. Yes, no, absolutely. But we're going to take a look at the incredible round 1 out of Ravens. I mean, how fast that was. You just don't see it all that often, especially like the perfect in-sync progression you got on both points.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see this. It's Nastie on one side, Zero on the other. And the question that we have is, how does this happen? Right? How are they not able to get Zero from this position? So what do they decide to do? They decide to pinch through P1. I thought it was done. Right? I thought they were going to get this trade. Seam hit some nice shots, but he just kills everybody. It's just kill after kill. Nobody gets aggressive on the player on B. That was unreal. But
yeah, they kind of say it like one of the fastest control rounds, cleanest control rounds, however you want to word it. But that's what makes the fact that Guerrillas brought it back all that more impressive. And I guess what I liked when you kind of heard the listen in, I thought there might be some frustrations coming in, but you didn't really hear that once you got back to the offensive side.
I mean, I love like Gunless's comms. Like that dude is just he's a robot. He just tells you everything in the most monotone voice ever. Yep. Like our 3 over here, there's one in here. Like
it doesn't matter if there's 5 minutes left or 2 seconds.
No, it is the same I mean, tone for Gunless. It's crazy. I mean, he's been doing it for years.
No, it's impressive, but we're just getting ready for the map 4. Hope everybody's having fun. We're excited to be back, and what a match it has been to get here. Round 11 in the Surge, a 10-point hard point, now all the way to a round 5 in Control. Let's see what the next hard point is going to bring us, but that is where we headed, to Berlin, right, which they played in the first series, and that's what we had through 2, 3, 4, a rematch of when Guerrillas, got the upset.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I think, a surprise to a lot of the people in the league. But we're going to take a look at another round before this game number 4 gets going. It's this round number 4 where they clutch on up. And, you know, some of the Rush Unites kickoff is obviously counting kills for this round 5 defense. I was very surprised, but, I mean, Hook just making the plays alongside Slasher and ACE App. Dude, that's your ball duo right
there.
Look
at that.
I mean,
he's looking good.
He'll be one day. Like,
he's
that's
looking good. We'll be the greatest ball duo of all time. I'm not sure there have been many ball duos.
We'll be like Al Michaels and Chris Collins, where it's just suit like 70 plus up here.
Yeah, full suit and tie, just hopefully old as dirt. But no, this has been a blast. I just can't believe that's the way it went down. And we talked to a couple people that said, again, if you missed at the beginning of kind of when we got started with this, Guerrillas have been really, really hot for the last 4 days. They've been beating everyone they played in scrims. It seems things might start to click at the right time leading into a major. Yeah. That's important. You've talked about that a lot over the years. Like, even if you're struggling a bit through qualifiers, like if you start to get hot, if you start to get a feel for the game, like right into a major, that can be the best thing for you.
Yeah, I think the big thing though is like off scrims, right? You're really scrimming hardpoint in Control.
True.
Which I think like hardpoint for them, they've been the second best team.
Yeah.
Hardpoint. So I think that key was the control. So winning that game number 3, massive momentum for them. But we're going to this Berlin hardpoint. There you can see P3, that big money hill. Well, P4 and P5, it could be a little bit difficult to accrue the time. I mean, you go towards the train tracks, you have the multiple spawns, you spawn towards the warehouse, towards that long haul, the nades coming in. It could be tough to sit on that hill. And then P5, which is more like a P1, right? Like that we're used to. Yeah, we know how difficult it is to get time there.
Well, Hook has been finding a ton of what has been opening kills, multi-kills. He's had some incredible spots, and he saw the bit of finesse and clutch in the last one. Let's see if he can keep the beams on point. It starts out well for him. Little nade, I think, trying to go through the window. I might have bounced right back towards his face, but it's Gismo that actually gets the kill behind the stun as he starts out 3-0. A bit of an early lead here for Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, you start on the left side of the map. You're going to get into that P1 first, and it's just hopefully you don't get naded. You're going to have the power positions inside the hill. So far, so good. Now, Guerrillas trying to fight on back, because as we go towards that P2, it could just be difficult to accrue time over towards that mailroom side, right? With all the windows, all the different staircases in there. It's just difficult to stay alive. It's Gunless going to find that final, 10 or so seconds, or at least try to break that up. But into the next hill is Gismo. Trying to find these players, but not able to find that diamond.
Yeah, it's just, a lot of these maps, they're set up in like a 3-lane nature, but due to some of the verticality of it, it's just a certain spot feels like it's 7 lanes.
Oh, I cannot wait until I cast a Bokaj search and destroy. And you tell me what happened that map or that round.
I ask you?
Yeah, and I'm just going to be like, yeah, that one player broke through the window, went through a door, broke through another window, broke through another door, and popped 4.
Yeah, what a play.
It's unbelievable. Finesse.
It's a 40-point lead currently for Ravens. They're battling for every second. From the top rope is Hoop. Through a door, through a window, through another door. It's just lining him up as a seam, able to get the kills as he's flying around the map. And they get some important time here, so you don't want to get in too big of a hole early. And now, talking about that money hard point starting to come up, and on the early rotation, it'll be a seam trying to get to his spot.
Well, the big thing there is that they get 4 dead, and they flip the spawns, but now London right off the spawn. They're trying to flip the map again as they set up for P3 inside of fire. You're going to have Nastie and Afro. The spawns, though, locked down for Guerrillas 4 now. You see where Gunless is looking, and a lot of times you have to shut down the street. And they're just going to flood on through. They're going to find the kills. You see the close spawn still in for Guerrillas. They're going to have the reinforcements. So you're just trying to play a deep pocket, but Afro says, do not knock on my window. I'm taking you down.
Yeah.
But here comes the close spawns in for Guerrillas.
For a second, I was like, it's looking less like favorable spawn, more like a spawn trap there for a moment.
Oh, it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're able to get out of it. But you've got about half the time gone, and I think you'll take the disruption you've already got if you're Ravens.
Well, now Gismo is making a play where he blocks the spawn, somehow gets 2, and they're still getting the time. This is what they were able to do on Tuscan, make these sort of situations so messy, and they do it again.
Make it scrappy, make it messy. Part of the reasons one of the best break teams in the game. As we focused on the other side rotation of the deep warehouse side of the map for a moment, on the long route, it is hoop going all the way around. But you see the spawns coming in, set up for next there. At Trax, you've already got 3 players locked and loaded. And they're just wondering, where's the hit going to come from? But second by second, does this lead just start to get too big?
And that's a huge opener from Nastie, because now what he can do is kind of work towards P5, backtrack if he has to get these angles on the players spawning warehouse side. It's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to track on back, try to help his teammates, but gunless with a multi-kill. Gismo just trying to play his life. And this is where it could be tough. I mean, when you have these sort of lower track spawns with the warehouse spawns up top, it's all about the cutoffs, and Zero able to do it. Now you can finally accrue some of those seconds.
Yeah, some quality beams there from Zero. Sitting at 7 and 8, but as you said, a big moment to pick some time. We're getting close to a 100-point advantage before we get set up for the 5th hard point. Yeah, you get in, but it's like too little too late several times for Guerrillas now. Like, you get in for the final, I don't know, 10, 20 seconds. Part of the reason you've only put up 40 or so on the board.
And now they have a chance here, though, if you are Guerrillas, to sort of chain this P5 in first hill together, because you can trap this London team on the right side of the map if you find those kills towards the back warehouse. So what is London going to do? They're going to try to spread out, take some long routes, maybe try to flip towards fire. They want to flip these spawns. And, well, as they find these opening kills, you can see what Gismo's doing, what Afro's doing, taking those routes to try to get that flip in. Watch number 3 in Gismo. He's doing it again. Just trying to get behind enemy lines. Not able to flip the spawns quite yet, but, I mean, they're keeping them off the hill. They're getting the positions that they want.
And they deal with Gismo, or will he deal with them? Lining up a couple more melee nearly there for Zero, but not quite enough. Now they're still trying to hunt down Gismo, and he still had the finesse game on. Finally, they are able to drop him. But you just had so little time if you're Guerrillas, and yeah, is this route going to be huge? You've got a little whirlwind there for a moment, but was able to take down one. You've still got that left side spawn right now if you're Guerrillas, but you need to get like a 50-second hold. So you got to get some time here at some point.
Yeah, this is where it has to bounce back, I think, for them. A big opportunity. They're able to win the rotation, but here immediately off a spawn comes the #1 break team. I know we've been saying it so much, but they continue to do it. And Gismo and Nastie, they're going to get in, and this is looking like a blowout here in map 4.
It sure is. Just break after break, and when they've rotated early, they've been able to hold with the polish as well. Everybody just dropping. His Guerrillas getting beaten, battered. This is the Royal Ravens you expected to see. Now up 120 points, looking to push this to a map 5 and just brush off all the frustrations they've had over the course of this series. The boys are putting in work.
And I mean, it's just this map control. I mean, right, you know where they're spawning. As long as you don't take down all 4, they're going to spawn in that same position. As long as all 4 don't go down at the same time, you should be good to go. Finally, they find some kills. They're going to find a couple of seconds on this P1. Zero with some beautiful shots out of these open stairs. Afro under him. Well, again, the rotation goes away London.
Is there anything Guerrillas could do differently here with the setups, or it's just the break game too strong for Ravens?
That's it. I mean, obviously you're outslaying them pretty tough if you are London, but it's nothing like crazy.
It's not that wild. Yeah.
Everyone's negative, but it's when these kills are coming in. It's just making the life of LA very difficult.
Starting to put this out of reach as they eclipse the 200-point mark. Just 45 needed to put them away and get it to a map 5. Afro sitting at 16 and 14, showing the gunny, soaking up the time as he's got almost a minute and a half. But it's Nastie who's set up a tent inside the hard point. He's got 2.5 minutes of the objective time.
They're just kind of hanging out. Everybody loves being that person.
Yeah, you guys are frying. Cool. I'm gonna soak up the time.
And now it's Afro who's able to find another multi-kill. I mean, over towards P3. You have the position. We talked about this last time through. Okay, well, we got the fastest offensive control round. We might have the fastest hard point of the year here.
It's looking to be a quick one, especially if they can get one more fast break. Gismo and Zero able to line 2 up. They go to push out the back. But I think it's Gunless that's able to hold at least for a moment. They make this a little less scrappy and messy than the last time around. You pick up the kills this time if you're Guerrillas, but I guess is it too little too late? You only 11 points if you're Ravens.
Yeah, they're finally able to get the position that they want, spawning London where you want to put them over towards this P1 side. London trying to get in through fire. Nastie able to find one towards the front of the hill. Like, as good as this is right now, they're going to have to do this a whole lot more, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, you needed that several times throughout the course of the early game. You just didn't find it. And they've got a chance to shut it down here. You've got to break if you're Guerrillas. Second by second, it ticks away for Ravens to get the W. It's looking like I thought we might see another hard point. We will up the tail end of that contest. And you've got Guerrillas set up it next. You don't want to call it. You never know what's going to happen. You saw the miracle in some of the search and destroy rounds in the control, but this would take absolute perfection out of Guerrillas.
That's okay if you don't
We haven't
call
seen
it.
it.
I'll call it. That's fine. I don't,
Okay, all right.
I will. I think, yeah, I mean, there we go. They're able to get into the hill, and well, we got a game 5.
We wanted one, we got one. It is an absolute thrashing there from the London Royal Ravens. They take it to Guerrillas, and I mean, the Guerrillas recipe to get the victory the first time through, it was through 2 hardpoint wins. That's been their only success. Now they're gonna have to do it through 2, 3, 5. Okay.
Sure, change the narrative up. Just throw us off for a loop.
Yeah, Guerrillas, they are known for their search and their control.
Yeah, all year long.
Yes.
But here's a look at the stats. I mean, to be pretty one-sided, but you get to step up, I think, from Gismo and Afro, what you were looking for from that game number 3, 0 with 3,000 damage. But Guerrillas, I mean, they get it to the game 5. The problem is, it's a game 5 that they have not played a match, right? Where we talked about that Desert Sea.
Well, let's chat about that a little bit. You know, you think there's kind of advantages on both sides in the sense of you haven't seen Guerrillas play it, so maybe they can throw some stuff at you, but you would always take the get some reps, right?
Yeah, unless, I mean, they could have prepped for this, right? I mean, they've known the bracket. You talk about the veto process before this with your coaches. What is it more than likely? They could probably guess it most of the time unless there's a curveball in there. But we don't have a ton of maps, so it's a little bit easier this year to guess that map set. So I think it's one of those things where they could have prepped for it all week long.
Speaking of curveballs so far, this match 1, at least going with how the maps and modes have been won.
I'm okay.
I'm with it, baby. It's good to be back. Dusting off the rust as we get rolling in this one. Match 1, day 1. It's Major 1. We're having a hell of a lot of fun, and we continue on with the map 5 after this quick break.
I smell popcorn.
Yeah, so do I. I want popcorn now.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Now we're going into a round 11.
Down 4-2, now at round 11. We got Seattle on the attack.
Here we go.
As now it'll be OpTic taking the attack.
Another round 11.
Coming in from Florida. Minnesota on the attack. They're leaving bomb in spawn.
Dance making a play, he gets the first blood. Standy has got a fist prepared for him.
Howdy doody, attach goes down.
That's huge for the Mutineers. Scump is able to catch him out. It does not get more intense than this, for God's sake.
Did Priestahh see him? He's gonna white peek it. He slides through. Priestahh, it's a 1v1. 1v1. It's Clay versus Pred. It's Nemesis! Oh, he gets it again! Oh my God! He's not, is he gonna check it? Here comes Kleenex! Will he get it? The Iceman!
The Ravens will make the reverse sweep. It's all on to Scump. A huge 1v3, but Røkkr will take it in the end. Run, for God's sake. You can win the round, but John will secure it. Paris, the OT victory.
LAG are able to clutch up.
MajorManiak versus the Iceman. He's checked it. Accuracy. He can play with his food now. He gotta go. He's gotta fly. Accuracy stays alive. There's no way. Ice in the veins indeed. Nobody does it better than accuracy. That is a long hug.
Here we go, crowd. It's time for map 5. And well, you saw we had some hype moments leading into that. Give me something special here. Give me something crazy. Round 11, 1 versus 1. I don't care who it is.
Games 1 through 3 were great. We saw that.
Absolutely.
Game 4 was not great. I mean, it was the second 100-point club that we've had this entire year.
Wild. That's wild.
I mean, so it's just been so back and forth. That's how dominant London was on that Berlin hardpoint. But we're going to a Desert Siege for Game 5. As I said, Guerrillas haven't played it yet in a match.
I got some tweets about my shirt. What do you think? I think I look sexy.
It's hot in here. That could be the reason why.
Yeah, no, I have had sweat dripping down my head, but I think that's partially because I'm close to you and giving off some heat.
Yeah,
Also, I'm just having fun. This, I'll be honest, today was the first time I've been like nervous to cast in probably 7 years. Like, I get good nervous. Like, it's been a while, you know, coming back.
Hopefully we knew what we were talking about. So far,
I rarely do, but I'm trying my best.
Wait, we saw in the studio, in here, like you were a color commentator on that game.
I had hair.
Yeah,
it was horrible. It was like
horrible.
Crushed up ramen noodles and dumped them all over my skull.
You've probably done that before.
Yeah, no, probably have.
Yeah,
probably a good point. But it's map 5 time. It's time to get it rocking. Guerrillas, Ravens. It all decided for this map who's going to move on to the winners, who's going to drop down to losers, who is going to be the clutch god within this map 5. As the progression starts to work towards A, out on the peak in a tough gunfight, aSeam able to take it. Well, it looked real easy, then it looked real hard.
Yeah, Afro hits that slide cancel behind the barrels. I mean, you saw what he was trying to do, but I think he had some help, hit a couple of headshots, and able to find that first blood. Well, this is a map you see some snipers. The first duel, oh, both just missed by an inch.
Yeah, both missing some hair now. Just whizzing over the top. Free haircuts getting given out on Desert Siege.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Zero, I mean, he just gets bombarded. I think 3 nades landed right by him.
Yeah, I don't know where his legs are, but they might be on a different map.
Well, with that first blood, now it's all down to Gismo in a 1v4 and just some beautiful shots out of Hook right through the crack.
Phrasing.
Crack of the window.
Yes.
Not his crack.
Yeah.
You got it?
No, I appreciate you clearing that for me and for the broadcast. Thank you.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
They get the 1-0 edge. The up or 0. You know, you had a chance in the snipe, then just blown to bits as the nade spot and that toss from the team on point. So 1-0 Guerrillas and everybody involved. You'll love to see that early. Everybody gets a kill. But 0 through for Ravens. Now can they answer the call? Is Gunless still looking to pick wigs? Take heads. The bomb starts to get planted here.
Well, you can see Nastie can see the cross. His position right now, Nastie sees that position. He's 1 bullet, Afro able to find that. So that is just a 2-man game out of Nastie and Afro. I mean, I don't know the position that Nastie's in, but he sees that, gives the call. Hook's able to bring that into a 3 versus 3. But they know bomb is down. And look, Gunless is just looking at this. He knows. And well, he's going to peek it into a 2-on-2.
Hola, me llamo Gunless. Meet my sniper rifle. As he's able to hit now to Slasher in a 1v2, and it was the 2v4s and the 1v2s that plagued them a bit. A nice nade on point, though. If Slasher gets tagged, he's hit down to 54 HP, but he's able to get out, and now the Swarmer's going to come. They're hitting towards the left, tries to track back, but behind the nade, the aggression comes through. They seek the kill, and they're able to find it.
Yeah, it's just a two-man game to open that up, right? The bomb's trying to get planted. It's trying to be a quick plant towards B. But Nastie and Afro, they were ready for it. Nastie gives the info, he gives the call. And the good thing about Afro is, you know, some players in that position might get picked, but he hits the nade. That gives him the advantage in the fight, finds the kill, immediately backs away. The numbers go the way of London.
Yeah, apologize to Rambo Ray later, by the way. You know, you were talking about his comms scaring you. It's his birthday, dude.
That's fine. I'd still tell him that. But happy birthday, Ray. I do love you.
Happy birthday, Ray. Now, to 1-1. See if they can find more success here on the offensive end of it, but locked in and dialed in. The snipers on either side of it. Zero just trying to find the angle. Same should be said for Gunless, but Gunless able to hit. Zero going to be taken out of it. It's a scene with the pressure. The tracking, not the easiest thing, but it's a clean 4 up, 4 down again on defense for Guerrillas. They have not lost a man.
And again, it's just kind of this information game. I mean, Gunless is watching that cross. He's able to hit the shot. But basically, he's telling his team, this is a B hit. I've seen multiple now trench side. What that does, that means the bomb can be planted, but for Asim, he's going to come down that mid staircase. He's going to find that bomb planter, and, well, he gets that kill, and it's perfect.
Would it be weird to say that hearing you break down Call of Duty is a bit erotic for me?
No, I mean, that's just, I don't know. I figured something had to be. That's why we keep gassing.
Yeah, that is the truth. But they get it done, chatting through stuff with the squad. And now you're just thinking, like, can we just get a kill in one of these offensive rounds? Like, you get the bomb plan, maybe a little bit more success than you saw the first times through, but not around 4. Bomb in hand for Asim, and, you know, last time you saw the difficulty for him towards B, they're going to work into Palace.
I figured with kind of the angles that these teams were taking, we're going to start taking some chances on offense. Well, it's a chance on offense, a chance on D. I mean, this is just a fast flank out of Gismo and Afro. What a call it is. Can they find these players? They sure can. Gismo with 1-0 does get naded. But Gunless, they don't know his spot. They don't know his position, and he's going to turn this into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's this huge, they both don't drop. The fact he's top train might save him as he continues to track back. Asim still bomb in hand. 45 seconds to go, and Gunless is going to get caught. The read on the cross is on point from Nastie. Asim, the hero of map 2 with the ace that really sent them forward as he got another one in the bag. 3-1, bomb planted. Asim trying to be the hero.
You know, this is one of those, you know, plays I was kind of talking about. What kind of timings can Asim get?
They're on it.
Going to pop that dead silence. Going to try to make the play now. Can he find? Oh, he's there. He's
oh, no! Oh, he just doesn't see him. You know, with X-ray, it's a lot easier for us, but you got to spot that. You gotta.
Like, it's where it's planted, right? It's on the back right side of that bomb. If it's back left, that's a freebie, but, well.
Oh, that's tough.
I mean, I don't know if he has a chance to get out there, even if he shoots that player. There's still about 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
The player trenches, probably gets a quick trade, but you never know. I mean, you at least like to find one.
If you're the bomb guy, you see him there, you're just like, maybe a little nervous, but they stick it. They close it out. To 2-2 we go.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's get it. Let's get freaky. Let's just start hitting stuff right through everything.
Well, they start hammering on through. He gets a spot in the window. Now as Afro gets the opener, what can Ravens find behind? I mean, that's what their first offensive kill of this game so far. So he'll take that first blood. And Gismo, he's struggling to get it going. What a superstar he has been, but he's 1-4 currently. Does he have a highlight plan? I mean, he gets a bit of info. Just looking for the backside of Hoop. I don't know what snap that was, but Gismo gets hit to 17. And Gunless, he's just window shopping, looking for a cross.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing for Guerrillas is they haven't gotten taken down. Now, for London, they have to work a bomb. They're able to get the A-bomb side planted. You're hoping Gunless can get a pick. I mean, he's got to try to even this out into a 3-on-3. That's a nice job from Nastie, just saying hello, goodbye, I'm gonna just stay right here. Make sure a Ninja Defuse doesn't come in. But there's the 3-on-3 now, 25 seconds, the time against the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
Each team able to win one on the opposite side of the map. Now to Slasher's POV we go. He was able to pick off a mean heady to get this rolling. Hook able to connect. Now all down to 0. 12 seconds on the clock. They got to get the kill. They need to get the defuse. It's Slasher looking for it. 0 wins a huge one. Not enough time. Able to clutch up with a pistol there.
Hook might have got there too. I think it was very close. But if Slasher gets that kill, that's the round win. Another one where they would have had a man disadvantage. Would have had that retake. He got a little bit scary there.
It's like 8 seconds, right around the 8
mark. It was close.
You got it, yeah. Whew. About some nail-biting scenarios between these two teams as they continue through the gauntlet here to start off day one. This is one of those series I feel like you come away with a win, it can kind of propel you on the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a ton of momentum. And see the setup here. You're not going to have that risk on defense. And look at what that did. That last round, Guerrillas have had to slow down. They're making sure there's no openings early on. Bomb's just going to be planted very quickly at B. You do not have that cross setup from Nastie and Afro. So bomb planted 40 seconds. And talk about those retake situations. Here's another one for London in that 4v4.
Gismo. Another big first blood. And they're just trying to isolate Hook in the back. He's able to get one. Can he finesse to get a second? Slasher's going to drop to a nade. Now so much pressure on Hook and Gunless. The snipe is able to hit. He will get dropped, though, right after. Now it's going to be on Hook. 1 versus 2. Oh, the trigger discipline there. He's just trying to push it out quickly, but it's not going to happen. It's 0 that wins it. As the time is there for the defuse. A big round for Ravens. As I thought Hook was just getting a clutch moment, man. Ooh.
Yeah, would have been a big one there. I mean, obviously Asim is able to get that plant down, but he kind of knows that he's in a position where, I mean, I'm probably going to die. It's a 3 versus 4. He's hoping to play that retake situation for his team. I mean, he knows he's going to get isolated. They isolate him. Another chance for Hook, but not able to secure it.
Yeah, on the minimap at first, like, it looks so good. I was just glancing, like, he's got a shot at this, but it much trickier once you get to his POV. Now 2 more rounds needed for Royal Ravens. Asim, though, give me that. A freebie to get started. And a big kill to get Gismo out of this. But how much more can he find inside a Palace, which is just, it's terrifying.
I never go in here. I won't even lie to you.
I just sprint until I take a gunfight usually.
That probably
usually
go
it's
well.
right in here. Yeah. No, and I get smoked, yeah. A little shoulder peek through. Tries to help on the trade, but Hook was able to win that. So 4-on-2 advantage now for Guerrillas in a very important round. But once again, the pistol is popping for Trey 0. He's on 4 in a row as well. But I think that's a little team shot there from Slasher and Gunless that connect to get it. Now it's 0. By himself with a sniper pistol combo in hand.
He's trying to play his life. I mean, he's on 4 in a row. He would love to get a glide maybe at some point. Try to find some picks these last 30 seconds. Is anyone going to hunt? It looks like Asim might on that flank. So maybe he can find this kill. And well, he goes for the peek, but he just gets team shot out of LAG as they bounce back. But that's all Asim so inside of Palace, right? I mean, they go for the timings. They hit right through the front doors, trying to catch them off guard. Gunless hits the snipe, and yeah, Asim and Hook, the duo inside, able to deal with that offensive push.
Well, considering the struggles you've had for Guerrillas in search, have you seen some things you've liked, maybe some changes from them? Like,
well, I think the big thing in map 2 was clutches, right? This is a little different, right? We talk about just sort of map adjustments, but it's going to have to come down to maybe winning one of these offensive rounds.
What offense they go, and air is just bullets everywhere as the chaos continues around mid-map. But you go 1 for 1, and yeah, kind of the 2 heavy hitters early on. And Seaman Gismo, they're taken out of it quickly.
You can't really prepare for that. Like, maybe you could have someone looking that
door, window, door.
But I mean, yeah, what if someone's peeking up top, and well, who's going to get taken down? So now things are going to slow down here. Slasher and Gunless going to try to win. Right where Gunless was, that's where 0 is, and I'll see you later.
Off the map. Now 1 more round needed for Ravens, but they get to their spots. They take the fights. The snipe connects, and even though you've had some moments you want back desperately in this series, you still control your own destiny within this map 5.
Yeah, they'd love to just be done with this, right? Go back and realize the mistakes that they kind of made, maybe get some scrims in, but really just watching that VOD and saying, what the heck were we doing in some of these rounds?
But first, just get the W, then work on improving and maybe making a run this weekend. You need 3 in a row from Guerrillas, or 1 big effort here on offense to close out this series. And Ravens do it. There's a first blood. Afro, again, a wizard inside a palace. The snipe is there as well as Zero is lighting it up. A 4v2 to close it out, to brush off the frustrations and to move on in the winner's bracket here at Major 1. The Seam, I thought maybe found an opening, but that is not going to be the case. It's Nastie that'll lock him down, and now gunless, last alive. A hope, a prayer, a 1 versus 4. They've had so many clutches, but surely this is too much to ask of. He will drop, and Ravens will get it done. They'll move on in the winner's bracket. And one of the best stories so far this year with the young squad coming together for Royal Ravens. They get the dub, and maybe there were some high-pressure moments. They didn't stand up, they didn't make the plays, but in the map 5, the one that matters, they did.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you saw sort of the chemistry, especially in mid-palace, on offense between Afro and Gismo. They were able to open rounds up. They gave them those man advantages. On the other side for Guerrillas, they were trying to maybe play a little bit slower, go for those sneak plans towards B, but London just didn't allow it to happen.
It's just a weird one when you think about it on paper, like with the hard points both going to Ravens, a chance to maybe win it through controls and search if you're Guerrillas. But I'll tell you what, man, I am just so happy. As much as I love seeing new players come in, it's great to see Nastie, Gismo, Afro, like names like that. I'm just so happy to see Zero back on the main stage, man. It brings me literal joy.
No, yeah, 100%. And you know, I think he's happy he's got these guys around him. But for LAG, listen, this is the big thing for them starting in that winners round 1, right? You have that second life now. I think they played pretty darn well. A lot of people obviously were picking London with the year that they had.
Yeah, I guess it's like, you can't always rely on the clutches. Like, there were a lot of them that got them here. You know, you think about the round 4 of the control, or I don't know, what, 3 or 4 rounds in the search.
Yeah, that game too. I mean,
yeah, it's hard to like rely on that, but I guess when you have players like this, maybe you're just going to be the ones that step up in the clutch spots and give yourself a chance. But
I think it's hard to rely on, but I think we see at times to be some limitations to the map pool here for LAG, right? That's why they haven't played this map. It's been one of their vetoes. But the key is really London winning both of those hard points, where talked about them being just such a strong hard point team in LAG all year long. They had the chance, the opportunity, you know, to win this series, but it doesn't happen.
The Royal Ravens will continue on, and you know, Joe, you probably have them somewhere spotted like the top 4, a team that certainly could make a run, maybe potentially win a tournament. Maybe not your favorite overall, but does anything change really from this series?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if anything, there were just a lot of mistakes, and I think they should be happy that they survived this winners round 1. Again, they're going to be learning a lot from it and trying to make those adjustments. I think, you know, Nastie had a great series, which is a good look for them. I think maybe you want to see a little bit more Afro, especially in some of those respawns, but they survived.
No, I love it. I just think when you're a young team, losing is learning sometimes. And, you know, you have these situations which, you know, maybe you don't see necessarily in online scrims that you need. Online LAN's a different, or online versus LAN's just a different beast. Like having them here at a major. Now, how do you learn from them, and how far can this team go? Because they're a fun squad to watch. I mean, I love this Ravens team, and I'm curious to see how far they can go.
Yeah, and you can just see sort of the trust in one another, the communication. When they have to slow down, they do. Who's taking those routes? But if you're just joining us, here's a recap. Both hard points go the way of London. Game 5 goes the way of London. They're going to advance. For LAG, if they could, you know, fix up, maybe get back to that hard point. It's tough because when you're such a one-dimensional team, in a lot of the prep, you're focusing on controlling S&D. Then maybe some mistakes pop up in hardpoint, right? You got to go back and fix that. It's just like putting Band-Aids everywhere.
Yeah, it's like weird. It's like, do you view it as a positive that they came in and won the search and control, or is it like, oh, are they putting work into that? Now the hardpoint's struggling.
Yeah, that's always, I've had that before.
You got to see more.
It's such a pain to deal with.
Yeah, no, it really is. I'm sure you've experienced it all, but for Joe and I, it was fun to be back. We're going to see you more throughout the course of the weekend. The fans have been brilliant. The arena has been amazing, but we'll get it back over to the desk, Belly, and the squad. Let's break it down.
Wait, by the way, can we get a round of applause for Merc and Maven actually being back? Fantastic commentary. But the London Royal Ravens coming out big, capturing that big W. Chance, quick thoughts, man. That Tuscan hardpoint was really close. It could have gone either way. I think it really set the tone for a great series.
I mean, so it obviously was a battle for a bit, but I think over the course of stage one, we saw that Ravens have those flashes of dominance. So you squeak out the close wins, and then you go into Berlin and you blow a team out and get that confidence for the map 5. I mean, I think we said it going in. It might be close. LAG might have beat them before, but Ravens have just straight up looked like the better team.
Yeah, that second hardpoint was the most dominant thing that I've seen this year. It was Nasty. And speaking of Nasty, aLLeY, that guy popped off. I said he was, what, potential personified.
You know what, Nasty was disgusting last year in Challengers, and I feel like we were all just waiting for him to hit form, right? I feel like he hit form in this series, as well as Zero. Those two, this was a lights-out series for them. Nasty staying alive, P3, Church, for no reason. Excuse me, not Church, back of Money Hill. And just keeping LAG off the point, that was game deciding. And Zero, the B cap, can we talk about that?
Yes.
By himself on Beyond Gavutu, that is something we have yet to see. He caps that at the same time as A. That might be the fastest round of control we've ever seen.
You're right. And Nameless, any final thoughts about this matchup, man? That was a banger.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing series. And for what it's worth, I felt like both teams improved upon some of the things that were looking bad during stage 1 regular play. I mean, you look at LAG, they were 1-4 control, 2-5 in search and destroy. In that series, they look better in all those game modes, right? Like even that last search, which went the way of the London Royal Ravens, there were some good moments for LAG. But yeah, the rotations for the London Royal Ravens, immaculate when it came to Berlin. So that's something that they got just way better at. So, you know, the ceiling on this team is really high. I'm excited to see how they progress through this tournament.
London just runs in the hills and just kills everybody. But speaking of which, we actually have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight interview with the one and only Nasty. Miles, take it away.
Thank you very much, Veli. I'm, of course, joined by the one and only Nasty, mate. Firstly, congratulations on what was a hard-fought win. That was a tight series.
It was too hard-fought, honestly. We should have won 3-0, 5-0.
It was a sweat one, for sure. I mean, obviously, the first map was crazy. You made a massive play, aLLeY talking about it on the desk there. What was going through your head towards the end there? Because obviously, it was very tight. You could still go either way when it comes to P1. What was that? I mean, was it ice in the veins? Was it game fuel? What was it?
Rotate, because we don't rotate. So it's about time we rotated and held that P1 down. It was way too close. We have small mistakes still costing us and making the maps too close.
I mean, speaking of close, of course, map 2 and 3 were unbelievable. You did pull out something wild on the Gavutu control, one of the fastest rounds of control I think we've ever seen in Vanguard, especially. Can you walk us through what happened that?
So Trey made an unreal play and went to B early when we hit an A, and honestly, we surprised ourselves with that because that was the cleanest we've ever played it, so it's good.
It was a real close one, mate. Indeed, every single map was very exciting except for the Berlin. Hardpoint's looking fine. Mostly, I mean, is there anything you're thinking about going forward? Obviously, you set yourselves up going into the tournament now quite comfortably. Are you looking forward to the next matchup, or are you a little worried in any way?
Not worried. We just need to clean up our S&D. We get kills and then we don't do anything with it, so if we work on that, I think we'll be really well.
Love it. Anything to say to the haters and the fans out there, because this arena was loving that last series.
I appreciate all of you cheering for us, and shout out the UK fans, best in the world.
Thank you very much, mate. Congrats again, give you one of those. That was our Game Fuel victory spotlight. Desk, take it away.
Yo, shout out to Europe for just one moment, but to put a bow on top of all of this, Nameless, LAG, they copped the first L this event so far, moving into the loser side of the bracket, but we gotta admit, man, there were great things that we saw. Hoop, for example, that guy was insane.
I mean, that's huge, right? Like, he's the guy that needs to be the consistent superstar on the team. We haven't seen it yet, but in that series, there were some of the best moments that Hook has had all season long. So if he can continue that level of play, and they can get back to the hard point that we saw throughout regular season, that is a team that is extremely dangerous. I mean, they had the second best hardpoint record coming into the major. We just did not see it there. So just go back, watch the film, and come back strong.
I just want to see Gunless snipe once more. But Chance, it was fun having you as a guest analyst here so far. And coming up next, we have Atlanta FaZe going against Boston Breach. Do you think this is going to be a close game at all?
No, not really. There's potential for the S&D maybe to go to a Game 5, or a Game 5, round 11, sorry. But no, I would say 3-0, watching Atlanta FaZe, even in scrims, utterly dominant. We haven't seen like Simp and aBeZy quite be the nightmares that they can, and they're still going undefeated in the stages, and I think we've seen the improvements from the team. I'll also say, ranked plays just come out. For anybody that's like trying to learn how to play, especially main ARs, watch Arcitys on the minimap nonstop. Pay attention to the early rotations. He will be teaching consistently, but no, I'm going FaZe 3-0 for sure.
3-0 coming from Chance. All right, we're going to get the predictions for the rest of the town later on. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, Boston Breach versus Atlanta FaZe. Hopefully that series delivered just like what we just saw now. By the way, London Royal Ravens with a big win. Congrats to them. We'll see you all in a second.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Keep the comms up, boys. Remember, keep the comms up.
Yeah. Recognize flips immediately, man. Let's stay in the sauce here. Come on.
I like that. Stay in the sauce. Hold the marinara. Come
Ladies
back.
and gentlemen, welcome back to Comms Check, and we've got Kenny!
You ain't gonna give me a kiss. I'm just gonna give you another kiss. Mwah.
My eyebrows are twitching. I need to get in this lobby. Start it now, Jake. Start it.
110%.
Thumbs up, boys. Let's go.
Thumbs up. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. 110% until it's over.
130. 130. Let's bump it up.
150.
Oh my God. But most importantly, boys, let's have some fun.
If I do deep breathing, I'll start falling asleep.
Yeah, ready? You're not getting me.
Bro.
What'd you do if I done that and a load of snot just came flying out?
Breathing in like we're ultra.
Yeah, everyone do what Clay just did.
Me? I'm not breathing.
You're not breathing?
Yeah.
If you ain't breathing, you ain't thinking, homie. This is true.
Sorry, I'm a idiot.
You are.
He's gonna be out of breath before this. Gosh, no tax spring left.
It's because Ben's got the air purifier next to him, bro.
He's got so much air. Nothing over here, bro. You're just stealing all the air.
Game is not starting, it's ending?
Game is restarting.
Game is restarting. Heard that.
No! No!
Should be any second.
Holy
Good comms.
Any second. It could be 20 seconds.
It could be right now.
2,000 seconds. Could be 2 million seconds.
He's like a socks on. You're a psychopath, man. It's comfy, bro. You gotta try it.
I don't know, if you follow people 4 times, mate, it's harder than steel. I need a haircut.
I got some clippers. Dude, do you have a bowl?
A bowl?
I'll give you a bowl cut, homie.
Oh, look at my hair.
Please, handsome, bro.
Yo, Clay's got the hat off. We're going to win.
Bro,
We are going to win.
oh my gosh. We won.
And what do? We need to break kill Zach.
Kill them.
Yeah, kill him. What's the best way to kill him in their head? My gun, baby. Oh, okay.
Smile if you like the COD League.
Smiling, right?
Welcome back to the CDL, and if you guys are excited to see Boston Breach take that main stage versus the Atlanta FaZe, go ahead and make some noise. Woo! Okay, it's coming, it's coming. I got scared for a second, And welcome back to the Des, where we just saw the London Royal Ravens get a big win over the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and moving forward, we actually have Merc on the desk replacing Chance. And
hello,
Merc. How's it feel to be back, man?
You know, we were a little nervous coming into it. I won't lie, right? But obviously it felt good. After that first map, we looked at each other like, yeah, we're all right. We've done this a few times, but I always enjoy coming on the desk, so I'm excited to be here.
Yes, and we also, of course, have aLLeY, who's been doing fantastic, along with Nameless, the OG, man. But let's talk about it. Atlanta versus Boston, and teams are starting to bring it, right? Like, we just saw London Royal Ravens get some big, dominant wins, but when it comes to Boston Breach, they're going to have to bring it as well.
Absolutely, and you know, across the board, they're actually second in break percentage and hard points, so they have a chance here, right, to upset Atlanta, but Atlanta's looked so undefeated, and they are continuing the run from last year, so it's really up to Boston to be on point right out the gates, right? Try to steal a hard point early, head into the S&D like the beginning of the year, and hopefully get in early.
You're right. Nameless, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what do they got to do?
Need a standout performance from Capsidal. 1.14 HP KD, 6th amongst all players, and he's going to have to absolutely do that in this series. You know, this is a terrible matchup for these guys. They like to play Bocage hardpoint going up against FaZe, who's by far the best Bocage team, and I believe there's a Bocage Search and Destroy in this series as well, so it's going to be very tough, so you need him to stand out. And then play together and respawn, 11th in non-traded death percentage. Basically, they're 11th in trades. They're not trading their teammates' deaths. Moving on, can they keep up the break-heavy gameplay in hardpoint? Boston is second in break percentage, which is fantastic, but the problem is Atlanta is first in hold percentage. So, you know, it's unstoppable force going up against an immovable wall. So we'll see if they're able to do it. But seeing as how FaZe has been playing as of late, I don't think so, man. I think this is a very tough series.
All right, Merc, you saw what happened last year. Atlanta FaZe, esports team of the year last year, dominated everything, and they haven't skipped a beat yet so far.
Yeah, I think, though, if you look at last year, when did they struggle? It was typically like early in series at times. I think for Boston Breach, if they can win this first hard
hardpoint, we always used to talk about putting the pressure on this Atlanta FaZe team, right? So I think they're a team where at times they can get lackadaisical early in tournaments. So for Atlanta FaZe, it's important to have that hot start. But Boston Breach, I mean, this is a squad. They take map 1, you have Big Cap go off. Who knows what could happen in this series?
Well, we're going to see. But when it comes to Atlanta and the game fuel keys to victory, aLLeY, what do you have for us?
You know what? I'm going to summarize this up really quick for everybody here in the stadium. Keep doing what you're doing, Atlanta FaZe, because you're doing incredibly well at it. I mean, across the board, come on. The game fuel keys to victory is basically keep your fundamentals on it, holding 86% of hills on hardpoint. First overall, you know, keep finding the first blood. You're second in 4v3 win percentage. It's just, there's so little you can pick out when it comes to this Atlanta FaZe squad. Maybe, I don't know, win the hardpoint early. That seems to be the only part where they really struggle is early in the series, like you said. And Texas, maybe the curse is real, but honestly, across the board, Atlanta FaZe has been looking dominant.
Can you imagine, Nameless, if there was a player to watch in this entire lobby right now, who's the biggest standout to you?
I mean, it's Cellium. He's the best player in the world right now. And honestly, there's a big gap between him and the second person there. So, you know, I'm looking at him once again. It feels like this game was made for him. And keep in mind, like last time that these guys played, like Simp was going off with the automaton as well. Like we saw him step up in performance when they need that third AR. So these guys are firing on all cylinders right now. I'm just excited to see if they can bring it in all 3 game modes. Control at times has been a little weird for FaZe. So there's a few things that they're still actively working on that I'm expecting them to be pinpoint accuracy on this stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for pick'ems, all right? And obviously, I'm going with Atlanta FaZe. You just don't bet against them, especially when Boston plays against them. I like Boston, though, so, you know, no shade. Merc.
I'm Joe Atlanta FaZe. I mean, I like this Boston team a lot, but I think that, you know, they're still a very young team. True. This is just a matchup where, as we said, it's difficult. They try to play with a lot of pace. The other side of that is Atlanta FaZe, who does it better.
Exactly. Okay, aLLeY, you and I, we love an upset story, okay? We love it. We love Boston.
I love it.
But are you going to rock with them against the league's best?
Unfortunately, I can't. I have to go with Atlanta FaZe, but
Okay.
the upset potential is astronomical with this Boston Breach squad, so I wouldn't be surprised.
All right, Nameless, last time you went against the grain, man. You picked different from everybody else on the desk. This time around, you going to join the party?
No, I'm right smack dab in the middle of my mind, and so I'm picking Atlanta FaZe. They're going to win this in, I believe, 3-0 fashion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get the games ready, but before we do, we're going to hit a short break, and after that, we're going to see CDL's Team of the Year last year, Atlanta FaZe, and see if they can dominate this time around. They're playing against the Boston Breach. We'll see you all in a minute.
And he'll have some words for Grim 6. Forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of the bait, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? On the fence, punch.
There's 2, I'm just 3.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium, who fights 2 right off the rim, makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The BZ waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. And there it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Hello, Texas. How we doing? Now I apologize. I've been glistening. If I'm flashbanging anybody in the audience, that's on me. I've been sweating my ass off, but we're having fun. And we got an incredible matchup coming up. Let's get right to it. First off, let's introduce Atlanta FaZe. Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp. What a tear they have been since forming.
I guess the late cheers coming in when I tried to hype up the crowd was real. They're not liking him right now. What are your thoughts?
I can't wait to watch Cellium play. He is having an MVP year. Every time we watch him play, he's showing us something new, a different way to play the map, a different angle. This kid is unreal. We're about to watch some spectacular gameplay.
Miles, these are the Kings versus the underdogs. Excuse me, Maven. Go ahead and introduce Boston Breach.
We keep it going. On the other side of it, they're gonna have to take down the Tears. Let's meet them, Boston Breach. We've got Capsidal, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero getting ready to fight.
I be telling you, man, the crowd is loving Boston Breach, and I'm pretty sure Capsidal is taller than the Titan Terriers combined, so we'll see if he'll be able to translate that in map.
Big Cap on the main stage. We got my boy Zinni out there. I can't wait to see this team fry. What we're ready for, maybe.
Here we go. It's time to get it started. We've got FaZe, Boston Breach ready to battle. Let's get into our casters. We've got Lado and Standy.
Thank you so much, Clint. Yeah, you weren't lying. Your headset is indeed very, very sweaty, but we'll do our best to try and provide what is going to be an amazing, amazing series. We've got the Atlanta FaZe taking on the Boston Breach. Jay, it is going to be an interesting series, right? The #1 seed versus the #8. A big moment already for Breach in their very first major.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult series for the Breach side. Obviously, Atlanta faced throughout qualifiers. They go 5-0, undefeated. And then for Boston side, they started off 2-0, but then they lose 3 straight. Atlanta FaZe, New York, and OpTic. And I feel like the biggest loss for them to avoid this situation right now was that loss to New York. They just picked up royalty, and they went all the way to a Game 5, unfortunately lost that. And now you are stuck with the task of going up against the best team in the game in Atlanta FaZe. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, you and I had like the last few casts to Boston Breach. We were talking about this story of, okay, hey, this team's starting off well. Maybe they could have a nice little, winner seed overall. Then the loss to New York. Then they had the loss versus OpTic. Granted, they do win the one map that does guarantee winners. The problem being is that they're facing off against the best team in the game. And the craziest part about it all, Jay, is that Simp is not even on Simp-like levels as of yet. But maybe this could be the map set in which that young man can go off. We have got Bocage Hardpoint to start things off, followed up by Tuscan Search and Destroy, Tuscan Control, Tuscan Hardpoint, and a good old Bocage S&D. It's a Bocage sandwich, and it's about to get mixy, Jay.
This is going to be a really difficult series for the side of Boston Breach because on both the first 2 maps, they are 2-2. Atlanta FaZe are 2-0 on Bocage Hardpoint. They're 2-0 on Tuscan Search and Destroy, and they're also 2-0 on Tuscan Control. And I'm pretty sure Boston has yet to play Tuscan Control. So if Boston do not answer early into this series on this Bocage Hardpoint, I feel like it's going to get out of hand quickly.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I mean, if you're the Boston Breach, if you're a fan of Boston, which I'm sure there's a decent amount in the crowd, it's a little scary in these first 3. As you said, Atlanta have yet to lose any of our very first 3 maps. And I mean, to tell you what, man, Bocage, Simp, and aBeZy, it feels like the map was made for him. On top of that, Cellium, as Ant listed out, right, as Namos was talking about on the desk, looks to be the best player in the world. I mean, I think it's fair to say, right? From the Breach end, you're looking at a player like Capsidal to try to provide some upset potential. But who else from the Breach side do you have to look at along with him? It's got to be 2 players at least.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at TJ. All throughout qualifiers, he's putting up a .93. We said it when this Boston roster was formed. He needs to be the X factor. He has to step up today.
There you hear the chants. Arlington, a big fan of this Boston roster as we are already into P1 here on Bocage. As you saw the graphic listed, one of the more crazier hills on this very map and mode. As Atlanta starting things off well, a nice 9-0 advantage. They wiped the board early, but still Boston lingering as they'll put their first seconds on the board, and Arcitys is there for 1 and there for 2.
And so far, the 2 times that Atlanta FaZe have played this map, they are basically winning both times by a margin of 70 points. So right now, Atlanta FaZe putting a lot of pressure towards this P1 hardpoint, a lot of pressure towards low trenches, as Simps does find 4. That's a good way to start for the MVP. As they do flip the spawns, 10 seconds remaining, they're going to set up for P2.
Yeah, right on cue, right? We're talking about Simp. Man, it's not been the greatest start for the guy, despite the team that sits at 5-0, and he's about to be starting things off with a nice little 5 spree. Thank you very much, TJ. Atlanta still with spawns, but Breach will be inside of P2 a little early. One more way from Streaks. The Simp will earn it. Does get taken down, but his presence is felt as now Atlanta inside of the hill. Capsidal trying to make a play.
And now kills going back and forth. Nero's able to win a huge one-on-one versus aBeZy, but Simp trying to do everything he can in towards bottom bar, and Atlanta FaZe currently up by 10 points. With 30 seconds remaining, you probably get this 1 or 2 more good pushes if you're Boston. But Atlanta, they have this cut off, even though they're spawning towards lower trenches. With 25 seconds left, Boston has to start thinking about that rotation.
And this is the thing too, Jay. I mean, we've talked about it constantly for this Breach roster. Has been the start of the season, great in search and destroy. As of late, it has been more about the hard point game. All things considered, right? We're starting things off on a Bocage as Cap will find 3 in a row. How important is this hard point for Breach considering the S&D has been shaky lately?
It's huge because when the last time that these two teams matched up in search and destroy, Boston were able to dominate that and win it in a 6-2 fashion. So if they can just get that early momentum, they obviously have the crowd on their side, and they're starting to beam. As they do have the rotation, down 22 points. You see Atlanta starting to approach the low trenches. Number 4, Simp, trying to make a play.
And it looks as if he'll have some teammate support. He's not going to be there alone. Jumps on in. Nice little 360 spin. Unfortunately, it's aBeZy, his good old squad mate, the SMG duo that takes him down with the nade. But Atlanta, despite the team kill, will run right on through inside of bottom Grandma's. It is chaos, to put it lightly, on this hill as well. Cellium's trying to get a better perspective, aware of Nero's flank, but Nero Poison will take him down regardless. Overall traded there from Simp. Back and forth we go. But FaZe continuing with the man advantage. Will double the score of Breach for the time, but it's going to all be about this rotation now at Barn as we're down to our final 10 at our last hill.
And that's such a big kill coming in from TJ because Simp, he was their guy that's usually going to take the long route, work towards those huge one-on-one engagements, and TJ catches him off the rotation. So the remaining time does go in favor of Atlanta. They're up by 40 points, but this is where Boston can get back into this game. They just need to hold down this initial push. aBeZy does find one, puts himself in a nice little contest corner until Capsidal finds him.
Yeah, that's the plays that you want to see. Big Cap making. We know the potential that this guy has. I mean, we talked about it. He can be the difference maker in this series. A nice little play from him will net Boston some 3 seconds for the time. A big fight for Methodz to win over at the field side. He'll be able to lock it. That's 4 down. And now some free time for Breach to get back in this game and try to bring it back to more of a level heading. 30 seconds left.
You see a lot of pressure still from Atlanta FaZe towards the middle of the map. Nero going to be the last player in a position to cause some havoc. He's able to take down 2. His teammate in TJ finds the 3rd. Last player here is going to be Simp. They take him down, and Boston with a great hold on his P4 hardpoint are able to get right back into this game. Nero on a 6 spree, trying to pick up that glide.
How many times, Jay, how many times have we talked about with this guy in Nero, a rookie obviously for the Breach as he gets cut down off of that 6 spree. We know the talent that he has. I mean, in off-season scrimmages, Nero was the guy for this Boston team, has really yet to find his footing. But if he can be the difference maker today, along with Cap, along with a strong team performance, he maybe could be the X factor for this roster.
100%, because in the series versus OpTic, I'm pretty sure he was the only one over a 1.0 KD. So he needs to have that factor where he can be the best player on this roster. Yeah. And so far, sitting at 14 and 15, only down by 25 points, you're in a great position if you're Boston.
Especially versus this Atlanta FaZe team where you just feel like they could easily run away with it at any moment. But final 25 seconds left at our final hill in our first set of rotations. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. Let's go to Aliston now with the Atlanta FaZe.
Get that time, get that time. I'm pushing out. TJ, one shot shack, absolute shack. He's going river, he's going river.
You're gonna push me out left,
I think he's trying you,
TJ dead, one shot.
I'm naded river, I naded river.
I got hit by the Capsidal naded.
One shot left. That. And one shot close, okay?
Take a timer here, take a timer here.
Two, they both shot. They're gonna be in our house.
Top house, dead.
Yo, he's gonna get fucking bombing it.
They can it? Oh yeah, he can. Capsidal, I hit with the net.
Nade him on time. Nice. TJ, up to his corner.
One barrel. Big kill.
Jack, one shot Shack. He went bottom house. Nice. I'll go left him.
Then got me street. He's on the car. They're getting on and off the hill.
Nade him on time.
Netting over.
Back window dead. Left. Listen, get on left, please.
Left dead. That's all you talk about.
Nice. Need over here.
Time to pick up left, guys.
I'm on top. I have time. I'm getting it.
They're playing back right.
I'm trying to get through.
Nothing left, guys. Nothing left.
Top bar.
Yeah, top bar
still.
I
He's top bar. Nice. Good job.
One shot. He shot me crossing, guys.
It's gonna be flipped. I don't see him, man.
I'm
Stun on you guys.
I don't see him 10. I don't see him 10.
Quick on the tank.
On the tank, guys. On the tank.
Still there.
Take one shot, guys.
Well, FaZe making some big plays now over toward the field. But Jay, throughout that listening, I mean, on a map like Bocage, I feel like that's exactly what you want to have, right? A lot of little phrases being said, not too much communication, leaving things open. You don't want to make things more hectic on Bocage than they have to be.
Yeah, they sounded a little frustrated, though, with their initial pushes for that P1. They were like, hey, we got to go left. We got to make sure we win these initial gunfights. And as soon as they started winning those gunfights, they immediately flipped these spawns and now have control of this P2 hardpoint. Cellium wins a huge one-on-one versus Methodz. And even though the spawns are still coming in from breach towards lower trenches, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're in a great position to have the rotation for P3 as well.
Yeah, that's the scary part for Breach is not only do they need to get in the hill, but they also have to be prepared for next. FaZe thinking not just one, but two moves ahead as 4 will drop, and Methodz already with a big job to do. Sees constant FaZe players running throughout Bocage as they will reach that 150-second mark. And now over toward the house. Last time we saw FaZe do a great job at really retaking the spawns. This time, it will be Atlanta once more in the preferred positioning. Breach, they have got to get a break. Jay, this very well could be the hill that determines this very map as Cellium sits on 5.
Yeah, Boston needs to break in because you got to keep in mind Atlanta FaZe still have a couple streaks to work with. So when they get to that one of those hard points that are outdoors, that's where Atlanta FaZe can really blow this lead wide open as they're still holding down the spawns for this P3. Number 6 in Methodz trying to approach the backside, able to pick up a big kill on the Arcitys, so spawns will flip. And right now, Boston are in control.
In control for the moment. You see Methodz very clearly rather toward the backside, trying to watch for any of those FaZe players looking to make some flanks, but not in a position to do so. 15 seconds left. We talked about Breach. They need some time, but right then and there, FaZe break on through, aware of how much those 10 seconds could mean in the overall scoreline. 172 to 115. Breach still down, and a big hill still left to go. You talk about job being done over at the house. They're going to have to gear things up that much more now over at Barn. And as we continue to say it, Jay, FaZe are there early.
And let me tell you, Simp is sitting at 29 and 19. Keep in mind, before this series even started, his overall KD is at a 1.03. He's stepping up tremendously. He's like, hey, I've been taking the backseat for these last couple of matches, but we're back on land. Let me do exactly what I'm supposed to do, as they do have a 50-point lead right now. Boston are in control of this P4 hardpoint, but Spawn's still coming in from Atlanta.
TJ in a big spot. He ends up getting taken down. Player 5 in cap. Now he's called upon to try to make the plays. Simp goes for 2. Cellium's able to find the 3rd, and we say goodnight to Methodz, as Nero is at least able to find 1 to ease a little bit of the pain, but FaZe getting ever closer to that double century mark. Arcitys toward the top is called upon again. That'll be 2 at least for Boston, but with 13 seconds, it's going to be about the rotation again. FaZe doing a great job constantly putting themselves in positions to succeed. Boston will grab a few more of these final points as aBeZy breaks on through. And based off of our stats, I mean, this appears to be the hill right now to look at. A great opportunity for Breach, but the early 1v1s favoring neither side as Arcitys wins 1 toward the side. Methodz trying to lock spawns in for this hill. aBeZy hunting and searching still as they'll find the kill he's looking for. Traded out. Back and forth we go. Nobody on the hill as of now.
Boston are able to find 2 kills, make it 3 as Capsidal holding down mid-gate. Only being down 53 points. They can get a good hold on this hard point. They'll only be down 20. Nero doing everything he can from the point, takes down aBeZy, but Cellium finds Methodz. Nero's gonna be the last player here. He takes down 2, unfortunately will get traded. And this should allow Atlanta FaZe to break on it.
Looks to be good to do so, but right on cue, TJ is there. He'll break on in with 13 seconds left. Breach needing every single second available. And now as we get in toward the reset, you really call upon Boston. Really in a particular hard point that is not easy to get seconds on. It's about denying FaZe the time, but also trying to be aware of spawns, trying to be aware of where Atlanta could be roaming, where they could be hiding as the kill feed lights up for Breach. A good start.
And right now, Boston, they are getting outslayed tremendously. You have 3 players from Atlanta FaZe already reached that 30 kill mark. Simp just past 40. But Boston, they're only down by about 25 points. They just have to get a good contest off of this P1 hard point. As they're trying to flip these spawns, Nero finds 2. Putting on a lot of pressure towards the right side. Unfortunately, he gets taken down, but they're putting a lot of pressure to try to flip these spawns as Methodz going to work his way through low trenches. Unfortunately, gets taken down, but still 25 seconds on this P1.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, Jay, they brought this one back. 20 seconds left at P1, and Boston doing an excellent job. TJ in a big spot. He ends up getting taken down.
Flip.
FaZe once more in the preferred positioning. Breach do the job that they have to at our last 3 hills, but can they do it again? FaZe within 30 seconds as aBeZy looks to the middle of the map to try to make his teammates' lives at that objective that much easier. What have Breach got brewing? A huge opportunity, a big spot for them as one player who's trying to make the flank with Nero, he gets cut down. The other rookie falls as well. Boston from the front. They've got somebody in the time.
And Atlanta FaZe are all sprinting towards lower trenches. So it's time to set up some team nades. Cellium able to take down TJ. Arcitys with great shots onto Nero, and aBeZy finds the third. Last player on the point is going to be Cap. He gets taken down, and with 35 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe can close it out here.
They absolutely can. And Simp watching a very common route. TJ looking both ways, but not looking toward the bottom. Great plays from Simp, laying prone. 8 seconds left before FaZe calls this one their own. As Simp, by the way, sits on 46 and 29. A statement game already from Atlanta. Feels like consolation kills at this point as Breach will break in for a moment. The nade will at least leave the hill vacant. The Breach will walk away with the final seconds. But it's Atlanta on the rotation. They're ready for this next one. Can anybody from Boston get here in time? 1 more second, and that will be the game. Atlanta not necessarily dominating in the score, but from the kill department, it was not close at all.
It was definitely not close. But that's definitely a little bit sloppy on the side of Atlanta FaZe. When you're out slaying like that, for Boston to stay in the game the way that they were, that means they were winning the key gunfights when needed, off the rotations or holding out great setups towards that P4 hardpoint. But I feel like Atlanta FaZe, they were just able to open this game wide open off the second rotation. The first rotation, Boston were able to hold down that P4 for about 25 to 30 seconds. But this time, Atlanta FaZe had the spawns, they were able to secure it, and they were able to walk away with map number 1.
Like, look at that. Cellium goes +10. He's like, look at me, guys. And aBeZy's like, yeah, but I went 39 and 37. And Simp's like, hey, screw you guys. I went 46 and 30. The slaying from Atlanta.
Traded.
Unbelievable. As we said, I mean, the score doesn't really tell the full story, but you got 2 players nearly dropping 40. You got Cellium who goes +10. I mean, it's just continuing to make the case. You do not want to see Atlanta FaZe on Bocage. Breach learned that the hard way. I mean, what, Jay? It's a map that Breach like. We talked about how important that it is, but Atlanta continuing to strut, and it was all the plays early that just let us know off the rip that this team is ready here at this major.
Yeah, like Simp literally started with the glide bomb at the end of that P1 hardpoint. He goes on at 7th Street right off the rip. And at that point, if you're Simp, you're starting off 7-1, you're playing out of the story, you're on top of the world, you're feeling yourself, you're ego challenging everything. And even though they outslayed them tremendously in that map number 1, Atlanta FaZe would definitely go back and look at that, because when you're outslaying by that much, you need to be able to close it out by at least 100 or 150 points. They were dominating in the slaying department.
Yeah, that's the best part, right, about Coach Crowder, right? We know that he's going to go through, he's going to watch the bot and say, okay, you know, the slaying numbers look nice, but guys, what really did we, rather, what were the mistakes? Like, there are some things that we have got to clean on up. I mean, from a fan's perspective, obviously it looks like a solid win from Atlanta. A few things still to work out, but you will take the win regardless, as Bocage will belong to the Atlanta FaZe to start off this series. And normally, Jay, we'd be talking about the Boston Breach and saying, okay, cool, you know, Search and Destroy is up next. The problem for Boston is that they've lost their last 3 searches in a row.
Yeah, it hasn't been good for Boston when it comes to Search and Destroy. They always find themselves either getting First Blooded or First Blood. But even when they're getting First Blooded, they win a majority of their rounds 3v4.
Yeah.
Just in the last 2 series, when they went up against New York, they lose the game 2, they lose the game 5. And then obviously in the series versus OpTic, goes all the way down to the end, and they were able to lose that as well. So if you're Boston, you just gotta completely forget how you've been playing Search and Destroy for these last 3 days. Or at least fix those little mistakes, because this is the map that's going to get you back into this series. You allow Atlanta FaZe to go up 2-0, and then you're going into a Tuscan control that you have yet to play all year long.
Yeah.
It's not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's also a terrifying sight, because, you know, if you're on the Boston side, you're like, hey, you know, we're coming into this match, maybe we can win a hard point of Search and Destroy, and then Simp comes out, a guy who we know has explosive potential, already considered to be one of the greatest players of all time. A slower start to the season, but by no means a slow opener on that Bocage. Atlanta take it 250 to 207. Hope you guys like Tuscan, because we're going to be here a while. Tuscan Search and Destroy. Jay, I mean, walk me through it, buddy. What do we expect to see on this map for both these teams?
A lot of offensive wins. I'm expecting aBeZy and Simp to just take over the middle of the map whenever they want. But one thing that Boston do great in the defensive round is that they catch you off guard when they decide to attack towards the middle of the map. Pretty sure we saw Capsidal in their last match just jump straight out of top church. Fortunately, he gives up his life for free, but that's the kind of aggression you're going to have to put on versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, because they're not going to slow down. You're going to know that Simp's going to work the late flank. You just need to make sure that your teamwork is on point and your trades are on point.
Yeah, without question. And obviously, this conversation will continue to elevate once the Search Destroy is concluded, once the series has ended, and obviously if it's in favor of the Atlanta FaZe. But, I mean, as we said, Jay, this is really Atlanta trying to catch their bearings. They start off 5-0. There's still a few things that they have to work on, but The only team with an unbeaten record, the only team who really seems to have all 3 game modes somewhat figured out. This is a great start for them, and really it's going to come down to those vets you see in the center of your screen, Methodz and TJ, to really guide this team back. As we said, not great in Search Destroy lately, but good old Zenny versus one of the best teams in the entire game. He's going to have to make some play calls, going to have to work smart if Breach expect to make this series close, but it's going to be a fun one, and as you said, a lot of offense expected on this Tuscan. I mean, what? I don't know exactly like how to evaluate all the Search Destroy maps, but Tuscan can get crazy much like Bocage does.
It definitely can, man, because like I said, offensive attack, I mean, on the offensive side, you just want to be super aggressive towards that A bomb. If you're not going to work the immediate bomb plant, at least you're going to stall out the time to allow everybody on the defensive side to use their team nades. Once you get that team nade, where you get that information that they do not have any more nades in their back pocket, that's when eventually when you want to work that bomb plant. But at the same time, you need to make sure that you're always focused on that late flank, because playmakers like TJ, playmakers like Simp are always going to try to find that opening.
Yeah, without question. And I know we just saw it there for a moment. A little highlight in the social media side. Everybody talking about it. Simp and aBeZy. Okay, I'm going to say it, Mr. Adam Apicella. I know we're talking about $5 donations here and there, but the tiny tears, man. I mean, it's terrifying to face off against these guys. And the fact that you've got double Bocage, you've got Tuscans where these guys can roam. I mean, Bocage very well could have just been a warm-up.
I know, and the fact that they both dropped 40 basically on that map number 1, like, they're delusional confident at this point. Going into a Tuscan, well, 3 straight Tuscans, and even if it gets to that Bocage, it's not going to slow down the pressure from these 2 SMG players. I don't really know why Boston decided to put the map vetoes the way that they did, because when you talk about Atlanta FaZe, their strongest suit is the tiny terrorists. Yeah. And if those guys are going off, that's when they see a lot of success.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about Simp and aBeZy a lot, and for obvious reasons. But can we give a little bit of some love to MC? We're talking about the top Search Destroy performers for either side. TJ, an excellent KD. I mean, a 1.29 in Search Destroy. That's incredible. Cellium has a 2.68 Search Destroy KD.
Double.
A 2.6.
That's basically 2 TJs.
It is.
A little bit more.
It actually is. That's a great point. It actually is.
That's an insane stat from Cellium.
I don't know what number 2 is, but it cannot match good old MC. And I know, I mean, Nameless was talking about it earlier, buddy. Like, this game just seems to fit Cellium's playstyle so well. Yeah. And every time that we're listening to pros talk about facing off against him, it's that he's always putting himself in the more favorable position. And obviously in a game mode like Search Destroy, that's going to work out for you perfectly.
100%. 2.6 KD. The guy's barely dying, and he gets a majority of the first bloods as well. So it's not like he's just camping back, just sitting in a corner. He's out there being super aggressive, definitely posted up on a head glitch and just making the gunfight a little bit easier. But on the opposite side, you saw TJ. TJ has to be the guy in Search and Destroy. Yeah. We know what he's able to do in that first blood department. It's either TJ's getting first blood or first blooded. You need to make sure that you're winning those initial gunfights, especially versus one of the SMG players on the side of Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to continue to call on the rookies. Obviously, we know the KDs that TJ has had, but when we talk about this Boston team, the big discussion around this roster was, hey, they got some great Search Destroy talent on this roster, and this is where they will be tested the most. So many weapons at your disposal if you are the Atlanta FaZe. And also on top of that, Simp, who we said had a great hardpoint performance. The respawns haven't been as Simp-like as we're supposed to expect. He's also got a 1.45 throughout our Major 1 qualifiers. So again, it's not an easy ask if you are the Boston Breach, but maybe this could be their opportunity. It's been their bread and butter previously. Can it be this time in the biggest of situations? Breach down 0-1, and now with this Tuscan Search Destroy up next. And as we said, Jay, a very scary Tuscan control, that of which Boston has yet to play. The next map, Breach has never played it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of unknowns.
It's not going to be easy for Boston. They need to answer on this map, number 2. And like I said, it's going to be on TJ, the playmaker, to go out there and get that first blood. But also on Nero, because I'm pretty sure Nero's going to be their bomb carrier. We saw the way that a lot of these bomb carriers play Search and Destroy. One great example is aSim. Like, what he's able to do around that bomb site, just finesse his way around and just work the bomb plant at the right time. That's the plays that Nero's going to need to make.
See what Nero can do. We'll see what Breach can do. Atlanta FaZe considered to be the best Search and Destroy team in the game, and that will be tested versus this Boston roster who has called this mode their best at many a time. And right on cue, it's aBeZy with the first blood, doing the thing that we expect him to. TJ on the return. So at least a nice little reply there if you are Boston, and based off the map positioning, they just basically told aBeZy, hey, go flying, buddy.
Yeah, he actually found a great opening to find that first blood before it does get traded. So now in the 3v3, you see Simp Røkkr's range towards bottom church. He's going to be behind 2 players. Unfortunately, TJ does take him down. And Nero does find the third. So now it's all on Arcitys in the 1v3. 45 seconds remaining.
Arcitys, big job to do. 40 seconds. He's also got the bomb on his back. So at the very least, best position that you could possibly be in. Beams, Methodz off the head glitch. A great start. As Boston got somewhat of a crossfire set up, he can meet Nero very quickly. Is he going to predict it? Looks as if he won't. Nero with the big kill there at the end as Boston will secure our first.
And that's good stuff out of Boston because I thought right off the rip Atlanta FaZe, they played that beautifully. Once aBeZy gets in towards bottom church, he finds that first blood. He tries to go out there and be a little bit aggressive and then eventually gets taken down. But then he should have gave all the information to his teammates that there's nobody at this A site. Yeah. It's a free A bomb plant. Let's just get it down. Let's play the 3v3 retake. But unfortunately, Boston were able to slowly pick them apart, force it into a 3v1, take down Arcitys, take round 1.
Yeah, they basically just throw aBeZy as like a scout for information, but they don't really do a whole lot off of that information. Boston walking away with our first, and now they will take their first whack at the attacking end. And as we said on Tuscan, offensive teams winning a majority of the time. It's not as high of a percentage as we like to make it out to be, but the key to winning on attack is placing down that bomb. The problem being for Boston is that they've lost their bomb carrier. Nero falls. Arcitys still lingering through the middle as he gets dropped as well. Back and forth we go, but the unfortunate team kill happens as Capsidal goes flying. It's all on to Methodz and TJ.
Now in the 3v2. Unfortunate stun kill coming in from Methodz onto his teammate. But this should allow TJ to slowly start working up this A site. Can we find at least one? Simp does give the call out. The double challenge is going to come in. TJ, it's only a matter of time before he drops, and now Methodz left in the 1v3. Bomb's going to be down on that A site.
All up to Methodz. It'll be a great round to have, and as we said on cue, right? Cellium in the preferred positioning, hanging out toward top church. That will be one of the easier kills that he'll have throughout the entirety of the game. Just so much room if you're Atlanta across the entirety of the map, but as you said, they play the 3v2 great. They're challenging, knowing that they have numbers, and a great responding around there from FaZe.
Yeah, we've casted a lot of Boston Breach, and I saw the immediate difference in that round, and that first offensive round for them. You usually see Methodz going towards top fire, but you know Cellium's going to be towards top church. You're not going to try to give him that first blood.
The guy's got a 2.6 KD. I think you should try to avoid him at all costs. Or maybe, I don't know, try to get him out in the first blood. It's easier said than done, but FaZe now on the attack. See if we can get our first bomb plant of this search and destroy as aBeZy will look to make that happen. As you called the partner, Cellium toward top fire. The AR spread throughout the middle of the map, and TJ gets met with an early shot there from Arcitys. Takes his head clean off, but Nero right on cue takes aBeZy off of that bomb plant.
So down to 3v2. Nero was able to find some great timing towards that A bomb. Capsidal does find one, forces it to a 2v2 situation, and this is where Nero can get a play. He's going to be behind someone. Shots are going to come in. Capsidal's able to win that 1v1 now. It turns into a 1v2 for Cellium.
How about the Rooks making the plays? Down a man, it doesn't matter. Excellent coordination from Cap and Nero. The players that we talked about had to turn up, specifically versus the man with the #1 S&D KD in the game, Mr. 2.6, Cellium. 20 seconds left. Receives a few shots. Decides to reposition himself. That's going to be one, but Cap's going to be there to shut him down. Great plays from the Breach. It gets a little dicey toward the end, but they'll walk away with the round regardless. How about the plays out of the rookies?
That's great work coming in from Boston because they ended up getting first blooded there, but Nero, he does not hesitate on that push through that A bomb. He finds that first kill onto the player and then stays alive. We saw that happen with OpTic.
Yeah.
Shotzzy, round 11, he was able to get to their side of the map and just cause problems on the side of the opposite team. And that's exactly what Nero was able to do there. So they were able to clutch up the round, now take a 2-1 lead back on the attack.
I mean, like I said, it cannot be understated. The value of a player like Nero, especially in these search and destroys, he has got all the potential in the world. As Cellium gonna find Methodz off the rip, and we'll continue to talk about it. First bloods, Methodz maybe not one to challenge Cellium as often, but he'll have to go ahead and calm out inside of the death screen as Cap does get some information on Simp. TJ, meanwhile, does have that sniper out lingering in toward middle. Trades back and forth, but it's Breach without the man advantage. Through the walls we go, and Cap met with some great shots there from Simp. TJ in a 1 versus 3. He's got the car, but I don't think it's going to be happening.
Yeah, 45 seconds left. He does spot one. But now the 3v1, if you're Atlanta FaZe, you know he has a sniper. Everybody just fly directly at him. He's not going to snipe all three. That's exactly what they're going to do. TJ able to... Oh, I thought he took down one. He did not take down one.
At least damages him up a little bit.
The Rat is a really good pistol.
It is.
So I thought he was going to get that kill. But Atlanta FaZe able to take the round.
You're really good at killing me with the Rat whenever we're playing.
Ranked?
Yeah, we're like 8s and stuff.
Yeah.
You're pretty good.
Yeah, no. Got a good trigger finger, you know.
Can I play with you, by the way? Like, you're just
No, I'm really
ignoring
high.
me.
I'm 3,400 now.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not nearly that. not even close. But who knows? Maybe. I know we've got the Casters to Masters series going on. I don't know. I'm taking all the tips and tricks that I can get. Watching some of the best search destroy players in the game. Looking for that improvement. First Bloods continue to be the story. This time it's TJ. Shutting down aBeZy. Sweat off the brow if you're Boston. Knowing what a player like aBeZy can do, but it's back-to-back headshots. It's Methodz taking out the other Tiny Terror. But Arcitys on the reply. That's one. Nearly makes it a second. All up to Cellium.
Now Cellium in a 1v3. He does know the positioning of Methodz, but one player is going to come on the flank, and just like that, Boston, a great defensive round. They start off with TJ getting that first blood towards a site, and then eventually they have the numbers advantage. They knew that there was one player left by the outer area of that A-bomb. They double challenge him, take him down, force it into a 3v1. Good defensive round out of Boston.
That's what you want to see out of this team. As we said, respawn, search, destroy, a lot up in the air for this Boston team, as they've been good at really a variety of different things throughout our Major 1 qualifiers. Historically, search, destroy would appear to be their best, as they've got the advantage now up 3 rounds to 2, but we'll see what FaZe can do, what the strategy will look to be. As Cellium putting all kinds of pressure in toward Methodz, escapes with 12 HP. So he'll be communicating that information. Meanwhile, Cap also sits in a big spot over at P5, over toward this command center as the bomb will get planted. A kill here would mean everything, but aBeZy and Simp right on cue. We say goodnight to Methodz, and now it's all on to TJ. Wondering what just happened to my teammates, what just happened to this round. 30 seconds, player on the defuse, and he will get met with a variety of different shots. FaZe with a defuse, and FaZe will level the score now at 3.
And that all comes down to Simp and aBeZy. They were able to work their way through that late flank. aBeZy goes through that lower P5 area, gets to Fountain, and then finds that first blood onto the bomb carrier. Then once he finds that kill, you see Capsidal. He's like, all right, 3v4 situation. Let me try to go for a late flank. Let me try to even up the numbers at least. But Simp was ready for it. Turns it into a 4v2. Eventually, they find the third, and the last player's all the way in the spawn. Hey, just hop the bomb. We're going to be able to close out this round.
Yeah, we got him under control. We know exactly where Methodz is. Just hop on the defuse. It'll be an easy round to secure, given that it's a 1 versus 4. But story remains the same. FaZe, so many weapons, as now it's Arcity's turn. Leading through our first 6 rounds at a 7-4 scoreline. As we mentioned, big spots in P5. Breach not only issue 1, they send 3 just to make sure they've got that first blood. They'll be successful in doing it, and Capsidal takes aBeZy off the bomb.
So now in the 4v2, Cellium unfortunately not able to pick up that kill. Just so much positioning coming in from Boston. The aggression is here. Capsidal finds 3. Looking for the 4th is going to be Arcitys. Not in time, but Boston take the round once again. And I'm pretty sure for Atlanta FaZe, they were #1 on offensive rounds in S&D. They have yet to win a single offense on a Tuscan S&D. That's mind-blowing to me.
That is absolutely mind-blowing. And obviously, as we mentioned, on a map like Tuscan Search Destroy, that's where you really feel like that advantage, that strength that you possess can be at its full potential. But Breach, as we said, making the calls and a smart play at that. Send 3 through P5, and Big Cap leading the way. Sits at 8-3. Can Breach get to map point as TJ called upon, but Arcitys is there. Cap will be there for the reply. He's got the bomb in a very big position. Simp realizing such, knowing that the base could be open. A big 1v1, but Simp is there. Takes down the Røkkr. The bomb now left at the bottom side of Church. As it's all up to Methodz and Nero. In the 2 versus 3, and that's a great way to start it off.
Nero finds 1, and Methodz does call out Simp. Fortunately not able to pick up the kill. So now it's 2v2. Nero finds a huge kill onto aBeZy. Forces Simp into the 1v2. But he works his way in towards top fire. Bomb is still going to be down towards bottom Church, but Nero's able to spot him.
That's big information to have. I was going to say, yeah, Nero may just go ahead and decide to wrap this all the way over toward B. But Simp's on a round of his own. 1 versus versus 2. Great info to start. All on to the 1v1. Simp versus Methodz, and it could be in just a matter of moments. Methodz so careful toward the bottom side of church. Simp sees him. Simp spots him. Here he comes, and that will be the 1v2. They're out of Simp. A few extra shots for love, and FaZe once again level the score.
And that's just great work coming from Simp. The guy's been playing S&D ever since he's been wearing diapers. So he was prepared for any situation. Once he finds that first kill into Nero, you know that Methodz, the way that he was positioned earlier in the round, was around the middle of the map. He's probably sitting there holding the cross, and Simp read it beautifully. Plays so patient and towards top church. Eventually finds that kill onto Methodz and tied up 4-apiece. But will Atlanta win an offense? That is the real question.
We'll find out. Now could be their chance, and no better time than the present. aBeZy once more with an objective on his back. Not been nearly as impactful, but it's been Arcitys, it's been Simp who've led the way up to this point. Back and forth with the nades as Simp takes one down. He also drops himself, so already into the 3 versus 3. aBeZy with the bomb over at P5. They've got a free sight right now, Jay.
Yeah, they're going to catch Boston players off guard. Number 8. He feels like something is fishy. He's going to wrap his way back towards this B bomb. And he will be spotted, so this is a tough situation to try to get out of. Cellium takes down Nero. So now in a 3v2, bomb is going to be planted towards this B bomb. TJ and Capsidal have to try to go big here.
See what they can do. TJ sits inside of radar. Great information, but can't take it there versus Arcitys. All on to Big Cap. Able to find one, get some shots onto aBeZy, but FaZe with the recognition, FaZe with the awareness to make that B bomb plant successful. Just a great call. They're out of Atlanta. Obviously caught Breach off guard, and just like that, FaZe go from down now to up in this search destroy, and also sit on map point as well. A huge round for Breach.
If I'm Boston right now, I'm just trying to work the bomb plant immediately, because the way that Cellium is holding down top church, you're not allowing Methodz to give any information towards the middle of the map. So it's all about just trying to get this bomb down quick to force Atlanta to try to make a play. Atlanta gonna have 2 players, 3 players until top church, and once again, Simp working that late flank.
But Arcitys gets toward a great angle over at the bomb. The issue is Nero gonna check this. Could Arcitys find the greatest moment of timing? And he will. Takes Nero right off the plant. That one's not gonna go down, and really, for FaZe, they can allow for Breach to come to them with the man advantage. Arcitys also escapes with his life. aLLeY making the plays, and speaking of playmaking, this could be the 1v1 to look out for. A simple read it. Sides the back on up. A few shots into Methodz, but a 2 versus 3. Cap trying to join alongside of his teammate as they will group up over at P5. The bomb is down. We'll see what FaZe can do.
Yeah, they have to try to make a play if you're Boston. Time is starting to dwindle. They know that they have the information that this bomb is going to be down towards A. aBeZy with great shoulders picks up the information that these players are going to be attacking through the middle of the map. Capsidal does pick up bomb, though. He does get out with his life as well, so he should be able to get a free B bomb plant.
I want to say Simp heard it. Simp heard it. He heard the doors open. Right on the bomb we go, and Simp's able to grab it. All on to Methodz. A 1 versus 2, and really one player just has to escape. FaZe will secure it. Simp inside of church. Here's the rotation over toward B. You felt like if Capsidal can get down that bomb just a second earlier, how different things could have been.
Boston, that one's got to sting, because we're going back and forth. Boston were winning a lot of their offensive rounds to the very end. I'm pretty sure it was round 9 where Atlanta FaZe were finally able to get their first offensive win, and it wasn't attacking A, it was actually getting that bomb down towards B. But I think the biggest impact had to be Cellium versus Methodz. Even though they didn't have the best stats, just you know the impact that Cellium has when it comes to that first blood. So you see Methodz just taking his time in towards top fire. And that is where it really caused problems, because for Atlanta FaZe, when Cellium's up there and you see no one towards top fire, no one in the middle alley, this is eventually what allows your teammates to get out towards the middle of the map and eventually just take them off that bomb site easy. And that's exactly what Arcitys was able to do every single round.
Yeah, as we said, I mean, it literally is the matter of Atlanta FaZe having so many weapons. We're talking about Cellium, right, being the #1 search destroy. Katie, he's happy to take a back seat, especially if Boston is doing everything they can to try and counter the #1 S&D Katie in the entirety of the game. I mean, back and forth, but really, to me, man, it just comes down to that last round. Just the little moments, right, where Breach felt like they had it. The spot actually earlier in the round where Arcitys is sitting bottom fire. I mean, if Nero's able to get the timing. Maybe if they checked that spot from Arcitys earlier, just a number of different moments. But to no surprise, Arcitys making the plays at the start of the round, and I'm pretty sure he leads the entire lobby with like 12 kills.
Yeah, he just dominated. He was able to do a great job. Even though Cellium, even though he's sitting towards top church, Arcitys was the guy that was peeking bottom church, just making sure that they were set up the crossfires. Like, hey, you got top fire, I'm going to watch bottom middle alley. If you don't see anyone, I'm going to go straight out towards the middle of the map and just shut down the A push immediately. And that's what Arcitys was able to do, man. The guy, he's been not the biggest performer when you have Cellium, aBeZy, and Simp, but he's going to step up when needed, and he did it right there.
Without a doubt. He can absolutely share the stage with those dynamic three. But let's go and take a look actually at our scuff play of the game. We'll transfer the conversation from Arcitys now over towards Simp. Jay, what'd you see here?
So this comes down to the 1v2. Once Simp finds that kill onto Nero, you know the Methodz, he's an AR, he's going to be moving slow towards the middle of the map, and Simp plays it beautifully. Finds the perfect timing out the Methodz, a little bit of shooting the body towards the end.
A little bit of love.
A little bit of love, but at the end of the day, Simp, he's been playing S&D since he was in diapers, and 2v1 clutch is not going to be a difficult task for him to do.
Yeah, without question, Atlanta FaZe come out, win that opening Bocage hardpoint. They stamp themselves also on that Tuscan search and destroy. And now things start to get a little bit worrisome, right? If you are the Boston Breach. Okay, cool. Tuscan Control's up next. What's the record? Oh, yeah, Jay. They've never played Tuscan Control.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, especially with the way that Atlanta FaZe are playing. So far, up 2-0 in the series. Feeling really confident going into a Tuscan Control versus a team that has yet to play it. Atlanta FaZe might 3-0 here.
Yeah, it very well could, in fact, be the case. But we call upon a number of different players from this Boston team. As we said, this is their very first match at a major with this franchise. Boston, I know Zed and Dins are somewhere chewing on their fingernails, eager to see how their team will perform in this map 3. When we come back, it is time for some Tuscan Control.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 1 at our OpTic Texas Major here at the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. If you're in the area, or if you at least want to come see some COD, we welcome you. We welcome you to come and see what is going to be one of the best weekends in Call of Duty history. We're in the midst of our second series of the day, and it's time for some good old Tuscan control between the Boston Breach and the Atlanta FaZe. Jay, for those just joining us, I mean, what? It's just been the Atlanta FaZe smoke show. Not necessarily dominant, but it has been solid wins on both maps.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they were able to take the first map by about 50 points, and in that search and destroy, winning by 6-4, puts them in a 2-0 in this series currently, but this is a scary map for Boston. They're currently 1-4 in control. They have not a single player over a 1.0 KD, but all of that is on Gavutu.
Yeah.
Now they're playing in Tuscan versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, who are 3-2 in control, 1-2 on Gavutu, and then 2-0 on Tuscan. And this is going to be a difficult task for them to try to get done. It has to come by shutting down their FSG players on the side of Atlanta.
But you and I have talked about it, right? You and I have talked about Boston. Maybe this team could be more well fit for a map like this. But let's go and toss that conversation aside. Why? Because we're seeing Atlanta FaZe do some Atlanta FaZe type of things, ignoring that A objective and instantly going over toward B. Not just 1, but 2 ticks off the start. It takes Boston a good 15 seconds just to realize what's going on, rotate, and efficiently get over toward the other side of the map. But a great start for FaZe, regardless of getting wiped away from that B point. They've got 2 ticks done, and now they're making some progress over at A as Simp has got Methodz right in his crosshairs.
They have 2 takes. They have the live advantage. They're working towards the early progression towards this A point as 1 tick of progression does get completed. But you see Atlanta FaZe, they're thinking about this B point. They're not worried about it. They said, hey, A is going to be easy to capture. We can do the hard job and try to take down this B site. Q's 1-on-1. Simp's able to win it. Another one is going to be here. Nero takes him down. But once again, Boston are able to shut down the aggressive push towards this B site. Should open up A wide open for Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, that's just giving, right, the players who are stationed over at A so much freedom. You've got all the noise going down, what, pretty much 3, if not all 4 players from Breach thinking about that B side. It's going to make things that much more simple over at A. So the rich appear to be getting that much richer. A objective about to be captured, sitting on it, and really based off of that, they're actually trying to hold off the time, Jay.
Yeah, this is next level plays out of Atlanta. They were just trying to allow their teammates to get pushed up on the map before they were able to complete this A point and extend this time. Simp does find 1 kill onto Capsidal. See, right now, Boston, they do not have control of Plat. They do not have control of top radio. This is the push from Atlanta FaZe. If they can find these kills, they will be able to close it out here.
Nice little opener, a 1-for-1 trade. Meanwhile, it's instantly called upon Simp and really aBeZy as well to try to make the plays. Both of them get taken down, but Arcitys trying to get in a nice little position there, right in toward the objective, but FaZe will not take their foot off the pedal. They will continue to run at the side of Boston as Breach will have a moment to breathe. Minute and 15 still left. 1 more tick to go if you're Atlanta. And this is not going to be an easy task if you're Breach. aBeZy's catching players off guard, catching them in sprint. Still continue to look for information. He gets taken down, but Arcitys now lingers toward the back.
Boston is doing a great job on this defensive side. That 1 player, number 7 in TJ, is forcing these players to spawn out towards Fountain. The Atlanta FaZe are actually going to be able to take him down off the rotation. They work it nice and slow through Roos. And now you see number 8 in Nero has to back down from Plat because Atlanta FaZe, they have back control, they have top radio. If they can chain these kills together, the round will be done. But Nero does find 2, Capsidal finds the 3rd, and they shut down the push once again.
Breach, they hold their ground. Great plays, especially toward the back. I mean, just really playing off of each other, playing for information. This little bait and switch is happening as well from the Boston end. FaZe now left with 1 more push, but take a look at Big Cap. Gonna try to make a splash in toward the flank. He's waiting for that information to be given. He's waiting for this pinch to be established. The information is in, and that's where Big Cap can start to make the biggest of plays. That's gonna be 1. He'll also look for the 2nd. Breach looked great to secure this. 3 seconds left, but Boston will hold off what was looking like one of the better starts to an attack that we've seen on Tuscan. FaZe make a dominant charge over at B, but that was not enough. Great work from Breach there off the rip, Jay.
And it was definitely great work from the Breach because they did not have the power positions. Like they weren't pushed up in towards P5. They were basically playing bottom steps towards Plat. They did not have radio control. They did not have Church. They basically held that defensive hold in their spawn. Yeah. Great work from Boston, especially the way that Atlanta FaZe started, getting 2 early ticks at B. You thought that 100% was going to go in favor of Atlanta, but Boston able to walk away with it now on the attack.
And potentially with some momentum as well. Nero doing a great job inside of bottom Church. Breach in the biggest of positions. We talked about what going up 2-0 would be like for their confidence. It's their very first official series on land. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound. Let's go to a listen with Boston Breach.
I don't see the end.
I'm hitting on Church.
Back B. Back B.
Touch it. No, Arcitys is fucking top Church, man.
Is someone mid or no?
No, shit.
I'm trying to come down. Nice, I'm getting our side you. I'm in their side.
Go Church.
I'm getting their side you. I'm getting their side you.
Go top green.
I'm watching mid. I'm watching our
I
side.
just want deep. It could be our mid pitch.
Look at our mid.
Nice. We have a. I had a
Mid. Our side you.
Who was it? Simp was top green, I think.
5.5.
Let's go. Fire.
Yo, back church me. Back church. I'm playing this guy fire. One's in church too. In church and back church.
I
don't see anything fire. One's back left.
Nice.
One's back left.
I'm challenging. Let's go. Church. I'm starting to see deep. Okay, Dizon?
I see deep. Yeah, church. I'm going top green.
Let's go top.
I'm with you, yeah.
I'll see deep plat. Yo, plat. I'm weak. We're in top green.
Nothing green.
I'm green with top plat.
He's gonna be P5.
Yeah.
Red corner. I'm going back. I'm playing flat.
I'm second. What's gonna be behind us? I have top green repinch.
I sent a flat.
Top plat. Give me. Green. Top green. All good. Top green. Come right with me. Okay. Playing low right here.
Good time. I got a both. That's just it. Deep right on yours. Push up. You know you're there.
Watch out.
Got 3. Yeah, I spawn close.
I'm hitting deep. I'll get green. I'll get Church out.
Watch my out.
Green. I couldn't get it, bro. I couldn't get it. He's green.
No, we get the back. Watch. Come on.
It could be plat.
Back L. I got one back L. Simp back L. Hard play kills are coming. Yep, Simp was back L.
I'll tell you what, my friend, Nero making things quite close. They're over at that B. Objective goes for, I think it was 5 in a row. Some great comms, especially coming in from the young guns up this Boston team. You hear Cap, you hear Nero getting involved in that communication, knowing how important that this match can be. But with that play in particular, FaZe takes 3 down. Somewhat of a reset. Nero going for the flank. He gets shut down as well. FaZe, despite the great communication, despite the pesky little pet plays coming in from Boston, they will not falter.
Yeah, Boston had great communication in that listening, but I think the biggest thing I took away from them was when they decided to stack that point. When you stack the point and don't have top green control, or at least hold down the pinch, that's what eventually allowed Simp to go on that to get the 3-piece on the flank and just completely break the setup of the Boston Breach side. But Atlanta FaZe, 25 seconds left, they take control. They're pushed out towards B5. You see a lot of Boston players. This is a huge one-on-one. They have to try to take down Cellium because this is their only push they can get out this B5 hit.
We'll see if they look to go for this. Giving Limes the importance of that in round 5, and they will. Breach are going to decide to push this one out. Arcitys ready in a great position. A 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of Atlanta. Arcitys tries to fire in a few bullets, but he gets picked apart. It's going to leave Simp up for the 1v2. Left in a position to clutch, and Simp will answer right when FaZe need him to. Boston with a strong round 1, and FaZe come back. Kind of a similar situation, right? Down, looking like the attacking team has the advantage. But our defensive rosters, our defensive sides are clutching up.
Yeah, so Boston in the first round, they were able to outslay by 1 kill. And I'm pretty sure Atlanta FaZe were able to do it right there by 4. So that puts Atlanta FaZe up by 3, just in case it does go to that round number 5 for that defensive side. We saw what Atlanta FaZe were able to do in their first attack. Work towards that early B point. This time they're going to have 2 players committed towards A. Arcitys finds that first blood, and Simp finds the second onto Nero. They have full mid-map control.
By the way, Simp is also 22 and 10. He is having himself a map. The respawns belong to the young GOAT. 4 in a row. He continues to apply the pressure inside of Church, and as long as he remains here, it's prayers out for the Breach. Finally gets taken down. But as we said, all of this pressure just allows for that objective to continue to roll. MC gets picked apart inside the middle, but you just see what that does to the objective. Arcitys nearly there. Back and forth we go, but take a look at FaZe. They're not at A anymore. In fact, it's player number 4, Simp. He's over at B now.
Working towards that first tick regression as aBeZy does find 3 in towards Church, so that's going to be 4 dead. All the Boston players coming off spawn. First tick is in towards B, the second tick is about to be done. You're Boston, you have to try to set up a team nade. Arcitys and Cellium finding kill after kill. Cellium and Simp able to take down the last 2. It's looking like this B point is going to be captured, and they only need 1 more tick of progression at that A site. 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock.
I mean, what, Breach were able to do it last time, but I mean, the objectives flip, right? Holding down this A side is going to be so much more difficult for Boston, but going down 0-2, going down versus what is one of the best teams in the game, you have to pull off crazy plays like this. Breach have got them in somewhat of a spawn trap, but the positions that they push on out, it puts Atlanta in a spot that they can predict some nice plays up close. Simp, he has been firing today. Minute and 50 on the clock, 17-12 in lives. FaZe, we'll see if they can find their opening, but as long as Big Cap roams around, he could be the player that makes all the difference as aBeZy finds 1 toward the back.
That's going to be 2 players coming off spawn, so now the last remaining players on the Boston side are going to be on the side of Atlanta FaZe. They take them both down. Last player in the position is going to be Cap. Arcitys does find 2. 1 player, Nero, does sneak his way into the middle of the map, so he should be able to slow down the aggression coming in from Atlanta. But Boston, they're doing a great job on the defensive hold. Only 6 lives remaining though for Boston. You have to make sure you're playing your life.
That's a great call, partner. See what Breach can do with it. Minute and 10, 6 lives left, and 1 more tick to go. Can Breach have another solid defensive hold as Cap is called upon again? Takes down 2. That'll be a nice little 3 spree for him. Conscious of where FaZe are going to be spawning at. Gonna try to apply some more pressure inside of the flank. Boston now left down to 4 lives. Atlanta still pressuring, still around as Cap runs right past 1 player. Arcitys aware of his positioning. Cap will go for it. Not able to secure it. The 6 versus 3 is Methodz. Takes down 1 onto Arcitys. Nice little shots coming in from Simp as now it'll all be on to Nero. 1v6. There he goes.
Atlanta FaZe on the offense once again. This time they're like, hey, we're going to work early towards that A point. Once they got the two ticks there, you see their SMG players are immediately overextending through P5 to get towards that B point, and it caught a lot of players on the Boston Breach off guard. Like you saw Methodz, he was the first player off spawn to hit the rotation back, but just so much pressure coming in from Simp and aBeZy, taking control of Church, securing that B point right off the rip. It's exactly how you want to try to close out the offensive attack.
My goodness.
But now they go back on the defensive side.
They absolutely do. Tiny tears, breaking ankles on their attacking ends, as that's what you want to see if you're a Breach fan. The nice little nades off the start. As they'll go standard over toward this A objective. Somewhat of free time, but aBeZy, oh my goodness, just a great shot to take down Nero in that objective. So the clock will continue to roll as aBeZy looks to only heat up more. We're talking about maybe just trying to get that shot warm for the matches that could go on tomorrow. We'll see what Boston can do. Establish 1 player over at that A objective, as that's now going to be 2 ticks in a row, but FaZe continue to slay out.
FaZe only down by 1 life. There's going to be 1 player remaining on this A point, so you're going to see Atlanta FaZe put on the pressure. You're not going to try to give this up for free. Nero trying to do everything he can to stay alive, but unfortunately he does drop. But look at Boston on the overextension, able to make their way towards his B point and stop that clock. Capsidal does find 2, make it 3 as he jumps out from top Church.
Some great plays coming in from Cap up close. Has a fist ready for Arcitys, hits him with all 5 fingers. A great play from him. The problem being is that the rest of his teammates cannot afford to stay alive. So Cap behind enemy lines. We'll see what he can do with this information. As we said, Breach did not get the full capture over at A. They sent everybody prepared for that B objective. Atlanta just all the more crafty. So with Capsidal in the back of the base, and the Breach looking to come in from the front. We'll see if this pinch can work out. Capsidal gets dealt with. We say goodnight to Nero and Methodz as well. A great hold off there for FaZe. 30 seconds left. Breach have got to capture 1 of these.
And just look at what Cellium is doing. He's just going back and forth, forcing the spawn to overextend for Boston Breach to spawn out towards that roof side. As Simp does find 3 in the feed on a 5 spree, potentially trying to work towards some spawn kills, finds another. He knows that Method's going to turn the corner. Unfortunately, not able to pick up the kill. Boston with 19 seconds left. They find a couple kills. They should be able to complete this A point, extend this time by a minute.
It will, in fact, be able to capture it. Minute and 14 on the clock, 12 in lives. That's a great opening. Big call instantly there for Nero as he'll get taken down. This is going to come down to 1, maybe 2 team pushes overall for Boston. They are fighting for their lives in this winner side. Capsidal called out once more as he'll get taken down. Oftentimes the players looking for information, but take a look at Simp. A few extra shots toward his teammates as Boston have made their way inside of the base, and they're sitting firmly on that objective, so as long as they remain here, the clock will be stopped. Arcity's trying to take down Methodz, but Methodz is able to find both. Great plays coming in from him. That's now going to be 2 ticks already from the breach. Can they hold this? Can they pull off what looked to be the impossible? Atlanta now with just 4 lives, 38 seconds, but they're able to clear off the objective 4v6. And it's going to come down to this final push.
30 seconds left. Last push coming in from Boston. You see the 2 players that are coming off spawn. They're wrapped back towards P5. They just trying to play these trades as Atlanta FaZe do not have any more spawns to work with. They take control of top radio. They take control of Pat, but Atlanta FaZe, they just need to shut it down once.
It's a big opening kill. It's a big opening kill. It's Cellium who's able to grab it. Arcitys, meanwhile, hangs out toward the back, applying some pressure, but it's Cellium. It's Simp. It's FaZe winning the overall fights. Last player on the point is going to be Nero. He gets taken down as well, and it is Simp leading the way for Atlanta at 42-20, and good night to Boston. A hot 3-0 from the Atlanta FaZe to kick off their Major 1. But it's that man who was up early, Simp, who led the way in the respawns. 40s across the board, an unbelievable performance from him. And I'll tell you what, Jay, Boston they really couldn't handle the slang. They couldn't handle players like Simp sprinting at them every life.
Yeah, like Boston, they played a great series versus any other team. They potentially, you know, push it to a game 4, or at least a game 5. But Atlanta FaZe just have way too much slaying power. And for Simp to step up the way that he did, he dropped 46 in the hard point, 42 and 20 in the control. Remember, he had 31 non-traded kills in the hard point. In the control, he has 32.
That's
the guy just went MVP mode. He said, Cellium, you can put your feet up this series. Don't worry, I got it.
Imagine if we went to a round 5. I mean, he probably could have dropped 50.
100%.
Absolutely. The potential would absolutely have been there. I mean, as we said, Jay, I mean, this team, the Atlanta FaZe, we talked about it, right? There was a number of different players who've been stepping up. It's been the Cellium show. It's been aBeZy in the hard points. We talked about it now being on land, which Simp really turn up, and he has addressed that conversation. Puts down 4,800 damage, basically puts up 5K damage, back-to-back 40 bombs in the respawns. Amazing stuff out of the Atlanta FaZe. And I'll tell you what, man, these attacking rounds, we saw social media was reacting to it. They made Breach work and then some, constantly rotating between A and B. We've casted a lot of control. We've casted a lot of Tuscan control. Atlanta felt like they were at twice the speed.
Yeah, the only team that we feel like, that I feel like I've watched so far this year that were able to successfully capture that B point right off the rip and chain it right to that A point was OpTic. Like, OpTic are able to do that, and Atlanta FaZe obviously are improving at this mode. This is their worst game mode out of all 3. Yeah. They were sitting at 3-2, now moves them up to 4-2. Well, let me just tell you, man, if Atlanta FaZe are playing like this, there's a couple mistakes that they made throughout this entire series. Right. But with Crowder and the coaching staff that they have going throughout the rest of this tournament, they're definitely going to clean up those mistakes and definitely be a lot stronger.
Yeah, the positive for Atlanta FaZe is the problems at least aren't coming from slang. It's just coming from the little things. It's almost too much slang at a certain extent, but FaZe will walk away with the 3-0 and begin their Major 1 campaign here at the OpTic Texas Major. A great start for FaZe, and I really hate to say it, Jay, but it kind of goes the way that we expected, right? We discussed it. Boston, that opening hardpoint was important. The search destroy, how are they going to play? They play well, but they just matched up against, as we said, the best team in the game, the best search destroy team in the game, and now they've got the best player in the world, at least over the past few years, beaming like never before.
Yeah, if you're Boston Breach, it's just unfortunate. Like, if you win that series in NYSL, you avoid Atlanta FaZe in the first round. You take at least 2 maps versus OpTic, you avoid Atlanta FaZe in the first round. but they had to play Atlanta FaZe. And we know the firepower that they have. When you play with such a young roster like Boston, you know, the search and destroy is why I really think that they need to improve, because they kept it close. At least for this series, it was close every single map. But the search and destroy, the fact that they were winning the defensive rounds on Tuscan, that's a map that they need to be able to take.
Yeah, without a doubt, partner. But that's going to do it for us. Let's now bring in the desk. Let's bring back in the crew who got to watch, who's going to be there to break it all down. Guys, FaZe, they lose in this very building at the Kickoff Classic, and now they can make it 6 games in a row. Simp was on a tear. Veli and Co., what did you guys make of that?
I make of it. I see the entire reason why the crowd was booing him at the beginning. It's so frustrating playing against this team. And Merc, be honest with you, man. You've been on that main stage so many times. When you see a team just frying like that, what do you even do?
Well, I think what's horrifying for, teams that want to play FaZe is you were hoping that Simp wasn't going to be at this level. I mean, that's just really it. This first match for him was a statement. Like, you know, we talk about Cell, we talk about all these guys. But if Simp is playing like that, dude, like that is just so annoying to deal with. And it is a very scary thought, I think, for the rest of the teams in this tournament.
I'm glad you brought that up, Nameless. When we showed that head-to-head with Cellium and I forgot who else, it was so drastically different, right? And the thing is, if you think to yourself, okay, maybe if we keep Cellium, you know, just modest in this game, we might have a chance. And then you have a player like Simp pop off like that. You have aBeZy. You have
They take turns. Their team is just so good. They're able to just take turns taking over series. And watching Simp do that with the SMG, I feel like we've been waiting for that, right, throughout this year. And like Joe said, that is a statement game right there. Map 1, 46 kills. You go into the map 3, the guy pops another 40 bomb in control. And you know what's scary? They're going to get to play Tuscan in every series if they want, because they are the highest seed. They're going to pick the control, which just gives them a massive advantage. They're undefeated on that map. So if Simp can continue that, that's almost a lock versus every team we have in the CDL.
You got that right. And speaking of Simp, we actually have a Game Fuel post-victory spotlight interview with Maven and Simp. Maven, take it away.
Thank you, thank you. All right, Simp, let's chat. So we talked a little bit before this, you know, over the course of it. Joe and I have been watching scrims. You've been an absolute demon in scrims, but at times you haven't transferred that over to like the live matches. Today it did. What was clicking for you?
Honestly, I feel like it's just been kind of a confidence thing with myself and the team. I feel like the way we've been playing hasn't been the best for all of us, and I feel like our practice lately has really made everyone on the team have their moments to shine. MC's a glitch. He's always going to have it 3.0, but I feel like all of us are going to have our moments this year, and I don't know, I'm just glad to be playing good again.
Hey, it was fun to watch, that's for sure. But let's talk through the question I have for the map 1. You guys were outslaying by like 25 or so at one point, but it was like a 15-point game. Nature of the map or something you guys need to clean up?
Probably a little bit of both. Boat cage is pretty small, so it's always going to be mixy when it's 2 good boat cage teams. But I also think we could have been playing a little bit better in the situations we were given. And also, you know, Boston's a pretty decent boat cage team, so we were expecting to keep it close.
All right, well, makes sense. Now, when you are like the top dog and you're good in just about everything, it's probably hard to find things to really key on and to prep for when you're coming in. Was there one like big thing you really tried to dial in before this major?
Not really. Right now we've just been focusing on being vibey, focusing on our chemistry, and just making sure we're having a good time, because when we start stressing too much is when we start playing bad, and I think we all know that. So right now we're looking really good.
Well, I think when you're a top team, potential dynasty type squad, keeping the vibes there, the chemistry, it's really important. Last question for you. What is it like to have somebody as handsome and incredibly talented as Coach as Crowder?
It's amazing. He's the coach for a reason. Crowder's probably the biggest reason we're all together, and honestly, as good as we are, shout out to Crowder. He's just the coach.
Yeah, he's the man and friend of mine. That's probably why I asked. But hey, you've been a beast. You're an absolute demon on the map. It was awesome to see you get things going. But good luck the rest of the way. We'll get it back over to the desk. Veli, take it away, pal.
Awesome interview, by the way. Maven could sweet talk just about anybody out there. But aLLeY, I want to hear your final thoughts for the simple fact that Simp went 1.75. I think positive 40 so far. Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe is hitting forward. Simp is hitting form. It's hot potato on who's going to pop off on the series. It just depends on the day. Literally, he opening 8 spree on the hard point. He had the 1v2 clutch in the search and destroy, and then he ends the control 42 and 20. 32 of those non-traded. That is like 20 over the amount of everybody else in that matchup. So Atlanta FaZe, they're hitting form, man. They are becoming the scariest squad. Boston, even though they kept it kind of close, it never truly felt like they were about to win.
Exactly. And I was hoping that Boston kept it close, too. You felt it coming. But all right, to close things up on the desk, coming up next, we're going to have the Los Angeles Thieves facing off against the Toronto Ultra. And Merc, it's been fun having you on the desk so far. My first time working with you. What are your thoughts about the next series?
Obviously, we saw this in the Major 1 qualifier, right? LA Thieves were able to take them down, but the Kickoff Classic, that's where Ultra bested LA Thieves. LA Thieves probably probably think if they beat Ultra there, they win the Kickoff Classic. Like, you had that crazy Tuscan hardpoint comeback from Ultra. It's, I think, a juggernaut in the LA Thieves and a team that wants to remind people in Toronto Ultra, we could be the best team in the world, and they do it in such a clutch way. I mean, they live for this moment on the stage. It should be a great match.
So curious, what are your predictions for that?
Well, I mean, I have LA Thieves moving on, so I'm going LA Thieves, but it could be a very close match. I'm thinking like Game 5?
Game 5? All right, I definitely hope so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the ball rolling for this event. But coming up next, we're going to have Toronto Ultra facing off with the Los Angeles Thieves. And what we just saw was pure dominance from Atlanta FaZe. Can't wait to see more Call of Duty action with all of you beautiful people. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and this is the Major One here in beautiful Texas, and I'm here on the desk. We have another guest. We got my man from New York, Standy. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, man. You know, just coming off of that match versus Atlanta and Boston, we all knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But when I saw the maps and modes, like, the fact that Boston went out there and they played Atlanta in maps that they have yet to lose, like, that was insane to me.
It's a little bow cage sandwich with
Yeah.
husbands in the middle.
And of course, we're always joined by aLLeY and Nameless. But for this matchup, the Los Angeles Thieves facing off against Toronto Ultra. Definitely a rematch, like Merc was talking about. But let's go ahead and get into it. Talking about Toronto, I mean, this team, they had 2 losses recently, and they haven't looked the same. I still think they're fine.
Yeah, I think Toronto is still in a great position. Like, they were the second best team that we had all last year. Just these 2 back-to-back losses that they have, one versus OpTic, and then the last one coming from the Thieves. They dominated that first map, but then the next 3, it just wasn't close. So they need to make sure they get a little bit more consistent.
All right, and when it comes to the game field keys of victory, aLLeY, what do you have for us?
Time is now to find S&D's success. Both of these teams have been struggling in the search and destroy, and I feel like that's going to set the pace for this series. Take the pressure off of Cammy's shoulders with the sniper. Let Kleenex roam. He's an aggressive player. I promise you he'll start finding those first bloods, win the bow cage hardpoint, so hopefully it'll be in the series. Toronto is 3-1. Thieves have their only 2 hardpoint losses are on bow cage and stay disciplined on hardpoint. Toronto's 3rd in hold percentage and Thieves is 3rd in break percentage, so they're neck and neck on opposite sides of the spectrum.
Right now, Jeremy, taking a look at Toronto Ultra, I mean, this team, they're phenomenal, right? Yeah, they got caught slipping towards the end of the qualifiers, but we know what they're made of, but they're going to have to bring it because the LA Thieves have been looking disgusting lately, whether it's Kenny in a respawn, or even if you take a look at Octane when it comes to just him sniping and search and destroy.
Yeah, LA Thieves, they're just the best team that we have in hardpoint. Yeah. They have 2 of those in every series. Even though they lost that first hardpoint in the previous matchup versus the Ultra, they were able to respond right back by taking the 2, 3, 4. And with this LA Thieves roster, they're just getting better and better every time they play. When you have players that are stepping up, when Kenny's running that 3rd sub on Bokash, he's always going to go off. And that's why I feel like this team has a lot of success because anyone can pick up any weapon and fry.
Right, Nameless, the Thieves are trying to make LA proud today, man. The Guerrillas went down, but if the Thieves want to win, what are the game fuel keys of victory you have for them today?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the search and destroy. Everything else has been fantastic. Need to clean up the S&D fundamentals. They're 11th in 4v3 win percentage. Like, that's unacceptable. You have numbers. You got to be able to play together, communicate through that, and win that round. Take advantage of Toronto's defensive struggles in control. Toronto's only winning 58% of defensive rounds, 12th. That's not great. And then set up Envoy to make plays and search and destroy. We know what he's capable of. We've been watching him for years. At times, he is the best search and destroy player in the game. Right now, he's underperforming in that mode, maybe trying to get more comfortable with these guys, trying to lead a new team. That's tough to come in and do. So, give him some grace there. But a .78, that ain't going to cut it. So we need him to step it up there.
And we know what Envoy is made of, man. That guy could pop off at any given moment. And aLLeY, I personally feel like LA Thieves going into this event, a lot of people will have them as a favorite. And in order for them to maintain that status, doing it against Toronto Ultra, I think this is their first big test this major.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think this is an incredible matchup, and it's definitely going to go the distance. But like I said earlier, I 100% think it's going to come down to the search and destroys. Both of these teams have been seriously struggling, but I think LA Thieves has the edge.
All right, now it's going to be time for pickups, and I'm going to start off first. I got these little Zenny glasses on.
Look good too, man.
Thank you, man. Wait, matter of fact, are you guys able to get it on my one just for a second? No, maybe not. All right. But yeah, I'm rocking with the LA Thieves. This was presented by them. I love it. When it comes to you rocking with Toronto or LA?
I think I'm going to be taking LA in this series. Like aLLeY
that.
said, I feel like this series is going to come down to the search and destroy. But on one side for Toronto, Cammy said he got a .5. The guy hasn't stepped up all throughout the qualifiers. He needs to try to do that today, but I feel like LA Thieves are just a little bit more polished.
I hope so. aLLeY, the New Yorker is going with LA. Are you rocking with the West Coast as well, or the boys up north?
I got to run with LA, man. But you know what? Cammy, if he happens to turn it around, I think Toronto might put on a clinic.
All right, Nameless, what you got for us? It's always up to you, by the way, to break this combo.
I love this matchup. I think it could honestly go either way. But for LA Thieves, after talking to them, they said they've gotten a lot better at Berlin Hardpoint, which just extends their map pool even that much further. So Kuavo to be in map 1. I'm going to LA Thieves. I think they take it. The Hardpoint is too good.
All right, so LA all around. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get things started. Coming up next, we're going to have the Toronto Ultra versus the LA Thieves. We'll see you in a short minute.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it up like a Hail Mary. Legendary. For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. Off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all back. Let's get it. Another game throughout the major has been a delight so far. But we're far from over. How are we doing? Are you tired? A little drunk? Having a good time? That got a rise out of me. Right, let's get this show on the road. Up first, they hail from one of the coasts, east, west, I don't know. They don't do compasses in the UK. Let's get them on stage though, the LA Thieves. Octane, Drazah, Kenny, and Envoy.
I'll tell you what, man, after seeing these maps and modes, after I took a little peek, I can see why there's smiles all around for this LA Thieves after seeing the maps and modes.
Right, and taking a look at the roster right now, I mean, these guys are complete animals, and backed by the one and only Blasian Assassin. Can't wait to see Kenny pop off. Miles, bring out the boys from up north.
Well, not only, Belly, thank you, not only are they the boys from up north, but they're also the current kings of the north. So everyone, take a bow. Welcome out, Toronto Ultra. We got Kleenex. We got Insight, Cammy, and Bance. Let's get it.
And the crowd is brutal today, man, because these players right here can hold up a trophy at the end of any event out there.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra, you gotta think about it. Last year, they were the second best team that we had, but they have the best teamwork. So far, they are our kickoff champions. They haven't really had a lot of success throughout qualifiers, but they have to get their teamwork back on point when it comes to search and destroy and control.
My eyes are on Cammy and Kleenex right now, and I can't wait for this. Miles, let's get this game going, baby.
Right, the stage is set. Without further ado, it's now time to throw it up to the magnificent Brycey Tun.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here, we are live. It took a long journey for us to do it, but what a game to kick things off, Tun.
Oh, I'm so excited. The schedule got changed up just that little bit. They wanted to take us off London. They didn't want us to be that biased, so they gave us the Toronto game instead. So here we are, very, very excited for what is going to be the appetizer for the main event later on this evening. What a very good game of an appetizer it is.
It certainly is. I'm quite surprised, actually, everybody going for LA in this one. I did see on the Reddit, a lot of people still kind of favoring Ultra as well, so it's a very mixed game. Even going into this one, we were talking about backstage, been a bit of a mix-up in the maps coming into this one. The hard points have changed from last time they played.
Yeah, we were so confident that it was going to be the same with Bakaj and Tuscan coming on through for the hard points. Completely changed the game. Both teams have not played one of these maps. We're talking about Gavutu. We always consider that LA Thieves are so gone on it. They haven't played Berlin as of recent name. They said they've been scrimming it, but Ultra must have been doing work on Gavutu as well. There is no way a team with Marky B as coach picks this map set without reason. A lot of people are questioning it. Whether or not that question is going to come into the fruition for this one, I'm not too sure, but it is a strange one, Brycey, but very excited to get into it nonetheless.
Well, we'll have to see which team will come out on top. LA Thieves, we've got infamously talked about Gavutu, or the Ultra. Can they make a difference from last time they played LAT? It's very much in their hands now as we head into our very first hard point. Whatever happens in this game, it's sure to be a good one.
It is. It's very much one of the marquee matchups of the day. Everybody is looking at these two teams. Very much the potential to go on to win the event here this weekend. But heading into Gavutu, as mentioned, we haven't seen it from the Ultra in competitive play. It is very much in the wheelhouse of 100 Thieves to do well on this map. The AR ability from them, again, Nameless said it. They have the opportunity for every single one of these players to go off, whether a sub or an AR. Look at the rotational battle, though. It's not necessarily there for either one of these teams. We're going to be looking at breaks and see how they go. LA Thieves, the slight edge on that one, but when Ultra get in, they very much do lock it down. It's very important on Kuavo to get that done.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, those stats going to tell you the story of this series. LA Thieves are the favorite to win it. The Ultra are the underdog. Something a lot of people wouldn't have been saying just a few weeks ago. And myself, I don't know, there's a little bit of the old ton bias coming in, I know, for the Ultra.
Right, they all went with LA, okay. We're the British boys, we're definitely going to go with Ultra. We've got a slight delay. We will be jumping into the game very, very shortly. But yes, for us, look, we looked at Ultra. We kind of, obviously, there is some sort of thing from us, our side of things that, yes, okay, they are the EU boys. They have been for a long time. London coming in there doing us justice at the same time. But in this one, LA Thieves, we know you guys behind us have got their backing. We're very much an LA Thieves crowd here at this moment in time, and I imagine that will change just a little bit later on this evening. But I'm curious to see how the crowd are going to fare with this one. Are they going to be fully back in LA Thieves? I think
yes,
so,
based on
the Ultra boos. But we'll just be jumping in a very quick second. But yeah, I'm excited because as we're talking about with the maps, Ali said it, LA Thieves would be very, very happy with that map set coming into this one. But again, Ultra do not make these decisions lightly. There will be no way that they would have said that they would have passed up on some of the other maps they would typically go for without reason. They would have been putting the time in. As you can see, we are just getting this issue figured out. You would expect, as said, there is reason for these maps to be picked.
All right, well, I'm going to change the topic a little bit because there is something I want to talk about coming into this game. Cammy. Now, there has been a little bit of criticism kind of leveled towards Cammy recently, obviously. And I think the issue is you expect so much out of him. He's such a great player. He's been a big kind of point for Ultra in a lot of their wins. Coming into though, recently not been great, and that's maybe why people are devaluing Ultra at this point, right?
Yeah, they had a bad last couple of games, it has to be said. They really didn't look great against OpTic. They looked good against Thieves in the first map. Look, let's be honest, the map set's very, very different heading into this one. But the game against Thieves was relatively close. Map number 1, they blew them out the water in Priestahh, so that's why you see Thieves ban it immediately. But then the other 3 maps, it was pretty close. 6-4 on the S&D, 3-2 on the controllers, as so often is, and I think it was around a 30-point game on Tusk and Hardpoint. As I said, we got completely different control maps this time. Typically, you would think they do suit Hardpoint maps, sorry, you would think they would suit an LA Thieves. But Cammy, yes, it's an important point. The guy last year was incredible. Like, he came not necessarily out of nowhere, but nobody would expect to see that level from him. And when he brought that level, everyone took notice of this Ultra side.
They certainly did. But from Cammy to different players, CleanX and Envoy, of course, have been 2 big players for these 2 teams. And now we can look at their statistical matchup here, and there's not an awful lot of daylight between them, apart from that damage per minute.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's not a great deal in it, just for Hardpoint, of course, though, for these 2 players. But these are the guys that are going to be up in your face. They're going to be getting themselves nice and cracked on the game, aren't they? Let's be honest. CleanX, very much one of those high engagement players, as is Envoy, maybe a little bit more tactical in his play, but CleanX very much the one that I'd be keeping an eye on in terms of those high engagements. And let's see if you can get something done here for the Ultra. But it's a question, though, when you think about the maps that we've got coming Kuavo straight up as well. That's a map that he's going to be in I don't want to say necessarily a little bit of trouble. It will still be hard for Envoy in that position as well. But that's a difficult map for an SMG player.
It is. And here's the thing. Let's pull back the curtain. Let's be honest with everybody at home. We had a chance to actually speak to Ultra much earlier on in the day, and they knew their map set coming into this, right? They pretty much guaranteed how these vetoes were going to go. And here's the thing. While we're talking about it, Ultra were actually very confident with this map set changing. They knew what was going to happen. They knew coming into it against this. They've obviously had the preparation time to put something down. Thieves obviously seem quite happy about it. They're the better team coming into it. Everyone's rating them super highly. So is Ultra's confidence misplaced, or have they got something new to show us?
Well, you would think they've got something new to show us. That really wasn't the Ultra side that we expected to see over the last 2 weeks of the qualifier coming in. And maybe they've just been scrimming over this past week. We did have that little bit of a break. Some of us spent a lot of that time in Italy, actually, as well. We'll maybe get to that story a little bit later. But these guys have been practicing, and these guys have been putting the time in. And I'm interested to see if we are going to see a different squad here. Just to remind you guys at home of the maps that are coming up Kuavo to start Tuscan S&D, Tuscan Control, and if we need it, we'll be Berlin Hardpoint, and then Desert Surge S&D. Desert Surge S&D, that's a bit of a weird one as well. When we get to it, we'll explain maybe a little bit more, but not a lot of play time between both of these 2 teams on that one. And I think this series with these maps, yes, we've said it suits Thieves, but there's a lot of unknowns in this as well. And and I think it's going to make for a tasty one.
Yeah, it is. And of course, the benefit we have in this one, and a lot of the games you're going to see over this weekend, maybe teams playing each other for the first time, a lot of benchmarking has been going on, trying to figure out exactly where everyone should actually go. I know there's been some controversial power rankings that have been flying about on the Twitter sphere, but realistically, we've seen them play before. The difference being is, of course, that they were very, very close games in 2 and 3, and they've stayed the same. The hard points have changed. LA Thieves, at the moment, are the better hard point team, though.
Yeah, just about. Their record in hardpoint really does show that. And it's not really coming from a slaying standpoint either. They're currently sitting at around 6 in the overall team KD. But then for Ultra, they're kind of in the same boat on that scenario. It's very much one of those things where they're not putting up the big numbers, but they're winning the games.
They certainly are. All right, well, we're going to get this stage fixed and ready for our game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time to get into our very first game here. It's the Los Angeles Thieves versus the Toronto Ultra. A game a lot of people have been looking forward to, myself included. And I can confirm everything on stage is ready, everything is good. It's time to throw down.
Oh, we're excited. We are very excited to get into this one, and I hope you guys in the crowd and at home are too.
Oh, I am.
Kavutu is the slippery one for Ultra, though. Let's see how they start.
All right.
This one for Thieves, it's typically one that is very, very solid, but can Ultra say something about it themselves?
And this could determine how we judge the rest of this tournament as well. These are two of the top-seeded teams, and they're feeling it here on the main stage. Here we go. We're ready. Any second, Thieves versus Ultra is about to kick off. A tight game for these. The S&Ds are the questions. And the countdown is coming. Let's get right into this one then, straight into P1.
And straight into the mix we go. LA Thieves will be feeling super, super confident heading into this one. Ultra though, what have you got on a map that has typically been all the LA Thieves?
At the moment on board with Drazah, he looks for it. There are players though swarming in here. CleanX opens up with two. Cammy's going flying. It's Bance who just flew out at Octane, but it's not going to be enough. And at the moment it will be Toronto Ultra who gain first control of P1.
Yeah, good start from them and good shots from inside. I think a lot of people, when they pick their pick'ems, it's a very close game between these two. And at the same time, a lot of people will see this map set and wonder if they went the right direction. But considering how well Ultra did there after break, they're definitely going to be here. And in amongst it, Drazah Octane combining well though in this P1. Hold will come back on through. Points on the board still for them. It's all about this rotation over towards P2. Ultra are the first ones there.
Oh, you can see at the moment they're just holding, just waiting for it. And it will be the Los Angeles Thieves who will be looking for this push now. Kenny, patient, waiting, looking for this one to run straight into a player, but guns him regardless. And now the Thieves move. They're trying to get control of this here, and he finds Bance as well. Bance just guns down Kenny. At the moment it will be Thieves with a good rotation.
Oh, good shots from Octane. And we were asking the question about Ultra, who are you trusting with that other AR? It's going to be Bance in this case. Bance coming in insight with the shots, but with the SMG, it has to be CleanX. 2 kills on the board there and just fighting themselves out from the cliff side. They've got the preferred side that they would want, but they need to clear the Thieves out.
This is the difficulties for Ultra, trying to break down Thieves on this map. It's just not easy for them at all. And you can see that kill feed's going back and forth. Eventually Ultra will get it. Oh. And there's Bance and Cammy and Inside all combining to get these kills done.
They force them into green, that's where you want them. Of course, the rotation over towards P3. It's all going to be about that fight over towards P1 as well. You can already see CleanX is making his way to try and be just a pain in their side. LA Thieves will get a hold of that 10-second scrap and the kill as well. So rotation over towards P3 is looking solid, but Ultra not too bad of a jump. The lead is around 20 or so for the Thieves heading over towards P3.
You can see at the moment, it's going to be Ultra who have to figure out how to get a stack here. They don't really have the map control to make a difference. Kenny's got another kill here, and that slowed them down even further. They're going to have to make away with kills before they even try and attach this. And now here comes the Ultra stack. They're looking to push through ring. They've got to go through Drazah. There's already CleanX going through Kenny, but Envoy's now going to try and get top ring control, and that may shut down everything the Ultra have had so far.
Yeah, huge kills coming on through there from Envoy. Round the back, it's a 4-man wipe. 35 seconds remaining here as well, and Envoy does not slow down. Bance is there, he will get traded out. A really, really significant hold from the Thieves. It's a solid lead heading in, and look at this rotation. We're going to be talking about it over towards P4. Ultra setting up very, very high on the map for this one.
Yeah, and they're going to have to try and get some of these points back. It's been all Thieves so far. The Ultra really haven't had a sniff of any points since Ring and the very first break. And there you can see the setup is in. They will have at least a few seconds on this. It's about Thieves, though. They've had the majority of points so far. Can they make another clean break and really put the hurt on Ultra?
Let's see if Ultra can lock this one in. On those hills, on this map in particular, you really can pick up a lot of points. Keep an eye on the beach, though, as Envoy's making his way there. He's already dead. And it's a hard fight for the Thieves. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Inside gets the cold over towards the side of the cliff, but good stuff so far from Ultra. They're banking on a lot of points here. Inside's finding 2 more. Drazah momentarily left all alone. Ultra with a good hold so far.
Oh, it's all inside so far. Eventually, Kenny takes him down, but it's not going to be enough, as it will be Ultra. This rotation has paid dividends for them. They needed this to get back into the game, and they are finding form as CleanX starts going up. He says, "Hey, can I get one more?" Envoy shuts him down.
Yeah, that's big kills as well. Keep an eye on Cammy towards the back. Observers are on point. These rotations very, very important as well, but what a hold that is from Ultra every single second. Maybe not as soaked up as Envoy, just tries to do something about it. The auto in hand, he gets it done. Look at Ultra though, they're stuck in these back spawns, they need to fight their way out over towards P5.
They do, and Thieves know exactly where they're coming from. They are set up, but they're not ready for Cammy. Cammy gets 2, that opens the door, and they're now going to try and get into this one. They have actually got this rotation off of the back of that as well. And some big plays coming out Toronto Ultra, bringing this to a very, very close game. But here come the Thieves once again.
Ball controls massive, Insight's going to find one, he'll get traded out now. Cammy momentarily all alone, but very well played by Ultra. They get themselves back in a good spot, but what can Thieves with this slender lead do? We're going to go for a listen with LA Thieves.
They're both one side. They're all weak. Alright, play new, bro. I'm gonna help this kind of. Yeah, Jamie Arnold. Jamie Arnold. I hit him. Got him. We're missing Toby. I'm top move, bro. I can cut them. I'm deep cut. One deep cut. Deep cut. I can't get him. I hear you deep cut. Outer, absolutely. Okay, I have the deep cut. Deep cut. Alright, Toby's on me right. I'm outer again. I'm their front green, bro. I'm their front green. They're gonna be liver. I can lick Tom from top radio. Top radio. Radio. Got radio. Arcitys on me. Radio on me. I can't help you. Radio dead. Nice. Nice. Good job, Ken. Good job. I'm gonna go redo. Top green. Dead. I just want hold it. Tell me mid probably, bros. Back green. Top green. I'm with my top green only, bros. Yeah. Outright. I got it. Half health, though. Hey, hard play Tom. We are. Okay. They can be all got it. Still got it. I have to push. I'm picking up our low beat. Close. Boom, set it. Nice. Got it. I'm hard. I've been mid too. Take full. I'm going there. Top green. I'll be help green. I'm looking top. Radio. One shot radio. I'm trying to play me off all day. Alright, take our top. This is the game right here, bros. This is the game right here. Break this shit, we win. One shot top green. Alright. I can let's go mid. Give me a second. One there, radio. Absolute radio. Are you radio? Yep. Play the circle steps. Nice, top boat.
Wow, there we go. The Thieves saying this is the game right here as they go for rotation. They've got the lead as well, and Drazah's been heating up in the last few. Oh boy, though, looking for the play here, gets that one straight to the back as both teams throw themselves into the mixer. Huge challenge coming off of the top rope, but it will be Ultra who wins in the kill feed.
Oh, the SMGs are having a good time of things, surprisingly. Ultra, though, they will wipe them out. And that's going to be a potential good hold here from the Ultra. Can Thieves break through? When both these teams have been getting the lock on these hills, they've not been letting up many points whatsoever. Thieves will break on through once again, though, looking towards this next hill. 20 seconds to go. But whatever is in Envoy's hands, it is melting everybody on the side of Ultra. And now he's playing for the spawns.
Oh, Envoy's hunting. He's to the inside. He's decided to let it go. And now he's in a great position. He's going to be looking for all of these players. They have no idea he is here. And says, hey, thank you very much. There's one. Straight into that rotation as well. The Thieves are having fun on this map.
The Root Man gets paid every time. We love that from Envoy. Drazah finds 3. And it feels like the Thieves are just heating up that little bit. 50 seconds to go over towards the beach. These rotations from the Thieves have been flawless.
The Ultra thought they had it. They were wrong. There was an Envoy in the back, but they are going to get a quick clean 4 here straight away. Ultra fire back as well, trying to keep this game close. The Thieves are still leading though, and they're going to try and make sure they don't get broke back.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds to go on this hill, but Thieves are going to be thinking about this next rotation over towards the back. I'll be heading over towards P4 in a second. Thieves, they may well push for this, but they're in such a good spot to lock Ultra in where they are. And this rotation over towards the next hill will be won by the Thieves. The fights continue. Ultra will get the scrap. But look what Ultra did last time around when we got over towards this hill. Can the Thieves do the same?
Well, that'll be the problem. That'll be what Ultra are now worried about. Last time around, it was all the time for them. They do not want that to happen next time. As a huge kill from CleanX, they're trying to get into position for this one. The Thieves are rock solid. They are locked in.
It spawned them out momentarily there, but it was actually Insight who got caught in the middle of the map. The player spawning next to both. The kills come through for the LA Thieves. Ultra need a good break here. Thieves can win it if they can lock down every single point. Ultra need a big push.
Well, here comes Benjamin Bance all the way around the back. He's looking for him as well, but he gets caught out. The spawns gets taken down, and the spawns are flown in. You're right, Ultra coming through, but it doesn't matter because Envoy is still there, Kenny is still there, Thieves still have control, and Ultra have managed to get close, but they do not have the firepower to break as LA Thieves just keep on rocking them.
Inside finds two. Can they find their way in? Thieves still in control. The spawn's still there for Ultra. They may just survive this. They will break on through. Heading over towards the next hill, though. It's going to be about that race over, but Thieves saying no. They're trying to break on through. Can they find the kills? Cammy locks it in, but it's about the rotation over towards the next hill. Ultra are nowhere near it. Thieves are one up.
They said it. Kenny said it. Do not play us on Gavudu hardpoint. Ultra took the risk, they took the chance, they've been measured, and they've been found wanting.
Big map number one out of the Thieves. They would have went in that expecting it, and it's a comfortable victory in the end. It was just all about those rotations. Both teams did such a good job at locking hills down, but when it come to it, it was Thieves there every single time. When Ultra got in those hills, they were holding the points down, but for the most part, Thieves beat them to it. Having a look at the scoreboard though, Envoy has to be the guy you talk about on that one. Plenty of huge kills. And that route round on that second rotation towards the beach, that maybe just seals the game.
It's kind of crazy. I was expecting a bit more out of Ultra. We knew this was a risk, this map, going into it. We wondered what they had up their sleeves. Fortunately, it wasn't an awful lot. The Thieves were just the better team.
Yeah, just those rotations once more. Every single time that the Thieves got there, they locked it in. As said, for the Ultra, they did the same. They just didn't do it enough times. And just when it comes, I said for me, it's over towards that final two hills. Of course, over towards the back of P4 and P3. That was the ones that really made the difference in this game. It was pretty tight by the time we headed over towards this back spawn, where we seen Ultra this time around. They locked it in. Insight was finding kills left, right, and center. But that's the only place that they really made up that ground. Very much about those rotational kills for Thieves and those rotations coming in their favor. That's what wins them the game.
It certainly does. And if you cast your mind back, not even that long ago, last time these two teams played, it was Ultra who took the first hard points. Obviously with the map change, because of the seed change and everything else that goes with our veto system. This time around, they didn't get it. The next two maps, Thieves won as well, but it was close. There may still be a light at the end of the tunnel for Toronto.
Very, very close, but looking towards maybe later on in the series, Berlin is really where this one's going to be told. We would expect Ultra to be able to pick something up in these next two maps, both these two teams so evenly matched. We'll be heading over to Tuscan for an S&D in control. And last time around, it was very, very close. 6-4 on the S&D, 3-2 on the control. And I'm curious which way it's going to go this time, but what a fantastic map number one out of the LA Thieves. They'll be wanting to continue that momentum in the map number two.
Yeah, they certainly will, and this is where they're going to have to really dig deep as well. Probably going to have a lot of VOD review for the Toronto Ultra over these two maps as well. Losing them last time around, they now really want to make it to that Berlin hardpoint. But can they do it, or are we looking at a 3-0?
Well, potentially. It's obviously on the cards. A lot of people have been saying Thieves are one of the favorites for this event. And I think there's just this pool of like 6 teams that could all really go on to do it. I think a lot of people would agree FaZe are the favorites. But if Thieves can continue this kind of form that we see in map number one, hey, you know, it's going to be a very, very dangerous opposition for anybody here this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, let's take a look at the scuffed play of the game. I believe it's going to be Envoy with this incredibly smart play. Patience here. Holds fire against Insight and says, hey, you know what we'll do? We'll get around the back and break everything wide open.
Just chef's kiss everywhere, to be honest with you. It's just beautiful, beautiful Call of Duty for an Envoy. We talk about the slaying, but it's all about the smarts as well. That rotation round, and as you can see, yeah, okay, the rest of the Thieves, they do their job as well, it has to be said. They win every other gunfight. And when you make that sort of play, Ultra go, how is he behind me? They thought they had that on lock. It puts the communication to the side. It makes everything just a little bit chaotic. And the LA Thieves, they absolutely reveled in it.
Yeah, they certainly did. I'll tell you something, Toronto Ultra are known for having cool, calm, and collected comms by basically every team. But I will say, I can guarantee when Envoy appeared at the back of that tank, there were probably some expletives flying around the Ultra camp. They did not expect it, and it threw their entire plan into chaos. Actually, watching that one again, you can see that Ultra basically just ended up getting picked off one by one. They had no cohesion after that happened. it broke them.
Well, that kill that comes on through, there's a player watching a lane at that stage, and as soon as that lane's open, you then worry about that. You think, right, we need to kill Envoy off the hill. He's in the tank. How do we get him? We turn it around, and it's like all of a sudden we're losing every other gunfight because you're being compromised from Envoy from behind. Very, very big play. Ultimately, I think it is the catalyst moment for that one for Thieves. That's why they go on to win it. But overall, a really, really good map out there. But we expected it. It has to be said. And getting into the minds of the Toronto Ultra, would you have went into that one as well and probably thought, yeah, we know they're good on this map. We really haven't played it that much. Let's not get ourselves too stressed about that. And I don't think they will be. They'll be knowing heading into that one, it was always going to be tough.
Yeah, they're going to need those breathing exercises now, Ultra. Time for a full regain as we go into the next one here. Both teams, though, looking rather cool, calm, and collected. Not really stressing it too much in that first one. Obviously, if you're Ultra, maybe be a little bit of a shock to the system.
Possibly, but, you know, Marky behind him, he'll be saying to them, right, boys, it's fine. We know heading into map number 1, it was always going to be rough. But let's see if the boys can bounce back here as we head into map number 2.
I say that, there's pet talk going on there from Ryan Flux.
Maybe telling them.
Trying to figure out who it is, but as we talk about the previous map, let's move on and talk about the Search and Destroy then. Our top performers so far for these two teams. At the moment, we can of course see Envoy leading the league in rotation kills this season. Rotation kills are so important.
I mean, case in point in map number 1. I mean, there you go. I mean, that really just puts a stamp on that one of Envoy at the very top. But heading into the Search and Destroy, are they going to be able to continue that one over? It's not Envoy they're going to be concerned about if you're the Toronto Ultra necessarily. Octane is the one to watch. First bloods are plenty, an 88% first blood win percentage when those gunfights come in and they're the first one in the round. Octane's winning them the majority of the time.
And that's going to be a scary thing to keep an eye out for here. We have had a little bit of criticism towards both teams in terms of Search and Destroy performance. But it's not about who's the best in the league, it's about who's the better team in this game. Ultra need this to tie it up. Thieves take this, they're 2-0 and they're looking pretty clean. But it's CDL, it's Call of Duty, anything can happen on the day of the major.
Oh, we know that, we know that. And what a start to the major it has been. Good games galore, and this one is one that promises to be just that as well. A slightly offense-sided game when it does come down to Tuscan, but only slightly. 26% of the time it's when trying to attack that B site. Interested to see if we are going to see snipers come out on this one. We know Thieves like to do it as well, but looking towards the stats, they do not present good viewing from around their team, which usually makes a pretty good game.
It does favour the Thieves though. Let's get right into it though and find out how this first attack is going to go for LA. They're looking like another fast plant, but you've got to bear in mind there'll be nade checks aplenty from Ultra to see when they're planting.
Yeah, they haven't really got control of top church at the moment, so it's just going to be a big hit here from the Ultra by the looks of things. That bomb's not quite going down. Thieves just holding it. There it goes. And look at this stack from Ultra. Here they go. Bance is going to be the first one out the door. Drazah falls. Bomb goes down. Kenny with the good cover. Inside trades it. 3v2. Envoy gets out. Oh my goodness.
It is thank you very much, and it's now down to Envoy. His clean exit's going to go down, and that'll be round number 1 done. I'm going to need to find out what happened with Insight.
Big shots coming out from him. Usually, I was trying to pick up the control that we see from Ultra up top in church. Usually, you'll see the grenade checks coming in. But we see there was nobody there. It's Insight holding from the bottom, finds the first pick. Bance is the first one out the door, actually, and does well to win his gunfight as well. A really, really nice retake from Ultra. It's the kind of round they needed to kick things off.
It certainly is, and I've got to give credit as well to LA Thieves, by the way. They played the nade checks very, very well. They knew what Ultra were doing. Even though they did that, they got the bomb down clean. Unfortunately, Ultra just went in.
Yeah, 3 men out of bottom church. It's not usually what you would expect. It's usually a little bit more of a passive play to try and bring this one back, but heading over to A once more. And Insight can he continue where he left off. Envoy gets a haircut, but just about it. Gets away. Ultra looking for control over towards it.
A little bit of a sniper battle. Drazah will get that first blood. That bomb is now down. Ultra will have to regain. Insight versus Octane. And they're just positioning here. Neither wants to be the first one to kind of get this angle. Looking for it. Desperate to try and get it. He knows.
Oh, is he going to get caught? It's a big kill, whatever happens. If you can level up 3v3 for Ultra,
Somebody
then you start moving, but ain't nobody's moving. But there you go. Insight moves that step too far, and Octane punishes him 4v2.
And Ultra don't really have an awful lot of places to go here. CleanX left all alone. A 1 versus 4 would be a dream right now, but can he do it against his team? Finds one player fell. There's Octane. Octane's gone down. Somehow the 1 versus 2. So close, but so far. The 1v4 is not to happen here on the main stage.
Oh, that got scary for a minute. Fair play to Drazah, though. When you see 3 men of your team drop that quickly, am I challenging? Well, Drazah is, and goes for it in the end. Oh, that got really scary. Thieves will win the round, but that's one of those that you win, you go, did we win it? I'm not sure. Kleenex, a really good attempt from him, though. One apiece.
That could have been very, very different. But they were there. The dream is not to be. We go back onto the attack with the LA Thieves. They check
plan. It's a very quick plan. Now the retake has to come through. They're not showing the insight either. Ultra gonna have to fly.
With that bomb down, it's on Ultra to do something here. Flying out again. Inside looking for Octane. Cammy will get him regardless.
Yeah, they get him out of Broken, which is huge, but you're not going to expect Envoy to be here inside the church. They've completely taken over. Cammy finds another 3v2.
He's going to see Vance as well. He's going to see Insight. Says thank you very much. Cammy now left alone in a 1 versus 2. There is no time, really, for him to do this and get that bomb defused. Deciding just to head on out.
Yeah, that's always difficult. As soon as Envoy gets himself inside the top church, you're really in trouble. Cammy will look for the kills, but can't do much about that bomb, which is going to explode, and there you go. Thieves find another round. Really, really good hold from them, but again, it's Envoy.
Huge.
Yeah, getting top church in that scenario, you completely shut down the power positions that Ultra have that they're going to try and pick you from. You can't really pick that guy off in top Røkkr from anywhere else. You can't dictate around that site from anywhere else. Envoy gets that control, he pushes forward, and all of a sudden Ultra are at 6s and 7s, and here we go. Into round number 4, can Thieves continue this streak?
Well, let's see. Again here, looking like the same old fight. He's trying to get as well. Insight gets a snipe this time around. There might be another Octane versus Insight snipe off. No. Ultra are not willing to play the game they lost last time.
Oh, Drazah's going to get caught with the grenade in his hand. And Bance will find the kill. 4v2, one of those players with a sniper there for the side of Thieves. Kenny finds the kill and gets out, though, 2v3.
Put this right back in, but it will be on Octane. He needs to get with his teammate and figure this one out. Can they bring this back to a 2 versus 2? That bomb will now go down for Ultra, giving them an even bigger advantage. Octane hoping for a pick. Keep an eye on that flank, though. Kenny all alone in a 1 versus 3, but they don't know where he is.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one for Kenny, it has to be said. Will find the first kill on the Cammy. Now a 1v2. If Octane manages to stay alive and he finds that flank kill, then suddenly we're in business. But Ultra, the spot where a lot of players will hang out to keep an eye on that bomb side. Kenny ready and waiting, but so are Toronto. Find the kills, find the round. Back and forth.
Yeah, they were waiting, they were patient. They knew exactly that Kenny had to make the play and refused to give him anything from it. I think they actually both challenged at the exact same time as well. As good as you are, you can't shoot 2 directions at once.
No, it's very difficult. It's always a tough situation. 2v3s, you know, they are doable. And when one of your players has that sniper in hand, it may well be Octane, but it does make things that little bit more difficult when it just comes down to trading, etc. And just always difficult in that scenario for Kenny. I really like the movement from it. I love the position where he's come around on the flank, but unfortunately Octane can't hold the church for that long. Heading into another round though. Thieves looking towards A once more. Envoy will find Cammy. And all of a sudden a big push over towards the B S&D site. As what's kind of throwing something in amongst it here. What can Kleenex do from here?
While they're waiting, they're ready. Patient, he's going to burst straight through. Oh, he got him! How on earth did he just get that one? It wasn't even looking at him to begin with, but it is now a 3 versus 3.
And they're so worried about Drazah here. They would have seen both, I presume, when Envoy found that kill to the start of the round. And here we go. Bomb's now going to go down. Ultra rotating back over towards the church side. Hits coming on the outside. They're both going to go for it.
This is it. Octane ready, waiting. Sees Bance slide across. Does take the fight as well. Takes it then eventually. Down by Insight with the sniper, but it is a 1 versus 2. They can play him all day. He needs this pick.
So difficult. MP40 now in hand for Insight. He's going to find a player sleeping though. Envoy goes down. 23 seconds.
Now he's going to say, where is this other player? He's going up top. He thinks he's top broken. Might just run out of time here. Hasn't seen him either.
Gunfight's coming. Gunfight's coming. Is he going to find him? Oh, huge kill from Insight. Gets it infused. It's the 1v3.
Well, Ultra seem to have their clutching pants on today.
Whew. We said both these teams ain't that great at S&D. It's kind of we've had a couple of situations where you think, oh, that shouldn't have happened.
They pick it up, and that's devastating to LA Thieves. They thought they had that in the bag, especially after that Octane first kill. Completely devastated Bance. But Insight picks up the slack, and that's a morale lift for the Ultra.
A sniping 2 MP40 kills from Insight finds Ultra in the lead. 4 streak from him, keep an eye on that. Sniper's out once again. It's pretty even across the board between these two with the snipers out. Who's going to win this one this time?
Well, first blood to Bance this time around.
Octane's in trouble. He's going to have to back down.
Just getting control here, Ultra. Waiting to put this bomb down. It looks like they're going for a stack here. It might be a big push by Thieves.
Just looking for Octane to maybe find a pick, and then you can get something done. That bomb is now going down. Bance gets the plant. Octane backs up, gives out a control up completely. Ultra do not choose to take it. It's going to be a big hit here from the middle of the map. Looking for these players up top. Broken. Can't find the first one. Still 3v4.
Thieves trying to find any sort of weakness, any gap they can exploit here as they try to do something. They're next to each other. Look into the night eventually, though. Envoy gets one. Insight will get Drazah.
Insight's dead. Oh! Kleenex nearly was as well. Now Octane in the 1 versus 2. Pistol in hand. 15 seconds remaining. Managed to get out of that gunfight. Just not enough time. Not enough weaponry. Another round for Ultra.
I'll tell you something. I don't think my heart can take these S&D rounds.
There's always something like, yeah, it's definitely done. And then all of a sudden 2 kills fly in out of nowhere, and it's becoming obtainable for the team and a disadvantage, but Ultra held that very, very well for the majority.
And now they have control of this S&D. They are in the lead. Can they hold it, though? It's looking like those snipe battles are being one of the big catalysts of these S&D rounds. If somebody gets that first blood, looks great for them, though. The Thieves are looking aggressive this time.
Oh, look at Ultra, though. They've stacked one on the outside. Big gunfights coming through. Bance will find one, as will Envoy. Grenade out to slow them down, but this A site is not controllable right now for LA Thieves. Ultra getting aggressive, as does Drazah from behind. Finds Insight. Can he find the second? Bance just about cleans up 2v2.
Stuns flying in, trying to figure out where these players are. Bance actually deciding to back off and get with his teammate. This 2v2 may slow down for a second as they feel each other out and try to figure out exactly what the other team is thinking. And Bance has already seen one up top. Sorry, saw him down actually A Street. And now Kenny for the 1 versus 2. Needs one. We've seen a player as well. Actually goes against him in this scenario because he wants to try and kind of divide and conquer.
He's got time. He's got time. He doesn't necessarily just need to hit this square on. He can make his rotation rounds outside of church, but the Ultra players know where the bomb is as well here. So difficult. First gunfight, so important. Cammy ain't challenging that.
He's called for Bance. They were playing it, and that, by the way, is textbook S&D. Stay with your teammate. Do not leave them at any point. They won't take anything for chances. And Ultra go up another round in this search and destroy.
It's been impressive from them so far. Cammy is one of the players on Ultra that has struggled so much in search and destroy at the moment. Not having a bad game right now, though. Plays that one very, very smart, as you pointed out. Stay alive, wait for your teammate to come back over. 4-on-4 from him. Nah, he's double his KD, so he's doing well.
There we go again this time. I wonder if Ultra will go a little bit more aggressive. They've been known to do it in the past.
It's a quick plan.
It is a very quick plan. Kleenex gets that first blood as well. It's all Ultra now. Thieves have to find some sort of miracle for it. Octane opens up, though, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. They've got map control. Ultra have given it away.
It's about to be a potential big fight over towards maps as well. Shots coming on through. It's going to be about that broken control. Kleenex sees Envoy. He needs to get over to help his teammates out. Bance wins one in the middle of the 2v2 now as Octane finds Bance.
Kleenex gets it, though, and it's now 1 versus 2. Envoy, he has to find this kill. He does not have the time.
It is right.
Oh, it's going to be seen. He's going to be seen. And I'll tell you something. when it comes to LAN, I'm not giving away that ninja defuse.
that
Toronto Ultra tie this series up 1-1. And for what was a 6-2 S&D, that was exciting.
It was a very exciting one. A 1v3 in the mix, and very, very close to being a 1v4 as well from CleanX. And it just comes about that A side control, the outlet part of the map. It's all about the sniper battle, who's going to win that war of attrition. Octane just really couldn't get much going. I think he got one over on Insight, but Insight made a huge impact with his sniper, whereas the other side, Octane really just could not get things going. 4 and 8 from him, 8 and 4 from Insight. Complete opposite kind of game. And a very, very good one out of Ultra, it has to be said. You talk about that 1v3 that comes on through. It's a very, very different story if that doesn't get pulled off.
I think that's the difference. I think that is the difference, Ton.
It's a big swing.
It's a huge swing. And Ultra, they must have been feeling themselves after that. They almost got the 1v4. They got the 1 versus 3. It felt a very even game mode up until that point. And then after it, Ultra said, all right, thank you very much. We'll take it from here, boys.
Really good performance. We highlight CleanX, I should say, before the game as the top performer and very much filling those boots in that scenario. A really big game out of him. Again, about the aggression consistently. Yeah, 3 of those kills were kind of handed on a plate to him in that potential 1v4, and it would have been something if he did find that 4th, but a big game out of him. That's a big win there for Ultra. And it'll give them confidence if we do head to a final map, but we've got a lot more Call of Duty to go.
We certainly do. Let's take a look then at our Game Fuel tactical play. And it can only be one. It can only be the 1v3.
And I think it's kind of one of those perfect ones. Finds the first on Octane, and how he gets past Envoy here, I'm not even quite sure. So he might just slide on it. Envoy doesn't watch it for a second. The grenade comes through. He thinks he's towards the back. Look, Envoy's not even looking. Insight finds the first one. It comes down to the 1v1. You've got a lot of time on your hands. It's anybody's game. And Drazah just holds. He does it as much as he possibly can do. But it's a hell of a challenge from Insight. It's a big gunfight to win as well.
Checks every single corner, eventually finds the right one. And all tied up until that point. And from then, Thieves never got another round.
I mean, it has to go into your head. That's a huge, huge round. You talk about it in general, a 6-2 game. There would have been 5-3, and we would have been heading into another round right now had that not happened. But a huge 1v3 from the side of Insight gets Ultra back onto the board in this series. 1 apiece. And it's a big, big moment in that series.
Yeah. Look at the tweets rolling in. They all said it. Insight makes the difference in this S&D. Quite ridiculous, but we have a game on our hand. We said coming into this one, we knew it would be tight. Lots of back and forth. And I still don't know who's going to win.
It's very, very difficult. A lot of these teams here at the event could go on to win it, and both these two teams are ones that could do it. We're going to have control coming up next between these two teams. It's 1 apiece. Who's going to take the lead heading into map number 4? We'll find out after this quick break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
All right, welcome back. It's time to get into our map number 3. And we're looking at 2 incredibly beautiful gentlemen for this one, Bance and Octane. Both incredible veterans for their squads.
Yeah, both these guys have really stepped up to the plate when it has been needed for these teams. And talking about control, they are the top performers, but every single one of those categories falls Octane's way. Last time around, we did see this map in the series between these two, and it was 3-2 to Thieves. Can Toronto overcome it once more? They lost the Search and Destroy last time. They'll be feeling confident heading into this control. And Toronto's woes have really come from their defensive holds not being great at all. The worst in the league when it does come down to control. Can they turn that on its head here as we head back to Tuscan once more? And a map number 3 in a series that's starting to heat up just that little bit. The Search and Destroy was a treat. I'm hoping for just the same as we head into control.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to this one. Both teams seem to be on fire. They are certainly giving us a spectacle for the eyes. But who walks away? Who takes the lead here in control and makes a difference? Well, at the moment, Insight's on a 1.32. I have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, you do. And they've had a really, really good Search and Destroy. That KD will not be altered too much because of that, but nonetheless, a good game out of him. He's going to need another good one here in the control as we jump into Tuscan. You can see already, Ultra aggressive over towards B on the defensive side. They want to clear that side of the map out.
Looking for it, Thieves, just looking for that quick few kills here to get A down, obviously. If you have a good time into this one, you usually push forward and try to get some B control. But Octane staying firm, just locking that time down. Eventually, looks like he's going to go down as well. Clinics is going to get taken out, and Thieves may just consolidate here and say, all right, we'll take A now, and we'll do the hard work in a minute.
Octane hasn't stopped 3-0 to kick things off. He actually won a huge gunfight up against Insight. When we've seen those shots coming in, we both presumed dead. Wins the gunfight, stays alive, captures it. Good start for Thieves, but we know the hard job. It's getting over towards B. Good kill from Bance in the middle to try and clear out the map as best as they possibly can. But Ultra, no, they're still in a good position here. Can they lock down B the full 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm kind of sick of saying it, but it's never about A. It's always about B. And here comes Stack through Church. Bance finds one. It will eventually go down, though. Thieves making progress. Drazah has managed to lead the way for his team here. Can he take on that gunfight? Clinics desperately trying to stay alive as Drazah keeps filling up our kill feed. Clinics trying to hold the flood down. The Thieves are putting the pressure on, eventually getting him. Bance gets the trade. Have they got enough bodies here, Ton?
Yeah, Toronto should be able to clear this one out. The kills will follow, but damage is done. Now they're going to be able to push out. Can they get that map control? Envoy says no as he finds 2 through the window, and that's going to be now the push coming in here from Thieves, but only momentarily. Bance locking this one in. If you can find this on the Drazah, it would be nice as well, but Ultra have sort of just... Oh my goodness! That was Bance winning that!
Benjamin Bance is locked in. And now, the Ultra will just try and push back the flood. They will push the Thieves back as far as possible and try to rack these kills up.
And again, on this map, it's not about just finding 4 down immediately, but Bance is lining them up. There's the strafer, and 7 making 8 in a row. But Bance, it's a good hold from the Ultra so far, and they're going to force Thieves all the way back to their spawn. It's a big, big play from Bance. And now, aLLeY got a big route all the way back in all that map control for Ultra. It's 9 in a row from Bance.
And this is what I said, it's never about A, it's always about B. And that B in this case stands for Benjamin Bance. Haven't managed to get him in 9 kills, 10 here potentially.
Yeah, well, we kind of can't come off it really, can we? And it's just about this position as well, though, isn't it? It started with the gunfight here against Drazah, and locking this down on the defensive side of things is so huge for your team. aLLeY Thieves have got one more shot at it here. They've got 4 lives remaining, 4 players left on the map. Can they continue this? Can Bance continue this? 3 kills coming in here for the Thieves, but only 3 players left.
Yeah, at this point, they've just got to try and make some magic happen. Envoy trying to find him as well. Cammy says no, thank you. 6 versus 2. Can they manage to pull something out? They can't. Ultra will take that first round. Pretty dominant performance as soon as they started going towards B. And that's got to be Bance, right? What else can you talk about here?
Yeah, that's a huge, huge round out of Bance. Just locking down maps consistently. We know it's such a crutch for the players that are trying to attack. It's always about that consistency of the defensive teams, always finding their way in there to flank when the Thieves are on the attack and finding those kills. But getting into round number 2, can the Thieves do the same thing, or can Ultra find an attack?
Well, at the moment you can see the Ultra are starting to make a push towards B, and I think it's time we go for a listen-in with our usually very calm comms from Toronto Ultra.
I'm in the back.
Maps on me probably.
Yeah.
Be pinching P5.
I'm on deep.
Wake up me. Where you got, Cam? Just get back P5.
They're not going deep. They're not going deep with me.
Play me close. You could be maps up, bro, okay?
Close to me.
Two of them. There were three black guys.
Go on. Weak. Elbow. You can't plat.
You need to push on, Yeah. I'm getting to
One way plat. End maps.
Two, bro. Two. I need to push out, Jamie.
Supposed to be 3. I'll push out.
They needed me. The block me. Yep. Nice.
They could be mid. I'm just going with
They could be mid. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one top.
Nero in. Hit me mid. Two mid.
One low back church. P1 door, Jamie. You hit flowers.
Go on top. It was Drazah and one of them.
Weak that side. Hey.
Absolute the block. Envoy. Push me out. Can he push me out?
Nice.
Envoy. Nice. Well played. Just play block church. Just play block church. I'm going to P5.
Where you going?
He's in P5. Just play kills. Drazah TJHaly. You push our point, bro. I don't know what you're at. And he was in the back somewhere.
Envoy passing me.
Kenny's come back to P1 on you. P1 door.
Weak. There's two on the block. Kenny and Envoy.
I spawned deep, by the way, he's pinching.
Yeah, one's pinch for sure.
I pushed the right. One absolute, Envoy the block, absolute. He's laying down on the left mid.
Oh,
Drazah's top green, bro.
Where'd he go?
I don't know, he was just top green. Go on. One's pushed out outside, I think.
Yo, P5?
Wait, one's pushed outside, eh? I can go
P5
top church. Mid, Drazah, that's that you're leaving? I'm absolute, by the way.
Wow, there's the Ultra, and you can tell they're feeling the pressure a little bit. Thieves are turning up the heat. At the moment, Merchants get A control, but they have really not been finding a lot of luck on this one.
They haven't. The lives are actually not too different, but Thieves are just finding that trade every single time. Here's Nelly, can't put 25 seconds left to go. Thieves in a really good position. Ultra need one big push over towards A, and then we're not really going to have many fights over towards B. It could get interesting. A should fall to Ultra as they do find the kills. Thieves held on for quite a while, but only a minute 20 to go. I'd be surprised if we even see that time go down. There's not many lives remaining here for Ultra to push over towards B.
And this is the problem. They are not going to have a lot of pushes left in the tank here. Trying to get through church, it hasn't worked. They need bodies, they need men, but Thieves are holding strong. Cammy tries to punch a hole. They know he's here. Reinforcements from Ultra are still quite far away, and they need him. That time is ticking, those lives are ticking. The Thieves are holding strong. Banzo finds an opening.
Ultra have to take their time. They have to take their time because they don't have many lives to play with. There's two down. Drazah inside though. Will find two of his own. 45 seconds remaining as Ultra now find their way through. Cammy now in trouble. Nobody left. The shots from Kenny. And Ultra only have 3 members remaining on the map. Really, really impressive hold from the Thieves. There's still 30 seconds remaining, but Ultra, just a severe lack of lives. Maybe something quite miraculous from here, Bryce.
Yeah, the Thieves just going to dance around them here. They know they do not have to make a move. They can sit in the corner, get a kill, and that'll probably be the game. Ultra are stacked. Ultra are ready. They need a miracle. That miracle is not coming. It's Kenny, it's Envoy, it's Drazah, and that round is done.
An impressive hold from the LA Thieves. And it's just about how much damage they did over towards A. We quite often do see it taken. In that scenario, yes, Ultra got a hold of it, but it took them a while. It took them a lot of resources to get a hold of it. And it just makes B that little bit harder. It's not easy at any given moment. Never mind when you only have 10 lives remaining. They literally had 2 pushes to try and conquer it. Now back over towards the attack once more. Thieves find blood here and get that important attacking round.
Drazah just throwing shots towards Kleenex, and somehow Kleenex gets that kill away from it. But Envoy picks up 2. Church is now broken. They're trying to get straight through into this one, put the pressure onto Ultra. Octane says, all right, I'll sit here and get some time.
Soaking it all up, looking towards the map. It's about that church control once more. So many different routes that you can take over towards B to defend, to attack. And it's very much the focal point of the map. Kenny pushing forward, knows where Insight is, and that's 5 in a row now for Kenny. 15 and 9 out of him. They're going to push on forward. This should be A locked in, but Ultra are going to have a look.
Kenny holding firm, now thinking streaks. Huge boom for them if they can get him. 19 sight. The Thieves really are starting to put pressure on Ultra. That's another big kill from Kenny. furiously backpedaling here, Ultra. They know they've lost control.
Nelly has the glide bomb. Bouncer back to Bounces, and there it is.
Oh, Kenny. Still going, still gunning. It's 8 for him, eventually will fall down. And even with all that pressure, all those kills they have managed to throw, Ultra are still holding on to B, and that is the trouble as Envoy tries to make that challenge. And Ultra have a second to take a breath, a second to regain.
But look at Thieves, they've all got to push in kind of one direction here. That's not what you want when it comes down to attacking B. You need to win your gunfights, which they have done so, but Ultra are going to have time to spawn up. They've got control of Church. Kenny's investing this. Honestly, Thieves don't have a lot of pressure. Will it give them it? I'm not too sure. Octane finds 2, Drazah finds 1. It maybe just opens the door, Bryce.
The Thieves are in. The Thieves are in. And Ultra have to try and retake it. It could be a stack. Drazah's got one towards the back. They're looking for him as well. And Ultra have to do something. Clinic finds an Envoy now coming to reinforce. He sprays for inside. He gets him. The Thieves are still here. They are still able to get time. And Ultra have to start winning gunfights. Envoy towards the back. Kleenex and Cammy will say thank you very much. Kleenex picks up another one. And the pressure is off for just a second.
Drazah's pushed up, trying to find the kills. Thieves have got time to play these kills as well, but important ones coming in from Bance. Still, the pressure is there. Thieves can kind of throw some of these gunfights away. And still going to win the round, but Cammy in sight saying no. Cammy finds another himself. Bance still with that streak if they choose to invest it. 50 seconds remaining. Thieves have to slow it down just that little bit now.
Bance is going for this one. He's looking for the player. He's going to go down. Keep an eye on those lives. 6 for Ultra, 10 for aLLeY, 5 for Ultra now. Here comes the pressure, here come the Thieves. 3 of them getting straight in for this stack here. Cammy in inside gets 2. Drazah towards the back. They're looking for him as well. He's gonna find inside. They've cut them open. Thieves now have it potentially in the bag. They just have to get there.
It turns into a game of S&D now for Ultra. You need to stay alive, you need to play your lives. Oh, Kleenex is gonna get caught. It's a 7v2. 20 seconds remaining is the only thing that's on Ultra's side, but nothing else is. Bance is the last one remaining, and Ultra will surely fall away here in round number 3 as that capture point will just come up. I don't think Bance will waste his life, to be honest with you. He may well. Well, he's gunned Octane. If you're going to find one more, then maybe something could be done. But aLLeY find the attacking round that they really did need. Appreciation from the crowd from it as well. A really, really good slaying round from the aLLeY Thieves.
And this is it, Ultra are now in some trouble. They've got to try and win an attacking round against Thieves. And that is easier said than done. Let's find out though. The Ultra are going to war. Can they find the win here? Straight towards 8. Pretty usual break for both teams.
If they don't do this convincingly either, they're probably going to have to find 2 attacking rounds here. It's a good start over towards A. But such a tough position for Ultra. Can they answer back though? Got a bit of progression over towards A. Octane's going to wipe one away though, but Cammy and inside, can they do anything to answer back? Difficult to get rid of them. And I think what Thieves have done as we get a slight lull as the push comes through from Ultra, what Thieves have done so well is just create chaos. I think on this map you've got to put yourself in so many different positions as a defensive team. You can't just go one by one. Put yourselves in awkward little corners, in awkward little spots. That's how defense works so well on this map.
See the Ultra trying to make a kill here. They're going to get this as well. They've got the stack. Thieves are not in position. Thieves are not in position. This could be a quick capture if they can get it. You're going to see Bance go through the back again. These is huge for them. Can they manage to get any time into this?
He stays alive as well. Here comes the pressure now from Thieves. Drazah from behind. They can do with cleaning them out. And there's Kleenex. There's Insight as well. Oh, he can't find it. Insight with the gunny. Kenny's there for the trade as is coming towards the back. Finds 2. A lot of damage done by Ultra there. They're not done.
They managed to get that first tick on B, but that's all they've got as Cammy now waits patiently for his teammates to come back up because they're all coming off respawn.
Oh, good shots. Managed to clear them out, but they kind of did something similar to what Thieves did in that previous round. They made A very, very difficult. As Ultra, he's gone absolutely massive for the team. Kills keeping on coming. Look at the streaks in the top right corner. It's all Ultra right now. Can they continue this? Look at the life difference.
Ultra are already looking for this B push. They want more kills. They want more of an advantage when they finally have to commit to this. Cammy is right next to Octane. Is he going to see him? He eventually does see him. That's Cammy again around the back in Thieves spawn.
And they've got so much time to play with these lives as well. Do Ultra. Still have to win your gunfights.
Cammy's left alone. Ultra need to back him up. They have a massive life advantage now.
It's an interesting one. Because Thieves, yes, they may well be down, but every single kill that goes over towards Ultra creates a really big problem from the side of the LA Thieves. But that kill feed, we've not seen a Toronto name on the left-hand side for quite some time. They're just biding their time right now. Here come the gunfights over towards the other side. CleanX will find one. Cammy around from behind. 5 streak from him, and this is the dagger. Are you going to expect Cammy to push out from your spawn? Absolutely not. Only 4 of the Thieves remain.
Oh, here they go. Cammy towards the back again here. He's done so much in this round. So much. He's going for it again. He's going to find players towards the back. Eventually, Envoy will take him down. That'll be traded out as well. And it's only going to be Octane left alone in technically a 1 versus 8.
Yeah, good luck. There you go. 2 very similar rounds from these teams. Just the slaying ability, the B push is not something you see too much off the rip. But Ultra stack it, they find the kills towards the back, and just make it painful for Thieves.
All Cammy. All Cammy all the time. He was such a pain in the posterior for the Los Angeles Thieves. They just couldn't get him out of back spawn.
They get the defense as well.
However, it's been 50-50 so far. Tanks and defense.
I mean, what would you rather have?
Their gun skill, if I'm honest.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see how this kicked out already. Thieves lining up the kill feed.
It's a big push over towards A. Plenty of church control as well. Can they continue to slay? The answer is yes so far. Cam is the only one to answer for the team, as now is Bance. A lot of aggression over towards here as well for the B side. A really good start for Thieves.
Now they're going to get a hit. There's a 3 hit from Ultra. They said, hey, we're not going to let you take anything on the B if we can help it.
Yeah, they've choked A. They've chalked it up. They're going to find those kills over towards B, though, and will take ultimate control of this side of the map. But A is gone. It's going to be 2 minutes and 20 seconds for the LA Thieves to try and make their push or find the kills inside. Envoy will find one inside a church, and see both teams taking up kind of a horizontal style to the map. Not about defense and attack. It's about sides at the moment. And who can find the kills on the offset of that? Envoy through the church in the second as well. Is that going to break open the door? Can he find a third? Not quite. It's so hard to break this B site.
It is. They're going to need to make successful waves of kills, but at the moment they're still close enough to cause a problem for the Ultra. Kenny finds one. There's fights flying in for it. CleanX actually dips out of that one and says no thank you. And they're now going back and forth with Ultra. Have got a few kills, and Cammy couldn't have won that one. I don't know what he was doing, but it's a reset. Thieves are all the way back in the spawn, and Ultra take map control.
Streak still there for Bance as well. Keep that in the back of your mind. 34 and 32 out of him, having a really good game. It's killer pieces. Both these two teams now trying to fight for that map control. That is really, really important, specifically for that defensive-sided team. But he has Cammy from behind, finds one. Should have really had more. Ultra able to lock in now, and as are the Thieves. They found the kills in the middle of the map. They've cleared them out. Can they now find the push from the front? Bance and insight with the grenade slows them down.
Dives in there, eventually they'll be taken down, and the Thieves are trying to slowly get up on this map. They are trying to find a way through. The stack is coming in again for them. A couple of kills going down. They need to push Ultra back here. They're getting through. Kenny gets one. Envoy gets a second, and that door is open. They are on the point here. Ultra are going to have to come off respawn and do something pretty spectacular.
The streaks, Bance is going to have to try and get them out of there. Insight's done a good job, but Kenny should be falling. Insight finds another, and that's why the streaks are so important. Only 10 remaining here for Ultra. With Thieves at 12 themselves. The streaks for Kenny were invested for an attacking round win from them previously. So no streaks on the board now. Ultra just need to hold.
And this is where it gets a little bit dangerous for Thieves. They cannot have anything go wrong here. Drazah around the back, and he gets absolutely gunned. Kenny now holding firm. He knows he needs his reinforcements. This is time. This is not lives. The stack is coming. The Thieves are getting ready for a push. 18 seconds on the clock, and we are about to see two teams go to war. Here come the Thieves. Here come the Thieves. Inside looking for it. CleanX and Kenny trying to get some guns down. Octane gets one. Drazah gets another. And in comes Cammy. They're flying into this point now. They know they don't have a chance. Kenny tries to get it, but it will be all Ultra. And now it's a 1v1. control.
Big hold out of Toronto Ultra. They find the kills where they need it. They were down for the majority, but it's the ones at the end that count. Time just not on the side of the Thieves, and neither is the scoreline. 2 on Ultra.
You can't ask for a much closer control than that. And here's the interesting thing. This so far has gone the complete opposite way of the last time they played.
Yeah, it was Thieves to win. Of course, the control and the search and destroy. But Ultra couldn't get it done in map number 1 like they did in the previous series, but they get it done in maps number 2 and 3. And it's really about those attacking rounds that did come on through. It was so clean from Ultra in round number 4, it gives them the defense. Yes, okay, we said it was 50-50, but you ask any single one of these teams at the event, what would you rather have in round number 5 of control? The answer is defense every time. Ultra just did the job that they needed to. We'll get to the final round and discuss it a little bit more in the highlights in just a second. But because time is just not on the Thieves' side, they can't take their time with that slight life advantage that they do have. They have to fly, and in that scenario, you just have to win your gunfights at a team who are already holding. But what about the round from Bance to kick things off? It was a tense 3 that lit up the Thieves to kick things off for the Ultra.
Yeah, I think Envoy as well, we're going to talk a little bit about him. 41 kills there, and that's a controlled, not 41 in search, that'd be quite ridiculous, but yeah, huge kills coming out of them there, but that was very, very close. Honestly, I think if you play that controller game, it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, I mean, attacking rounds are plenty. I said 2 come on through, 1 apiece for either side, and the coin flip, so to speak, does go towards Toronto. They get the defensive side, they hold that defensive side, and we will see a Berlin hardpoint, and we may well see a Desert Siege search and destroy. It'd be rude not to. I mean, I'm quite enjoying this game, and I don't want it to end quite yet, so I would like to see us go to that number 5. And with Berlin coming up, though, is it going to go that far? This is the pick for Ultra. Of course, Gavutsu was over towards the Thieves. Ultra have kind of had this one in the back pocket a little bit. Thieves have not played it in competitive play so far during the qualifying season. Can they bring something here? We've heard words that they've had good times and scrims with it, so can they find the win here to force that map number 5?
That's the big question. That is the big question for Thieves here. We said, you know, the most interesting thing about this is the hardpoints have changed. Obviously, the veto process means it went a little bit different this time around. But going into the Berlin, based on how Ultra have been looking, there's a little bit of me that kind of favors them going into it, and I don't know, that might just be the European bias coming up.
Yeah, it's 100% the British bias. No, like, I mean, with the way that they played these last 2 maps, the confidence will be there for them. But bear in mind, they were 2-1 down, heading into an attack on control. For them, they would have thought that they would have been staring down the barrel of a 2-1 series deficit, heading into this map number 4, having to win it. Now they have 2 maps that we really don't know who favors, because when it comes down to Desert Siege as well, neither teams have played, I think between them, they've played it once. And that team lost it. I think it was Thieves who actually went on to play Desert Siege. I don't think we've seen it from Cami. It's not necessarily a huge map for either one of those 2 teams, but a good game from Cami so far. 1.18, and that's all you can ask. I mean, look, he hasn't necessarily brought that level, I should say, sorry, that we've seen last year so far. But he's easing into it. It's pretty decent. But I mean, he set the standard for himself last year, which was just so astronomically high.
I think the issue for people at home was obviously the last qualifiers didn't look amazing, right? But you expect so much of them, and I would say kind of a return of form for Cami. That's what's making Ultra look so dangerous. I'm sure many people's pick'ems are hanging in the balance. And I don't know, Tan. I don't know, coming into this Berlin, not seeing the Thieves on it. Obviously, I don't get to look at all their scrims, unfortunately, but I have heard that in the grapevine. They've been looking pretty good.
They have been. But we heard yesterday as well that Ultra hadn't really won many maps in scrims as of recent, but hey, you throw them on the main stage and things start to happen. And Berlin is a map that they do like. 1-0 from them at this moment in time over the regular season. We're yet to see Thieves on it. There you go, P3. Yes, we know that is very much the money hill when it does go towards backfire. But very, very hard to get the time on P4 and P5 back towards the train station, and of course the middle of the map inside of Røkkr. But who is going to come out on top? It's game number 4, Ultra v Thieves. And I just do not know which way this one's going to head. Ultra will be feeling the more confident heading into the hard point, but can Thieves answer back and send us to a game number 5?
Well, let's get right into this one then and find out as we jump on board with Cammy to kick things off as we head into the mixer known as P1.
It's all about your ARs on this map and your SMGs getting mixed inside the point. Can you get the control? Can you get that important rotation over towards P2 and P3, which is where you'll find a lot of your time. P1 is one of those hills though. If you clear a team out just like that, just like the Thieves have done, you can pick up decent time yet over towards the first hill.
At the moment it's all Thieves all the time. Cammy eventually getting 2. Just a little bit of a push back here for the Ultras. They do manage to get into the point. Drazah staying alive though. So dangerous around the back. You always have to clean it out so you don't get flanked. And it will be Ultra though with a few points, but keep an eye on the rotation for this one. You can already see Thieves taking that long trip.
Yeah, Thieves still get the dock spawn, so they're going to be making their way over. Ultra will know exactly what happened because CleanX spawns over towards rail side. Push is now going to come in over towards docks. What can CleanX do? The push will be coming imminently. Doesn't have too much support yet.
Doesn't know that's a big gunfight for him to win. Cammy fiercely trying to get here for his teammates, and that's a little bit of a shift to the night. Almost with that gunfight, but doesn't quite at the moment. It will still be Ultra in control. Drazah trying to find inside as well. Just going for those pre-fires left and right. High advance. And it will be the Thieves who broke this wide open. Ultra are faltering. And now they have to find their way back.
Yeah, they forced them away here as well. You can see the push comes in from Octane over towards the middle of the map. Pushes Ultra right back. And when you're talking about the side for P3 as well, which is the money hill on this map, you'd rather be in the position of LA Thieves. It's a really good hold from them so far. We've seen a map number 1 when it comes down to rotations. Whoever won that held it so well. Is that going to hit true here as well when it comes down to Berlin? Eventually Drazah will fall. The damage is already done. Ultra do not get much time, and the spawns for Thieves are there for P3.
I'm looking for it. It's still going to be the LA Thieves. Look at that, CleanX trying to get through. Cammy doing some great work at the same time, trying to get those kills down. They will have this rotation technically, but they don't really have the numbers available. They need to give some support for them. Inside throwing bullets all the way down street. While this is contested, it will be the LA Thieves that do have the advantage.
Yeah, big gunfight. If Inside can find that and push his way up, maybe he can alter the spawns. Good shots from Drazah. He will get cleaned up by CleanX. Here we go now for Toronto Ultra through the front door. Vance will find another, but as will Envoy. 2 in a row from him. They still have these spawns, and that's what's so influential. You still spawn there. Unless Ultra can push the street out, it's so difficult to find the angles. CleanX is going to get caught with his pants down, and it's just been all LA Thieves so far, and Envoy isn't missing.
And this is why Thieves are so dangerous in hard points. Envoy is 12-5 on a 4 streak at the moment. And that is not how we wanted this to go. I guess we're going to be playing rock, paper, scissors on the main stage then.
Thieves will be disappointed with that one. In a really good spot. We'll find out what's going on, but let's discuss what they did so well there.
Everything.
The rotations were there, especially that rotation over towards P2 and P3. They get the dockside spawn, and then they lock down P2 from there, but they do not let that dockside spawn go either. A really good job for them, but unfortunately, it feels like they're going to have to do it again. As whatever issue we have is currently ongoing, but we will get things rectified as soon as possible. And maybe, just maybe, a slight let off for Ultra. There was a lot of hard point to be played, but it wasn't looking good so far.
No, it certainly wasn't. Did seem like a heavy advantage to the Thieves, and of course, not being an admin or production, I'm not going to comment any further on that, just in case they get in any trouble. Obviously, that's all now being worked out. They're all figuring backstage exactly what happens from this point. Don't worry, everything. By the way, the stage looks great. I've just seen what they put on the stage. I wonder what the cheering was for. But everything will be worked out, all right? There are procedures in place to figure this out. Some very intelligent people will be trying to figure out exactly how it should go from this point.
It's got a good chance here, you know, crowd. It's got a good chance. Oh, is it going to do it? They're going to tease us. Oh!
All right. Well, while we're waiting for everything to get sorted out here on main stage, and we're having an awful lot of fun with the corner, not quite there either, we probably should talk about both of these two teams in general, the context of getting here.
Yeah, of course, the qualifier that was played over the 3 or 4 weeks, of course. Very fun being at home, casting over it. It was very interesting, but for the Ultra, their road to the major has not been an easy one. A tough start against Surgeon. Then, of course, 2 wins over teams you would expect them to win over. But then against OpTic and Thieves, it was a very, very different story. But it has to be said, the teams that they lost to, all very, very solid teams. On the other side, the only team that LA have managed to lose to is the Atlanta FaZe, of course, and then win 4 in a row. A very, very good turn of events for them, and that's why a lot of people have put them as one of the favorites heading into this weekend.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy we're talking about this now, obviously. We did say coming into it, the LA Thieves do seem to be the heavily favored team. The analyst test all went them. There's a lot of posts on Reddit. The pick'ems looked pretty secure before this. Currently, though, they're 2-1 down.
We have to say it. That's happening. It's happening.
Yes! Oh, I'll tell you something. I do miss a good crowd.
Oh, it's nice to be back, isn't it, Brycey?
It certainly is. Beautiful Texas. And if you're at home waiting, so are we. So don't worry, you just have to deal with us for a little bit longer before we get this gameplay on.
Well, you do know that it's always the Capsidal's fault when there's a game issue.
Oh, yeah.
So I do apologize on behalf of me and Brycey that we are stopping this game from starting, but we should be heading back in just a moment. Of course, though, Thieves, for them, in this scenario, you have to say it to yourself, we had a good start there. Can we do that once more, though, and do it again as we go into a replay, which we should be jumping into shortly?
Yeah, obviously, you know, going into this one, and we can kind of elaborate on it and say, realistically, looking at that hard point, Thieves do look very, very good. They're in great spirits as well. We'll have to find out what happens, though. Don't worry, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, this will all be sorted, it'll all be good. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
You might have done this last season. You're just gonna read the question out loud.
Don't want to be too, just anticipate it too much, but.
For sure.
Go whenever.
Yes, sir.
First question is, which team looks the scariest this season?
I think the team that looks the scariest this season is probably FaZe.
I'd probably just say FaZe just because, last year and all that stuff.
First place at champs, second place at champs, and then first place again. So you know that all year long they're gonna be a threat.
I'm putting FaZe my number 1.
If we're talking like pure looks, like the way they look, maybe Crim6.
Subliners, for sure. Who is the most exciting new player?
Patty on the Florida Mutineers. He was my old teammate when I was in like the challenger scene. Him and I were like a duo.
I'm the most exciting new player. I think people should be excited about what I'm gonna bring to the league. Not a lot of people know about me because I'm relatively quiet, but I can make a lot of noise.
I'm gonna go with Capsidal. He had a crazy 8 or 9 spree.
The issue of Mikey's inside of their face, and that's gonna be 5 in a row.
Cap, I'd say just because, his play style is really unique.
So, Capsidal.
It is Pred, for sure.
Probably Pred.
He's kind of showing what he's about, and he's putting APAC on the map.
All you guys gotta know is look out for Pred and Sib.
What is the biggest thing to happen to you in the off-season? Well, transitioning from OpTic to LA Thieves was probably the biggest thing for me, along with moving to LA.
I got signed to the Florida Mutineers, and actually, it's a good story. The manager over 2, Tom, he actually called me on my birthday, my 21st birthday, and he offered me the spot to the team. It was one of the best birthdays ever.
Definitely the merge from MV to OpTic.
Kind of like a personal one. I lost a lot of weight, makes me feel a lot better. Get out of bed every day, feeling light on my feet. Honestly, I think it's translating into gameplay as well. Healthier mind, healthier plays.
I usually take a trip every year in all season, and this year we took Cancun.
I think maybe going skydiving. Honestly, I was gonna go, and then MajorManiak was like, Eli, you gotta go, man. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I got in the plane and I went, and after I went, I'm really happy.
You can only have one for the rest of your life. Call of Duty or ice cream?
Ooh, mint chocolate chip low-key be fire, but I'm gonna take Call of Duty.
Call of Duty. Call of Duty's life.
I'm gonna go with Call of Duty.
Definitely Call of Duty.
Call of Duty all the way.
Well, this is easy for me. I'm lactose intolerant, so I'm going with Call of Duty. I love COD.
It'd probably be a good thing if I stopped eating ice cream. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna just pick Call of Duty.
What do you say to impress on a first date?
My first thing to say to my date is, I'm a professional gamer.
I was stage 5 MVP.
That's not, I'm married. What kind of, this is bait.
I'm a professional Call of Duty player, I'm kind of a big deal. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, give it a try.
I don't know what else to do, okay? Listen, I'm good at COD, that's it. I'll stick to that.
Which teammate is the team parent? You're looking at him.
Definitely Lamar. The experience that he has, you can't put a price tag on it.
I run a tight ship, everyone knows.
I would say Reese, Vivid, is probably the best team parent.
Definitely me. Except I'm more like the cool dad. Clay's the mom.
Probably Attach. He's a good guy to look up to, and you can learn a lot from him.
I feel like I'm pretty much the parent.
If it's not me, then it's got to be Bence.
Way too early prediction. Rookie of the year.
There's a lot of new rookies this year, and they all seem pretty good, so it's kind of hard to choose.
I don't know if it's going to be Pred or Sib. It's definitely one of those two, and it's going to be close.
Pred, if we're counting Pred. I said he's the most new, exciting player. We'll have to take Pred for sure.
I'm going to go with Pred from Seattle.
Way too early prediction, Rookie of the Year, Dave Patty. Way too early prediction, MVP, Dave Patty.
I'm probably going to go with Cellium.
MVP is going to go to iLLeY.
Early prediction, MVP, probably myself.
I'll throw a curveball out there. I'll say Envoy.
If it's not myself, which I would normally choose myself, I'm going to have to pick Drazah.
Priestahh, if it's not my team, maybe like a Shotzzy.
I'd say I need to play the game a little bit more and play these teams more to kind of gauge who's the best right now. But later down the season, I'm sure I'll have a good idea.
Way too early prediction, champs winner. Hopefully Ultra. But if I wasn't to pick us, go OpTic.
Well, I'm hoping the champs winner is us.
It's frickin' LA Thieves, all right? LA Thieves, 2022 CDL champions.
Minnesota Røkkr, baby.
You got to go with your own team. I got the Seattle Surge.
Florida Mutineers.
Anyone answering this question, that's juju right there. That's bad juju. I'm not answering that one.
See, this is a hard one because if I say myself, I don't want to get bad juju. And if I say another team, then it's like feeding them. So actually, you know what? Let's go with Paris. Paris is winning champs this year. No comment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time to get into this game. Hopefully everything's fixed, everything's sorted. But I'll tell you something, problems aside, the crowd is giving me good vibes today.
It's only Thursday as well, and you boys and girls have been very, very loud in the venue, and we hope you guys at home are enjoying the games as well. And as said, this is just the appetizer of the main course that is coming very, very shortly after this game. We know a lot of the crowd are here for it, and we're very excited for it too. But we still have this fantastic series to close out. Potential 2 more maps. We hope it goes that far. But what a series it has been so far. It is going to be Ultra 2-1 to the good. It was looking good for the Thieves to tie it up and send us to a map number 5. We go for the restart though. We go back into Berlin. It was a great start for the Thieves, but can they do it again? That's the question.
We will find out. I'll tell you something, I'm not upset at seeing more hardpoint from these two teams.
Hey, you know, run it. I'm fine.
We will find out how it goes though. Obviously, Thieves looking great last time around. This time, of course, see if they can do the exact same thing.
We're getting the crowd hyped up for this one, and rightfully so. Oh no, unfortunately, no way in.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we're not loading in. We are going to be jumping in very, very shortly, but the crowd enjoying themselves here today in Texas. I personally think that the little bounce thing, what do you call that? I can't remember what you call it. The thing that we had, what was bouncing along the screen. I thought it was pretty good. That was my favourite part of the event so far.
I don't know where you were going with that one.
Bouncy, but anyway, look, we don't need to talk about that anymore, but let's have a look at how these teams have done so far this weekend. Of course, this is their first game, and in this series, it is currently 2-1 to Ultra, but I don't know which way this one's going to go, and maybe you guys and production can help me which way it's going to go, because based on the stats, it is Ultra, of course, in the lead, and well, the kill-to-death ratio does kind of prove that.
It does. I don't know if it tells the entire story. Truthfully, these two teams, apart from that first hard point, have been very, very close. The S&D obviously went to Ultra, but it didn't really feel like it, and the control was a coin flip.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to getting a hold of that defensive side. Ultra do lock it in, although both teams, as I said, did win an attack. Thank you for being very, very patient with us right now as we do just get a couple of things sorted out. We wouldn't want to go in with any disadvantage unnecessarily into the games, and we should be jumping in momentarily. It's hard to say, though, because for the Thieves, look, they had a really good start to map number 4. They're down in the series thinking, okay, we must win this, have a great start. Where are their heads at now with this kind of reset, with this kind of break as well?
Here's the thing, right? You talk about it. Coming into that hard point, Thieves needed a good start to get their kind of, to regain, essentially.
And they really did get it.
However, the momentum has been killed again, and it's anyone's game. Is it calm breathing, or is it furious?
Well, that's it. Have we made Thieves angry, maybe? And we're going to see something a little bit extra from them as we head into the restart. Again, I believe. Hopefully we're loading in for the final time. It's map number 4.
Everybody cross your fingers. Cross everything you got to hand. Let's see if this one will start up as we try to get into it one more time. LA Thieves versus Toronto Ultra. Berlin Hardpoint is the map we've got coming up. Currently 2-1 to the Ultra. And let's find out we're in. Hey. We're good. Let's go.
And into it we go. Thieves just didn't necessarily hold to this on this first time around. Can they lock it in here though on P1? P2 and P3 is where they had their look. It's mostly Ultra in the kill feed. They will find the presence inside of the hill. Can Envoy break back?
Oh, we're going to find out.
Immediate flip, by the way.
This is a much better start from Ultra this time around. And Envoy looking for the players coming through to get it, but it doesn't matter. Kleenex is going to take him down. Drazah looking for one on the stairs. Going to try and pinch this now. Has teammates ready to do it.
Will get cleared out. Thieves from the front though. Kami somehow surviving. The bullet's just not hitting him, and he finds 2 as well. How is he alive, and how has he found 2? It's a good start for the Ultra. 3 in a row for Kami. It's this rotation over towards P2 though. Last time around it was Thieves who had to push. They had to break. They did so successfully. Vance is going to find 2 very easy kills. It's all Ultra so far.
Ultra seem to find a new lease of life. And flying into this one as well. Kleenex will get one. Again with a challenge. Kleenex. And at the moment, Ultra are looking like a new form.
I mean, same story, but just the shoe is on the other foot right now. Ultra have come out the gate screaming. And this is going to be worst case scenario for the Thieves. You had such a good start before the reset. and Ultra now. They get the crowd behind them and they've got a lot of points underneath their belts. 30 seconds remaining here though. Thieves are locking it in. Ultra do have the spawn to P3 though.
Now, Thieves trying to regain. They have managed to get some points here. We're going to be looking at this rotation any second now. Ultra Octane tries to get a little bit of a kill there on the tank. Doesn't quite find it in the end here. Drazah though, patient. Eventually Envoy ends up stealing the kill.
These are big kills. They're really big kills. Look at the fight that's going to actually happen on the hill as well. It's a perfect rotation. The spawns are surely going to come in for the Thieves. There they are. And that P3 rotation.
That's huge.
Is massive.
And now the Thieves are in control once again. They have gone into the lead here. Here comes Toronto Ultra. They're going to try and break this one through, but they are being denied. Envoy says no. You're not coming in today. They need more bodies if they're going to do this.
Going to look for Cammy to try and find some kills on the outside. Push together with him. He does find one. He's trying to find his route round, but Envoy will deal with him. LA Thieves have really brought this back very, very quickly. It was a great start for Ultra, but they haven't really done much since P1.
And the moment it's all Thieves. All Thieves. They're going to try and maybe get the last little bit of scrap time here. That rotation will be way more important for these two teams. You can see already starting to try and get in position for it. Keep an eye on Kenny and the long flank.
Yeah. Thing is, he's going to force Thieves to spawn towards that backside. It's arguable which spawn you would rather have. It is closer if you're the Thieves towards the back of the dock, of course, but it's a little bit of a hard push. If Ultra can get in and get set up, you really don't want to be there.
To the moment, this was going to come down to Kenny trying to make a move here. Nose bounces towards the back, sees him as well, but somehow gets gunned. And the Thieves were in a really great position for this one. They aren't anymore. Octane doing his work though. CleanX and Cammy trying to just hold this one. Neither team really able to get any points on this, and that's quite typical.
Yeah, it is very typical of this hill. It's very hard to pick up a decent amount of time, which will suit the team who is in the lead. Ultra will pick up as much as they possibly can do. If there's any other hill, the rotation is solid, but really, as said, don't pick up a lot of time. However, if you find 4 dead, then it makes it a lot easier. 16 seconds remaining. They'll take the lead if they can soak up every single second. But already, look at the team. They're thinking about this rotation back up towards P1 after this hill that's coming up. And you can already see Panzer's making those movements.
Panzer's all the way around. I don't think Thieves are really reacting to it. Speaking of which, though, Octane has gone all the way around. Going to get that player off the old hill. Not going to an awful lot as we go straight into P5.
Shots in the middle from Vance. Can't find the second one. He's the only one who can. And so, I'm not sure who had his pistol out there, but it didn't land.
And now both teams just kind of trading blows here in the middle. Looking to try and get this advantage. Not an awful lot of points scored recently. And trades are coming in thick and fast though. Kenny going to be on P5, goes down as well. Octane gets one. Drazah now flying into this one, and it will be Thieves still in the lead and now in control.
Any time is good time here. Over towards P5 and Rubble. Octane will find 3. He does go down eventually, and we can see the fight coming in over towards P1. 20 seconds remaining. It's feeling like Thieves are going to pick up a decent amount of time here. They have done. Vance is able to answer back with 2 on his way in, but Envoy is just controlling as best as he possibly can. It's pretty mixy, but let's talk about the spawns. Who's in the better position? Heading back over towards P1. Good shots from inside. Ultra are all over it. Can they lock in some decent time here? It's a close game as we head into the second rotation.
Well, the Thieves are now going to try and move as a team and open this one up. I don't know how CleanX got that one. But now comes the pinch. Keep an eye. It's going to be Envoy. Looking for this, his teammates are all going to come at the same time. He sees Cammy, throws rounds down, looking for it eventually, slides in and gets him. And now it's only going to be Vance alive. They have managed to break this one cleanly. The Thieves are in.
Get control as well, and can they get control of the train side? So far, so good. Drazah and Kenny locking in those kills. 30 seconds remaining here. Good time. Well, LA Thieves, Ultra are going to start thinking about this rotation over towards P2, but a hit's going to come in from the side though. CleanX falls as well. Really, really nice hold from LA Thieves. Pick up a good chunk of time, and that's as big as the lead has been since P1, where Ultra really had a good time of things. LA Thieves heating it up now.
And this is all them so far. They've taken that lead. They've made it so much bigger. Drazah just waiting for that health to regen. Back up from Kenny, of course.
5 in a row.
They're just going to start sweeping down the street here. Finds one in and tries to hit him with a movement. It's not going to work. Both teams trying to get enough bodies here to make sure they can hold control.
Insight's huge here. He's trying to stay alive and find something. Envoy will find him from down low, but here come the rest of Ultra. They need to try and find a break. The bleeding is being non-stop recently. Cammy and Banstow will combine well. They find their way through. They've got the spawns they want. They need to keep a hold of them this time when we head over towards P3, but it's as clean as a break as you're likely to see. 30 seconds still to play for. Look at the spawns. They're important here for Ultra. We can already see Insight is way back, locking it in. Can they continue to lock this time in here over towards P2 as well?
Well, here come the Thieves. They're going to break this one open. This says no scrap time for you, Ultras. They completely gun them out, and now the rotation is going to matter. Insight is trying to hold them back just a little bit. Ultra need to set up for this one. Kills. You can see it on the mini-map. And Insight's done a fantastic job to prevent LA from taking too much map control, but it will be Envoy who's making a move. He has Kenny with him as well. They're going for this one. They're going to try and break it in here. Thieves is going to be rejected. Cammy says, no, thank you. Get out of here. We're having this point. We're having this rotation. And LA will have to try again.
Vance inside the fire, just going to try and be a pain, but really big kills from Cammy. Finds the two towards the back, and that just shuts down that push from Thieves. And from the front door, it's just, but just gives him a right hook to the jaw. Octane falls, and Ultra continue to hold.
And now, LA have got to try and do it one more time. You can see they're trying to get their players in position for this one. At the moment, it's all the kill feed for them. Insight and Fire is going to go down as well, and the Thieves will break in. And Ultra going to try and do a little bit here just to contest it. Not going to do an awful lot, though. The game is still somehow close enough for Ultra to do this, but it has been LA for quite a while.
They've done really well to break in and take away these 20 seconds that Ultra really could have done with. 40-point games. We head over towards P4, and teams are already set up. They're already soaking up those points. But Thieves, considering they didn't have the spawns there, did as good a job as possible. I think they took around 20 seconds or so off Ultra. That was looking pretty guaranteed, and they are really locked in over towards P4.
Well, we said they might not get an awful lot of time here, but keep an eye. There's a pinch coming in. It is developing. They're going to have to try and do some work. Insight manages to get one. Drazah, though, rejects it. You can already see it's going to be Cammy trying to get this pinch at the same time. It's not really working out for them. It's all Thieves. And this is a huge hold for them. The Ultra are going to start panicking. They're not going to be happy with this.
They had so much time to set up, and it's really just making things so difficult for Ultra. The boys on the LA Thieves ain't missing, and they're just making it so hard to find their way through. 25 points away here, Bressie. They're going to be very close as we head over towards P5.
I don't remember when Ultra last got a kill. I don't remember when they last got a kill. Finally, Vance breaks the red streak. But it may be too little too late. This game could be over on this next rotation. Thieves have put this one basically to bed unless there is a miracle.
There's a chance for a team like Ultra to do it. In terms of their rotations, it's important for them. We've seen teams when they're able to lock in a hill, they can pick up a lot of points, both of these squads. Thieves have been there though, time and time again on these rotations. Ultra need to find a big hold somewhere, but you also need to prevent Thieves from just getting 10 more points.
And that's the nightmare. They keep having to throw themselves at the point over and over again.
You gotta go.
And LA are set up, they're ready, they're good. There's only a few seconds left. They're gonna jump into it as well as they go down. Only one player can do anything. It's Vance, and Vance gets taken out. And we are going to a game 5 here at the OpTic Major. The LA Thieves and the Toronto Ultra have taken it the distance.
We expected it. We did think this could go all the way. These two teams very evenly matched. And LA Thieves show their dominance in hardpoint once more. The curveball that comes from Ultra with the hardpoint has not worked. And only thanks to their S&D and control gameplay have we found ourselves heading over towards a map number 5. And what a game that was from the Thieves. Just comes down to good rotations and holding them down as well. A huge game from them. Octane hasn't really found that fire in this series so far, but that's his best map out of the 4 that we have seen. 32 and 27, 4,000 damage. way above everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, he was just preventing Ultra from really ever getting enough bodies there to actually make those trades effective. And every single time he thought Ultra might be able to do something, they were broken. Huge plays coming out of Envoy, huge plays coming out of Octane. Drazah was doing work, Kenny was firing on all cylinders. And it could have been close. It could have been a game where it went down to the wire, but not this time. LA Thieves just look like the better hardpoint team.
And look how comfortable those maps are as well. A very convincing hardpoint game coming out of the Thieves, but Ultra do tie it up with that S&D and with that control though, Brycey, and we got what we wanted, didn't we?
We certainly have. Well, Looks like we are heading for a Game 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at the CDL when these two teams take it out at one last map.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for a Game 5 between Toronto Ultra and the LA Thieves. They've been giving us an incredible show so far, and we get to see it one more time.
To Desert Siege we go between these two teams, and not a lot of player time in competitive side of things from either one of them. Which again, we said at the beginning of the show that S&D for them was never great for either one of these squads, and it made for a really, really good game number 2. But somebody who's been so impressive from the LA Thieves side, specifically in the hard points as well. Absolutely phenomenal game so far out of Envoy.
Yeah, just a player to keep an eye on all the time for them. And they're going to need it one more time here. LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra has gone the distance. As we head into the search and destroy, I know I feel like a broken record, but it is anyone's game.
Could go either way. Many people's pick'ems for the rest of the weekend probably decided on this search and destroy. But we're very, very excited to get into it nonetheless. What a game it has been so far. Jumping in though, Desert Siege. It's very offensive sided. You expect it to win your attacks a little bit more. But that first blood, how important it is. And the search and destroy game in game number 2 was the fight between Insight. It was the fight against Octane. Insight won it that time around with a sniper. It will be influential here as we head into game number 5 between Ultra and Thieves. Who's going to take this one away and advance on into the second round of the winners bracket?
Well, let's find out as we jump straight into it, of course, onto the attack for the Los Angeles Thieves. See already, looking to just start butting heads with Ultra.
Oh, they've absolutely flown it here, complete control. And they will have no idea that Drazah is in this position. As that bomb goes down, they won't know Cammy's there either, but he can't find the kill. Drazah opens his account here on Desert Siege, and it's a beautiful player from the LA Thieves. Make that 3 dead now, a 1v4 for Insight.
I mean, he's going to try and bring the dream, but I don't think the Thieves are going to let him do it. It will be LA that open this one up, and a very clean opening round.
Yeah, they just sprinted forward, all 4 of them at the same time, and said, right, let's get control of the outer side of the map. Let's get control of their spawns. And it was very, very cleanly done from there. And Cammy's kind of in a good position to defend there and try and get a hold of the bomb, plant there as quickly as possible. If he can win that gunfight, maybe Ultra have a shout, but clean round from Elliot. As we head into round number 2, it's now the turn of Toronto Ultra to get this attack going.
And they'll be looking to bounce back straight away from this one already. Fans opening those doors for it as well, but Drazah says thank you very much. That's first blood already. And Ultra don't know what to make of it.
Kleenex just gets caught napping. Holding the angle, gets a couple of shots in. And Drazah says thank you very much. It's a really good start from LA, and as said, when the first bloods do come on through, makes things that little bit easier. That shot looked pretty good to me, but nonetheless, you survived, still a 4v3.
Vance is going to try and do some work here, but this is a horrible building to play in. He needs to reinforce. We're going to see a player as well gets taken down, and Ultra just can't get anything going here on this search and destroy. It's Insight left alone again, has the sniper. But it's been seen, and now you can already see LA Thieves are reacting to it. They're going to put the pressure on him.
And there, that just kind of comes down to those first couple of gunfights that come on through. As soon as Drazah opens things up, as he did in round number 1, makes the round that little bit easier. 2 first bloods, 2 round wins. Drazah is the one that's finding them for the LA Thieves.
All right, well, maybe it'll be close, maybe it won't be. LA Thieves have opened this one up. Incredibly dominant so far. And I wonder if they're going to just try and put this one to bed very, very quickly. Toronto Ultra are going to have to find something here on this defense to stop the bleed.
1 kill between all 4 of them so far. They need to counteract this somehow, some way. Insight can't hit the shot. It's another aggressive push, but it's aggressive from Cammy as well, who will find 2. Good start for Ultra in round number 3. They really needed it. 4v2, make that a 4v1. Yeah, you can get the quick rounds, but so can we. Ultra find 1 back, 2-1.
Full regain there from them. Quite glad, actually. I was going to say that was looking a little bit dangerous at the moment for the Ultra. But certainly got a game on our hands, and of course, they will go on the attack this time as well. Can they bring it back to 2-2? Or we're looking at LA Thieves 3-1. Not been an awful lot to break down in this search and destroy so far.
Honestly, they've kind of just flown at each other, Bryce. And it's been interesting, but it's just been getting mixy inside of Palace and outside of A. First blood's just so important. That time around, it was Cammy. Open the door for me, would you?
Oh, I like that play. Kleenex has managed to get in. That's first blood for them. Now they're looking to try and capitalize on it. We have seen the statistics. First blood usually means 88% of the time they win this round, but not with Octane. Has that sniper, brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
Right now, Insight is nowhere to be seen in terms of helping out, and Octane, is he ready for him? That battle between these two players was really the story in game number 2. It's a trade apiece inside of the Palace, 2v2. Octane. Hey, son.
Oh, Octane wins it again. Insight goes for the peak, and that may have shut down Toronto. Can ClearNex find the 1 versus 2? I think he's been seen as well. He's going to go fly out towards the back here, and has been taken down. It's patient, it's calm, and it will be the Los Angeles Thieves who move into the lead now, 3-1.
Very good round out of Octane. Finds that first pick, shuts down any sort of control over towards B. And then the big pick onto Insight. Wins it this time around. As mentioned, he really did not have a good game number 2. He's stepping it up in a really big way so far, though. In game number 5, LA Thieves very, very much in control here.
Now, do they go for an aggressive push once again, feeding themselves? It looks like they might go for a B hit here as well. Gonna go straight for it already, though. Insight slows them down just a little bit with that sniper. They may have gone for it, but if that B goes down, it's going to be very, very difficult.
It gets out cleanly as well. Insight's gonna have to find something else with this sniper. Octane will be watching over as well. ClearNex doesn't know Envoy is right underneath him. He's just holding the middle of the map perfectly. Good shots from ClearNex though. Is he gonna fly out? Yes, he is, but Envoy behind 1v3. He's dead. Good retake from Ultra. And that first kill from Insight makes a big difference there. A 4v3 retake, a lot easier than a 4v4 one.
It really does. Obviously, you got to say, though, as well, ClearNex winning that gunfight up top. They were expecting him to drop down. Envoy was ready for it. And unfortunately, he didn't drop. Instead, he just dropped one of his teammates. This is a game. I have no idea which way it's going.
Because each round is so chaotic. There's not necessarily anything that either team's doing sensationally. It's coming down to the picks in the first bloods, and then the team's working out their trades from there. Very much pack mentality when it comes to search and destroy on this map specifically, and the trades are just happening so far in the favor of the LA Thieves. Kenny backing off, and once again, it's the sniper battle. It's playing for the picks for Ultra with Insight. Can he find a pick once more?
This is all this is now. Bit of a split and pick. Looks like LAT, we're trying to get a bit of pressure on to the B side of it. At the moment, Ultra are playing this very, very passive. They're looking for it as well, and they're finding ClearNex gets first blooded. Insight tries to get it back here for this one, and he will. He brings it back to a 3 versus 3. It's still a game on.
Ultra give up a lot of map control. And LA Thieves say, thank you very much. It has been tied up, as you said, 3v3. Insight once again finding the picks. That bomb, though, now going down over towards B. 3v3 retake. Thieves are nowhere near it. This is going to be difficult.
Oh, Insight gets that blood as well. I'm trying to get something back in a 1 versus 3. This is a nightmare. Just not really going to do it with that B-bomb down. And they're not giving him any chance to get this kill either. Ultra playing pretty tight. Insight's going to see him. Tries to win that gunfight. Doesn't win it. Cammy's going to go for the challenge. And has managed to get it. 20 seconds left though. Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for the defuse.
It's going to be very difficult. You have to get rid of Insight with the snipe and then maybe get something going, but very, very quickly. Not going to happen. 11 seconds to go. There's just not enough time. That's 3 kills in that round from Insight with the sniper. Big round out of him finds Ultra tying things up at 3 apiece. Can you smell that? It smells like around 11 to me. Back and forth between these two teams, but Ultra stopped the bleeding. It was really not looking good at the beginning of this game. But they really have turned this one around. It's been off the back of the kills coming in from Insight with this sniper. All the rounds have been relatively clean for one side. Can we maybe have a 1v1?
And here we go. Again, sniper battle. Octane Insight. Both of them just looking for this pick. However, the pick will go to Bance. He gets the first blood as well and gets out of there.
Same story as last round. Kenny did the exact same thing. Pushes up, finds the kill. What's the move here for Thieves, though? A lot of the teams have been very, very passive in their aggression. Kenny will eventually find one from B side, though. Bance gets taken down. 3v3. Which way are Thieves going to go with this one? Transfer over towards A. Seems the more likely. Ultra ready, waiting. ClearNex information given. The team will know this push is coming on through.
Waiting for it. He's calling out for his teammates. He needs reinforcements here as well, but has found a CleanX, tries to get out. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Cammy's looking for him as well. At the moment, Insight is miles away.
He's flanking with the sniper. This is all on Cammy, really. He needs to try and break things open, but can Insight? Are they going to give him an angle? And the answer is yes, Octane, watch your head. You just have to be careful. Insight finds it. And there's Kenny. Oh my God, Insight!
Oh my goodness! Hits him with a hot one, and we'll be seeing that one on Twitter.
He was the man who found the 1v3 in map number 2 that just set up the streak of rounds from Ultra. And that might be something that does it in here in game number 5. What a play out of Insight.
Right now, the GA chat's probably going quite crazy about snipers. Well, unbelievable. Ultra have now taken the lead in this Search and Destroy.
6 in a row from Insight. Oh! And he takes a bullet as well. What can this man not do?
How are Ultra playing this one at the moment? No first blood for either team. Ultra repositioning after finding out that Octane is watching A.
It's about the picks again. The game is slowed down from what we've seen in the first couple of rounds, and it's been suiting Ultra. Case in point, Insight. 6 kills in a row from him with the sniper. They're looking for the picks once more. Trying to line it up. Penny will give him number 7. There's the streaks as well. Insight has been dominant in these search and destroys, and he's calling it in. Let's just secure this round while we're at it. Kenny, Octane specifically may be in trouble. A little bit of information. Nothing found from it. Still a 4v3.
His best part, he's still here. He's still here looking
planting
for it.
They're planting it A. They've got no idea.
Imagine Insight will be looking to flank very, very quickly. He's in position though, looking for CleanX. Trying to find him through that one as well. Does eventually get it. Drazah gets it. Will be taken back down by Bance. Octane with the sniper going to come through. It's not going to work. Bance has found 1. He's found 2. He won't find the 3rd though. Envoy in a 1 versus 2. And it will be Cammy and Insight to go for it, but they've got it. Guy, Blom committed, and they get the round.
Insight with the final kill. I believe taking his streak up to 8 on 9. 9 and 3. And it's really been off the back of him. He's finding those first bloods, and Ultra are just making the map work for them with those first bloods. What can Thieves do to answer back? And imagine they're going to speed it up a little bit, because those fast-paced rounds at the beginning of the game were working out well for them. And imagine we maybe see something similar. They're going to need to change something.
They're going straight for this one already. They're going to see a player go down. That's almost a first blood, but CleanX gets away. Cammy must get first blood though. It is LA Thieves that went aggressive, but it hasn't worked out for them. Envoy will get one back onto Cammy. Back to a 3 versus 3. And it all goes a little bit quiet here in Desert Siege. The pressure is mounting for LAT.
Bomb's going down. Bance wants to check it. Can he get a look onto it? Can he stop and plant? No, he cannot. Envoy gets out as well. And he's not doing it, is he? He's not doing it, is he? Is Benjamin Bance
I don't know.
just put his balls on the table?
Oh, Benjamin Bance said, all right, you can get out of the bomb, but I will defuse as Toronto Ultra take down the Los Angeles Thieves in a great map 5, and that is the same way the last S&D went. When Ultra start winning, they don't stop.
Once they find the formula, it works time and time again. But Bance sees Envoy jump off the bomb as soon as he plants it and says, yeah, well, I'm defusing it.
Oh, I'll tell you something. I forgot how nervous it is when Ninja Diffusers happen on LAN. I refuse to say anything about them. But Ultra walk away the winners here, and I believe that means they move forward in the bracket to play London tomorrow.
Oh. Well, I believe it'll be on Saturday, but nonetheless an all-EU matchup, which will be very interesting. But Toronto get it done. 3-2, and what a series that was out of these two squads. But we have to talk about it. For all that LA Thieves were fantastic in those hard points, the man in the search and destroy for Ultra was Insight. What a performance from him. It was the 1v3 in game number 2. It was the snipe, the quick scope to close it out in one of the rounds as well. But let's have another little look at what happened in that final round, because it's easy to miss it. But we've seen Bance check the bomb site. We'll get to it pretty quickly. And he doesn't chase the kill as many would. We know exactly what ended up happening.
Yeah, you got to bear in mind here the patience it takes. He saw that player leave and didn't go for the chow, didn't run out, just got straight on it. And obviously he's called that to his team. He said, I'm going for it. I'm going for the ninja. Distract. Do everything you can to make sure they don't hit me off with this one. And we are going to see it again. This is the moment it happened. Bance checks, doesn't know he's here. Eventually makes a push.
Envoy turns around so it doesn't see him. And look at Thieves, they're not thinking about the bomb right now because they're like, well, yeah, okay, we just need to cover our backs. And Bance is like, oh, well, yeah, actually, thank you very much.
And Thieves thought they had it. Thieves thought they had it. But Bance went straight on for the ninja, and that's how this series has gone. Hard points to LA, everything else to Toronto.
Big game out of Toronto, and honestly, I think they would have looked at it, and the hardpoint experiment was there. I'd love to chat to the guys to find out what the reasons were for those maps. They didn't work out for them, but hey, it doesn't matter if you win the rest of them, right? I mean, we talk about S&D wins championships. In this case, S&D does win this series for them. The hardpoint was not enough, but what a game that was. And as I said, that's the appetizer for the main course, Pricey, which is coming up shortly.
It certainly is. Well, let's throw it back to our desk because there is an awful lot to break down for this one.
Yeah, Toronto, they joined Atlanta FaZe and also the London Royal Ravens as teams that won today, and that is all off of the back of Insight being a snipe guy right there in that last map.
That was an insane series from both of these teams, but Toronto Ultra, we said it before the series started, it comes down to the search and destroys. And the fact they were able to win the first one in a pretty dominant fashion, 6-2, but then even in that map number 5, they were down 3-1 and just kept chaining rounds together 5 in a row to close out that game 5.
We literally talked about it heading into the series that Cammy was struggling in search and destroy, and he needed to put away the sniper. He puts it away, Insight brings it out, man, transforms their S&D prowess, man. That is insane. They have gone from being one of the teams struggling so much in search and destroy to now maybe one of the best with Insight and the sniper in hand.
And that's the craziest thing. Looking at the replays right now, Insight was just clapping LA Thieves. I mean, there was nothing that they could have done. We've been hyping Octane throughout the entirety of the year of his mastery of what he's been doing so far, but nameless. You put a scope in this man's hands right here, he's a game changer.
It was a wonderful change, and the reason he's so good with the snipers, one, he has an incredible shot, but two, he's one of the players who are best at positioning himself in the entire world, right? Like, as that main AR, he's been mastering that over the last 2 years, so he's not giving people easy peeks, right? Like, he's playing the right spots, picking the right angles, and he's getting those kills. 18 and 8 across 2 search and destroys, like, that is insane. But honestly, the biggest thing in this series was that they won that control, because LA Thieves picked that map. They chose to go toe-to-toe with them on that Tuscan, thinking they had the advantage. Well, guess what? Bans and Kleenex both almost put up 70 engagements, massive nuisances on the map. They end up taking that control, which is the swing game in the series they absolutely needed.
All right, now it's about that time for the Game Fuel post-victory spotlight interview with the one and only Cammy. Go ahead and take it away.
Veli, thank you very much. This is, of course, your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. The one and only Cammy here. Mate, there's one word to describe that series for the fans and myself, and definitely for you, stressful. How are you feeling?
Stressed, yeah, but it was a good win, you know. It's good to be back on LAN again. Our S&D's looking pretty good, thankfully. As you've seen, I had a .59 going into that series, so I want to try and turn it around a bit, and we'll hopefully we keep up.
I mean, you used to snipe for the team a little bit. We heard aLLeY talking about it on the desk. Are you ever going to snipe again after what Insight just did?
Nah, I don't think so, man. You seen what he's doing with it. It just makes more sense for him to snipe. He's a bit of a slower player and stuff, so yeah, definitely he should be on it, and well, look at that.
It's always a nail biter when you guys go up against the LA Thieves. What is it about the two teams? They've got the hard points, you sort of have the search and destroys. Is this a rivalry that we can expect throughout the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think so. They're a really talented team, you know, very good in hard point, all unbelievable players, so nothing but respect for them. But yeah, it's always good fun playing them.
All right, mate, up next, you've got the Ravens. Now, did you hear what Gismo said about body slamming you earlier today?
Oh, yeah, I did.
What do you think about that?
Listen, Joey, lad, you're getting pumped. That's all I need to say.
But that's it. You heard it here first. Cammy once again, congrats, mate. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest tonight. Des,
appreciate it.
Back to you.
I love it. The egoless Cammy just went ahead, gave his friend the snipe, and all of a sudden they just destroy. But you know what? They're going to be facing the London Royal Ravens tomorrow. I mean, next time they're on main stage. But coming up next, Jeremy, Steady, you're going to have OpTic finally showing up. They're going to be playing the Seattle Surge, one of the most hype matches we're going to have today. How do you feel that game is going to go down?
Yeah, this one's going to be a crazy series between both of these teams. Obviously, OpTic, they ended qualifiers on a 3-win spree. Seattle,
there they go.
They lost the last 2.
There it goes.
OpTic is coming in. But I got a hot take, though. I got a hot take.
Talk to me, man.
For me, I think that both of these teams are evenly matched up. Because with Seattle, they started off the year really strong. OpTic, they started to kick up towards the end of the qualifiers. But I think it comes down to the battle of the SMGs for me. I feel like Mack and Pred, like just watching them in these last couple of scrims, they have just been dominating. On the opposite side, Scump and Shotzzy, a great SMG duo.
Okay.
I feel like this goes all the way to a game 5, and
who wins?
I think I'm taking Seattle.
Seattle.
I think I'm taking
Seattle
Seattle
over OpTic.
Yeah,
Right
taking
now,
Seattle.
when they're chanting,
Yep.
you're going to do that?
You're going against
the
them?
whole stage. I got
dream, Jay.
I know. It's okay. It's all right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys already know the deal. Coming up next, we're gonna have OpTic Texas finally taking that main stage against one of the most explosive teams that we've seen in the CDL this year. I can't wait. You see them getting ready right now. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Actually, no, I say we stay for just a second. Nameless, when it comes to the green wall out here in Texas, how wild do they get?
Oh, they're going to be insane, man. I'm telling you, I was talking to these guys, some of the fans, they walked up, I was like, how loud are y'all getting? They're like, we're going to be louder than the London crowd. And that is tough, okay?
Yeah, so
y'all are going to have to bring it. I expect everybody standing up right now to be going nuts, especially if OpTic starts streaking.
Oh, we're going to definitely see how loud they get, really. So, matter of fact, for all of you out there right now, if y'all are ready to see OpTic Texas take that main stage, go ahead and make some noise.
Oh, they ready, man. They ready.
I know I should have thrown it to a commercial, man. I know what I was doing. You know what? Let's go ahead and get the day rolling with that last matchup of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to send this over to a break. You see the crowd is ready, and we are just as excited. We'll see you soon for Seattle Surge versus OpTic Texas.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
The 3-2 map count with Toronto Ultra over the Los Angeles Thieves. We have all but one game left to close out the day. OpTic Texas and Seattle Surge. And if you really wanted a fantasy matchup, you couldn't have asked for an even better one. And right here on the desk, you guys already know the deal. My name is aBeZy, breaking things down with my trusty analysts. I got aLLeY, I got Nameless. We also got Ton and man, how's it feel to be up here, my dude?
It feels really good to be here with all you guys, but I'm still reeling a little bit off that game. If I'm honest. I was just sprinting down, and I'm just like, okay, right, yeah, I'm back on the desk. But what a series that was. But I think we got quite a good one in a second, I think.
Oh, big time. Let's go ahead and break down the teams, matter of fact. So, OpTic Texas, they are going to have trouble if this team goes out the gate swinging. The Seattle Surge have been fantastic so far, but they did lose their last 2 games, but I'm going to be honest, I still believe in them. These rookies and these players, these vets, and I'm talking Lamar, they've been incredible so far.
Yeah, and of course, it's all looking at Sib, right? He's been struggling the past 2 games, and really looking at him to have a turnaround. But on Kickoff Classic, he was lighting it up. He's known as one of the most consistent players. So to see a .68 KD versus Florida and a .75 KD versus London, that is rough to have to make a comeback on. And of course, they need to improve on post-first blood execution. 2nd in first blood win percentage, 7th in round win percentage. So they're getting those first bloods, but they're struggling to capitalize on it and win the Tuscan hardpoint battle. OpTic is 2-0 and Seattle is 2-1. And know what, aBeZy? I'm going to tell you right now, I saw that map layout and I'm a little bit worried.
All right, now it's really funny when you were talking about the game field keys of victory right there. The crowd, they didn't even care about Seattle. They're saying, let's go OpTic, let's go OpTic. And speaking of which, Ton, give me a little short story about how you feel about this team coming into this year, because at first, they started off really slow, man, and now they're looking strong.
Yeah, they're looking really good after the last 2 games. Honestly, it was a mixture of not looking fantastic, but also having some very tight games. Losing 2 round 11s did put them in a tough spot, but since then, they've looked very, very strong, and this crowd is not just going to make them that little bit stronger. They should just enthuse them to come flying out the gates.
You got that right. And Nameless, my man, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, this OpTic team, they've gotten so much better in their last few matches, right? We've seen iLLeY have a massive turnaround in performance. He was the X factor for me, but for the game field keys to victory, win rotations and coast. OpTic is 2nd in hold percentage. Hardpoint has been phenomenal as of late, and Seattle is 10th in break percentage. So definitely have the advantage there. And then keep up elite offensive execution and control. They're one of the best control teams we've seen in the game, especially on Tuscan. These guys are 2nd to none pushing that B point. They're 4-1 there, so that should be a good map for them. And then get Scump going in Search and Destroy. .78 KD in the game mode this season. We know what he's capable of. Coming off of an insane year in Search and Destroy, the guy's got to pop off.
All right. The crowd is hyped right now. This is it. The last matchup of the day. And of course, the CDL Save the Best for last. It's going to be time for the pick'ems. And I'm going to start off first. And you know what? Usually I talk to you guys about this, but I'm going to talk to the audience, because on that main stage right there, other than Seattle, when it comes to the green wall, are y'all feeling like they're going to come out with a win today? Go ahead and make some noise.
I think that's a yes, man.
Yeah, that's a yes.
So when it comes to pick'ems, all those people out there, I think they're going to be pretty upset, because I'm going with Seattle Surge, man. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm just saying, OpTic, there's a lot I still want to see from them, but when it comes to Seattle, yeah, they ran into some bumps in the road, but Sib getting back on point is going to turn the Seattle Surge team into something different. What you got?
I am being a complete shill, and I'm going OpTic. I'm sorry. Look, they've looked so much better. Surge over the past couple of weeks haven't looked great. If they can turn it around and bring it back to that form, I think they've got a chance. But if it's anything like what we've seen in the last couple of weeks of qualifying, OpTic should be comfortable.
All right, aLLeY, who you rock with, OpTic or the Surge?
aBeZy, chat, the stadium. Seattle's coming off of 2 really tough losses. And you know what? I love the guys on OpTic. But somebody's gonna be the villain in the building. Me, aBeZy, and Seattle Surge!
Channeling out the name?
All right, Nameless, it's all up to you once more to balance the charts. You got 2 for Seattle, 1 for OpTic. Who are you leaning towards to win this last match of the day?
We know.
You know, from what we've seen, it has to be OpTic Texas. In their last few matches, they've looked absolutely incredible. I got to keep it a stack here. I think they're taking this series. What we've seen out of Seattle, they've crumbled in their last 2 series. So we'll see how they respond in this match, but they got their work cut out for them.
All right, you guys heard it here first. We got 2 for OpTic, 2 for Seattle. aLLeY, you're the prediction queen on the desk, so I think that this is going to be right. But also when it comes to a player to watch in this lobby, who do you have your eyes on? Who's going to have just the biggest moment here?
The obvious answer is going to be Sib, but I'm actually going to go for Mack this time around. I feel like when they're winning, it has a lot to do with what he does on the map, so definitely keep an eye out for him.
No, we're definitely talking about it. Mack is kind of like the glue of this team. Without him, this team looks drastically different. Ton on the side of OpTic, man. You know, you inform. You shield out for the audience right there.
Yeah, I know. It's disgraceful, really.
Who do you like on that roster, man? Who's gonna have the biggest impact to you?
It has to be Shotzzy. Look, how often have we talked about him? This guy has been lights out consistently. We have a weird stat when it comes to search and destroy. That's in our back end called speed. And it's down to who actually covers the most ground in rounds of search and destroy. Shotzzy is so far ahead of absolutely everybody, and it's so obvious. I mean, the guy is just cracked at all times, and I love watching him play. I just want to see more Shotzzy consistently. So yeah, more Shotzzy. I think he's going to be the guy that can do things here for us.
I love it. I see you nodding your head down there, Nameless. You know, I'm going to be honest. I didn't expect you to pick OpTic because you've been so critical about them, but in a right way, right? Because we needed to see improvement coming from that team. What really won you over lately?
I think it's really, their control gameplay has just been insane. And we've seen iLLeY turn it around. Now, granted, they've played a lot of submachine gun maps, right? So he's been able to run that sub more often. So it's still up in the air. I have questions when it comes to the maps like Gavutu, like Berlin, Hardpoint, if they're going to be able to rise to the occasion here. But it's electric in this building. OpTic has been playing great. They're on a 3-0 win streak in their last 3 games, and I think they're going to show up in this match.
Now, I think the most important factor of this matchup right here is going to have to come down to see what Seattle's going to do to answer back, right? So aLLeY, they lost 2 games. A really young team, you know what I'm saying? And if they're able to pull out a win against OpTic, I want to be completely honest, I expect them to finish like top 3, top 2, top 1.
I think the biggest issue right now for Seattle in this match specifically is they are on not the home field advantage. We are in Texas. This is all a crowd for OpTic Gaming. In Seattle, we're going to have to see their composure to see if they have the ice to play against a crowd that is completely against them.
And also to go into that fact, you've got a lot of young players that don't have a really big amount of LAN experience. You do not want all these OpTic fans on your back. If things start going wrong, are you going to have the composure to come back potentially? That's really important in this series.
Right. Now, with OpTic obviously going up in the rankings right now, I mean, where do you rank them entirely? Because Chance was up here in the guest spot as well, and he was saying, even during rehearsals, he was like, yeah, they're top 2. Like, definitely. I see them winning the thing possibly.
I mean, look, I've personally... I think OpTic will win this series.
You're putting him on the hot seat, Billy. Be real with me.
But FaZe, for me, are above and beyond the best team at the moment in this game. I think they're going to be very difficult to beat this weekend. But if this crowd do get behind this OpTic team and they're frying like they were the past week, they've got a good chance. But there's a lot of teams that have a good chance. We've got this pool of like 5 or 6 teams that, for me, are behind FaZe. OpTic are one of those teams.
Yeah, FaZe is S tier, and there's like 4 teams in the 8.
Pretty much,
yeah. 100%.
That's how I put it. And there's just matchups that would be tough. Like, we just saw LA Thieves lose to Toronto, right? LA Thieves versus OpTic. Like, I favor LA Thieves in that matchup. OpTic versus Toronto. I think OpTic takes that. So it really just comes down to matchups as these teams progress, right? But FaZe, they're clearly in just like an upper echelon at the moment.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get things started for the last matchup of the day. We're going to have the Seattle Surge in OpTic Texas. We'll see you guys shortly for an amazing matchup.
Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And still, hipfire works out. Do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go big. Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it. Takes it down.
Winner, winner, winner. Winner, winner, winner. Winner, bury me a sinner.
Inside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from mid. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
How we doing? Yo, was that a drum? Who brought the drums? I know you guys are pumped for this. I'm gonna kill the fluff. Let's get right into it. You know the squads. Let's meet the teams. First off, OpTic Texas. Shotzzy and the king.
Guys haven't tasted victory in so long under the OpTic name. You know these guys want to put on a show for you. They want to win here in Texas. I can't wait to get this underway.
All right, I know you're all here to see OpTic, but their opposition, it is not going to be easy. Let's take a look at Seattle Surge. Simp, accuracy, Mack, and Pred.
It is all bit. Nope.
This is crazy. The crowd, they're not liking him right now. And you know what? Seattle Surge, they're definitely gonna have a chip on their shoulder. Clint, I'm ready for this matchup to get started, baby.
Let's get it going. Texas, are you ready? Let's get it right up to our chasters. Chance, Miles, take it away, baby.
Hey, I don't run with Charles and Mance. That could be a weird sort of name. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Wow. All right, the crowd is not disappointed. You've all done an amazing job. This is going to be one hell of a match. And hey, we've been looking forward to this now for as long as we've known the schedule for the major.
I mean, this is like the match to kick off the tournament as far as I'm concerned, and it is a banger. You have Seattle placing second at the Kickoff Classic, where Simp was looking like arguably the best player in the game. Well, now he gets to go against some of the best players of all time, 3 world champions on OpTic Texas, and you're going against Scump with the home crowd as well. It is a fearsome match that we have.
Call of Duty may have never seen a crowd this biased in its entire time, but let's look at the maps and modes as we work our way through this. Chance, a story to be told.
Dude, super interesting map set that we have, right? OpTic is the higher seed, so the Tuscan control, they love that map. You get it locked in, guaranteed. But after that, Desert Siege has been the auto veto for both of these teams. Neither of them we have actually seen play it, so we end up getting OpTic to pick that for the map 5. That is surprise number 1. Surprise number 2, well, OpTic, they banned the Tuscan hardpoint. Both of these teams love the map. I think OpTic are undefeated on it, but they want to play against the other team's weaknesses rather to their own strength. So that is how that Gavutu goes through. So interesting map 4 we have. And of course, we go to the cage for map number 1. A spicy one, a square up map. OpTic undefeated on it, but Seattle, they knew that they let this through. They want to take them down in map number 1.
2 teams, exciting, electrifying. The atmosphere here at the Esports Stadium Arena here in Arlington is something to behold. Here we go. It is map number 1, the cage hardpoint. To the cage we go to kick things off.
Dude, and the biggest thing, right? We have seen it from Seattle. Sib has had his struggles. Even Pred has slowed down just a little bit. You cannot afford to be slow. We are gonna find out instantly if these guys can hit that bounce back, because you saw those records. OpTic, they want to make this their home. Shotzzy, it has been his playground. 1.25 KD, and for iLLeY as well, one of his strongest maps. OpTic, they love it here on the cage. Let's see what they can do.
Both teams have got an interesting run here, of course. OpTic, last 2 times we've seen them play this, they've let the game run down the game.
It's crazy.
Not finish this one out. Will we see somebody close this one out? Go the distance to the 250. Here we go. Our winners bracket matchup, the final here of Thursday. Let's get it.
The finest left stick in the league. Shotzzy, he's got the moves like Jagger, but he gets taken down. Already 3 in the feed for Seattle. You can already push out the map and start to try to work that roaming Slayers, but of course, it is Bouquet P1. It is going to be scrappy as you vie for that map control.
Of course, Bocage, quite a small map, fast rotations indeed. iLLeY and Scump trying to make the play across map. They're towards the top side of the map, hard point number 2, that's where that will be. And there's still 20 plus seconds remaining here on the first chance, the dreaded gate. No one really able to get too much out of it. OpTic now with a bit of control. Can they find the kills now? On Scump, he finds 2 at the point, flushes them out. Woo! Picks up numbers. Whoa! Okie dokie! Scump finds all 4.
Oh, you come at the king, you best not miss it. Well, 4 in a row did, but even still, I mean, look at the score. It is 11-2 for Seattle, and they still held on to those spawns, so that 4-piece gets them literally nothing. The battle of the AR towards P2, or maybe the battle of nades. OpTic able to take a couple down, get them out of those back spawns for the moment, and take control of this money hill.
Somebody killed the chicken with that nade as well, unbelievable. Mack trying to fly in the hard point. Able to find anything? No, here comes the cover fire. Dashy in the back, keeping it safe. Hard point remains in OpTic territory for now. Nobody's on point. Dashy, once again, trying to clear our top side of the barn. Here we go. Map spread now for OpTic. A decent amount of time to be had. Over to the next point. Shotzzy can't quite get it done. Good hold now out of Seattle on the rotation. Scumpy, though, makes his way in. And once again, it's Seattle that hold grannies.
I mean, you got to admit, though, right? OpTic dealing with the bad spawns are able to break through that hill and build themselves a decent little lead. Similar situation, though. They got an extra 10 seconds to work with them in this rotation. iLLeY going to be waiting for his teammates, or maybe tries to strike in the back, but accuracy is there. Shotzzy does have this top control, so OpTic honestly poised to try to make this break. 30-point lead, not too shabby.
So far, so good. Shotzzy now entry through the backside. In a Grandma's house we go. Hard points up. Mack can clear that one out. Trying to hit the flanks as well. Important to attack multiple angles inside of Grandma's. Looking at the spawns for Seattle Surge. Right-hand side of the map, close as you like. OpTic now on the counter-attack. Trying to get him out. Good hold now from Seattle. Starting to slow this game down. Things got a little too hairy to start things off.
And of course, we already know this hill can be incredibly scrappy. It has been the case so far early on in these first 30 seconds. I will say, though, going into Barn, OpTic has been one of the better teams in the game and locking down P4. So you have to be very careful for Seattle to not give up that full rotation. Admittedly, they don't have to go very far, and Seattle's done a nice job just to try to get this game a little bit close, but these next 15 seconds are a big deal.
Yeah, great timeout Surge. Pull themselves back into this game. The contest comes to a close, and it's Seattle on top. Final 10 seconds are done, but already over to the barn we go in the next hard point, middle of the map. You can't miss it. It's a barn already. The players battling for that rotation. OpTic are info.
And look at the map control, right? You got 2 players for OpTic pushed out up towards the tank, up towards the A bomb site. They've got the clearance, and already the first 10 seconds have gone uncontested on this hill. You even see Scump, the roaming Slayer, gets taken down. Mack hits through the back with Shotzzy there. We go towards the contest, a little bit scrappy, but that was an important break. Seattle able to deliver.
Got holding it down now still. Time ticking away for Seattle Surge. We'll see the lead change hands, but not for too long. Here on the cage, things get a little crazy. Dashy now trying to push through one side. Oh, watch out for the friendly fire, as we're still trying to find some form of entry now over towards that point.
And you are doing everything you can just to fight for an extra few seconds. Shotzzy trying to make moves, trying to get his team out of that spawn. That is a clean 4 down, and this might be 20 seconds of scrap for OpTic to rebuild that lead. And now we go over towards the river. You already see players like Accuracy posted up around that tower. Right now, Seattle need to keep those back spawns secure. They're working from a little bit of a deficit. If they get broken here on Røkkr, things might start to spiral out of control.
Slowly but surely. You're going to see iLLeY, the closest member now for OpTic, trying to hit that point. Shotzzy clearing at the back as well. It's all Seattle Surge, though, in the hill. They're picking up the time. They're picking up the kills. This is a good look. Here comes Shotzzy, though, from the inside. Cuts one down. The trade. Not quite there. He's going to stay alive for a few moments, but here comes Scumpy from behind, a player we talked about for many, many years, having to step things up. 11 of 13 overall, not bad.
And he stays alive. Look at this is doing. iLLeY right now picking up pieces inside of the hill. And Scump, he can just wait to late flank this. He's got Shotzzy for the help, and well, he might fall. The hill has been cleared out, but Scump, you are just waiting to pounce on these players. Takes too long, gets taken down, and that final bit is scrap. It looks like Seattle, well, it is not an easy one on Røkkr, but they are still trying to fight for it.
Holding it down. Sid was the last man up in position there to get the time. He's taken care of. Keeping that point open is safe. No one's going to profit from that for now. We are going to go back now to the middle of the map. Second set of hard points now abound. Neither team able to crack 100. It's expected of the cage here. Both teams very evenly matched in the kills department. Over to Mack now. Finding those kills in mid, trying to clear out Barn, and it's going to be a headbutt in just a moment on that new point.
This game already shaping up to be a marathon that you have to sprint, right? But right now, every single player in the lobby is contributing. Obviously, the score is a result of that, but right now, I think it is Shotzzy putting up the largest pace in this game. 19 kills to his name, and well, for Seattle, you already see players like number 5 working on the flip. You got Mack around the hill, gets done. Shotzzy is there. Woo! First player to break 20.
A shot out of Simp. That's the 20 kill mark broke for Shotzzy. Hard point now in the hands of OpTic for a moment, but here comes Pred from up high. Simp finding the kills though. That's another massive component there to Seattle's surge success. And Simp finds a couple more. Pred doing what he can to fly forward. Scump's got the hill locked down. OpTic still trying to fight their way into this one. Let's go for a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
He's hurt. He's really hurt. No, just one check, guys. One check.
I'm
Literally just to your left. I'm one shot on a barn. I'm pulling one left as well.
Back barn. One check on him.
Where do you go?
They can only go. I heard that. I'm gonna take it ready.
I'm still playing left right now, guys.
Top barn, dead.
Nice job. I'm trying to block. Back on it. Where is he? No, back left. Yeah, he's come. He went front.
Yeah, shock after that.
Right towards time.
Back on, take your left.
Where is he?
Is that the tank?
Here. I don't see him.
I'm
nading over. Yo, small center. Get one check.
Small
back hill.
I think it's a barn. I think that's tank. What's that time?
Yeah, Victor, absolute.
I'll get time.
Top bar Mack. Keep staying down that.
I'm
white play right now. I don't see anything.
Green browse, I'm suit.
I don't see top bar. I don't know.
Okay, I get the back browse.
Yeah, they might flip.
Make sure don't flip. I think we did though.
I don't see. Yeah, we already flipped. One guy's kitchen. First guy's kitchen. I'll go. Slow down.
Get your back, absolute. One shot.
Yeah, he ran. Yeah, that's one check right now, guys. There's one more front door. Are you already left?
Yeah.
Yeah, you plan, Brennan. I need over you. I need over you. You Brennan, can you move over me?
Yeah, hold on.
I stand back, Lamar. I like that.
Oh, it's like that. No way.
No shot, dude.
All good.
Yeah, you were. I gotta slow down. I just slowed down right there. I was going so fast.
Honestly, no, we're good. We're gonna break the fuck out of that.
Yeah.
And that is heartbreak. That is a very, very unfortunate moment. We heard it from the listening. Again, the players just disappointed. 135-109, an exciting scoreline. OpTic finally able to pull things away, Chance.
And iLLeY started talking about we need to slow the game down. I don't think that's what he meant. That's not what he had in mind, but anyway, screeching halt. And again, it is a map that is a marathon that you have to sprint. I mean, it is absurd. That is just 5 minutes of just energy gone that you have to try to rebound from, but these players certainly trying to make up for it. What was that, a 20-point game? I think really the only two things to note, Shotzzy lighting up the kill feed on the flip side. iLLeY, bit of a slow game towards, well, the end of the reset at the very least. I saw him 11 and 23 at one point, but I don't know, man. Vanguard / Bokaj. Sometimes it giveth, sometimes it taketh away, and that just took away 5 minutes of our time.
Hey, man, it wasn't bad, right? I was pretty lit. Huh? That guy knows what I'm talking about. However, though, for Seattle Surge, there's going to be a heavy pump on the brakes. We're going to now slow this down, find out what's going to go on with a full reset there, and see what's going to happen. Again, over to the referees for that one. But in the time being, Chance, nice kills outside out of either team, decent holds out of Surge, really keeping that one competitive. It wasn't until the final moments of the game there that OpTic really pulled away. So big takeaways from the start of this Bokaj. Very, very closely contested from either team. OpTic winning those rotations most of the time. That wasn't going to the game clock.
Well, that was also, Bokaj in his natural state, right? Because even a couple of those earlier rotations just get broken, become scrappy. We saw it at Røkkr. Both times for P2, by the way, Seattle had the spawns. Doesn't really make a difference, right? And also the comedy of, Scump picking up a literal 4-piece.
Like all him
to get you 0 seconds. Absolutely 0 seconds to add to the clock. So a highlight play for sure, but That just means we gotta go back and do it all over once again. Get rid of some of the jitters, right? Yeah. Everyone is nervous coming into a match. There are no exceptions, but really, once you get in that first minute of the game, it fades away. But these are the hardpoint top performers of this season. To no surprise, Shotzzy leading the way for OpTic. The damage, of course, just over the top. And honestly, for an SMG, that is a fairly impressive stat line just to be able to deal out a little bit more than you take. Is honestly, a lot of these SMG players just turned into bullet sponges.
I mean, and the MP40 received a little bit of a nerf not too long ago, affecting the damage range. Didn't do a whole lot to slow down these bad boys. But there we go. Look at those stats as we get back into things. But an exciting start nonetheless. And again, when it comes to Surge, we look back as far as Kickoff Classic. They broke on the scene. They turned everyone's heads. They showed everyone the world that Seattle Surge was here to play. And especially off the back of plays with Mack. And of course, the dynamic duo of Simp and Pred. Those guys, exciting players to watch indeed. Very, very hot careers ahead of them if they can find the success. And this is the kind of series that makes or breaks, you know, like the future, you know, set up for your career. But real quick, friends, it's Rambo Ray's birthday. Can we give him a big happy birthday on 3? On 3, you maniacs. 1, 2, 3. You know, he probably didn't hear that. Those headphones. Oh, he did. Yeah, Ray. Hey, we love that. He played a little bit of golf this morning, but today is strictly business. And there we go. Rambo Ray, only 48 years old.
And we can wax poetic about the career that he has, the impact that he has had on Call of Duty, from like pro player to coach to dev at one point. He has simply done it all, and everything that that man does, he does at his very best. I mean, a fantastic golfer, fantastic bowler. You could talk about Ray for hours, but right now it's about that game plan. Going back into this bocage, again, very scrappy. I think iLLeY sort of had the right idea. If either one of these teams on any given hill is actually able to slow that game down to their pace, you can actually see money hills develop. We talked about the P4 that OpTic, generally speaking, have a decent advantage, at least when they win that rotation. The same thing can be said for that River Hill. This is a team fully capable of stringing something together on bocage, and well, we'll get to see that they can make that happen in round number 2.
Round number 2, we're going to run it back. And again for Surge now. Final few moments for them to pass on some words. We're loading in. This is it. We're going to get back into bocage. I believe a full reset is in order. Thumbs are up all across the board. We're going to do it one more time, friends. And both teams, stylistically, they like to get into the swing of things. They like to get a little crazy. And I'm very hoping to see the big pop-offs. It's some machine gun plays. It's those MP40s ringing out. Here we go. We're going to do this one more time.
Getting back in the swing of things, the opening break. I mean, I think the P1 we saw, what, an 11-2 score line after that first hard point. Not easy at all, but that's actually a fairly comparable rotation battle between these two teams towards the top. Neither hyper successful at the breaks, but of course, when we say break, we mean if you lose the rotation, outscoring them after the fact, right? Obviously on a map like Bocage, both teams are gonna be breaking into damn near every single hill, so it really just is about that outscoring. If you're looking at just for P5 on this map, I mean, again, 18%. It's not exactly a money hill, but for here on the cage, it's the best we got.
Running it back. Here we go. Map number 1 again. Flying desperately into the hard point go. The players of OpTic a little bit of a in and out as Shotzzy lights up the kill feed again. It's a nice 2, and he has an assailant behind him. Finally, Mack's going to slow that spree down, but either way, time going the way of OpTic Texas this time. Things look different, Chance.
I mean, a bit of a switch up, right? Strong opening break, and it looks like OpTic really putting pressure on that bottom left-hand side of the map, trying to flip those spawns. So that is what iLLeY is going to be thinking about long-term, but still inside the point. Right now for OpTic, not terrible time to try and collect. I mean, I know it's only 8 points, but that is how it is. But by the way, iLLeY dealt with, spawn secured, Seattle able to stabilize this P1 just a little bit.
And right now, those green arrows, the players in OpTic now keeping the pressure on the hill, but also looking towards New. That's accuracy, though. Posted up on top of one of the many tanks that adorn his name. And he's now been brought down finally. The exchange of gunfire is going to come to a close. And here comes the final few pushes from the members of OpTic towards the New hill. 4 seconds to surge off first, 8 for Texas. That is wild. Now we go to P2 Chance, and it's already looking very green.
And this is honestly basically what happened the first 2 go-arounds for the P1, right? Yes, Seattle able to get those spawns, but someone for OpTic always able to make it a little bit mixy, but now Seattle, they have that clearance. It is only number 3 shots. He pushed up for his team at all, and while he gets dealt with, you got Mack leading up the charge for the Slayers. It's not easy to make this hill a money hill, but Seattle right now putting in the work.
That's a lot of kills going their way. Eyes on spawns as well. Dashy stun's going to give away his position. Mack's going to clean it up. That's now 3 in a row for Mackenzie. And that's going to be a decent amount of time now accrued from Seattle. Surge, they're still holding this one down. Last-ditch attempt with 20 seconds remaining here on tanks. We're now going to roll over back towards Grannies as the kills keep on flowing. OpTic, with a decent amount of time, they can level things up.
Yeah, it'll be a tied game going into this new hill. And right now, Scump, I think the lone man for his team, but he just wants that top barn control. You see no pressure coming in from the river side. For OpTic, it's the 2 players up top. Well, here's the pressure from River, by the way. Shotzzy finds the route. Route man gets paid. Spawn for OpTic. Scump up top times it perfectly. OpTic, the break they need, the break they get.
Here we go. Into Grannies. 2 players through the front from Surge. Now brought down. Dashy's on the outside, finding the kills. There's a big old deep flank. It's going to be Simp. Gets the spawns to the back end, but Scump's aware of it. Here comes the hit. Pred through the window. Scump brings him down. That was 4 before being taken care of in the end. Shotzzy, though, on a 5. He's got streaks on his mind.
And I will say, that might be, well, actually, yeah, streaks way more important. Trying to get the next one for the glide, but Mack shuts him down. One of the biggest kills of the game so far in Seattle delivers. But even as it stands, these final 20 seconds, I mean, can anyone collect anything around this?
Yeah!
Dashy, the Shredder, picks up 1 HP, all he needs.
That's all he needs, baby. Scump now in the back. Towards on we go. Early rotations once again from OpTic. 57 seconds about to change real big. Surge gets a lot of the scrap towards the end of Grandma's. It's not going to be enough. Here come the final reinforcements and the next push towards a new hardpoint. Mack's in first. They're close to test. Watch that game clock just close down as soon as players contest the hardpoint. Backside now covered. Here come OpTic.
And it's just the main best about to be in this hard point. Accuracy 30 HP, but not getting peppered by anything. It goes to contest time for the moment. The back and forth is there. OpTic not secure in this hill, but able to get a few more seconds. It's about a 15-point lead in this game. The nades raining through the sky. And it's only Sib able to collect. Just the spread across the map, and I think a couple players think about rotation. Number 3 and number 8 just walk past each other, so that is Pred in this moment. He's thinking about the spawns for new. OpTic instead, they're thinking about the scrap.
Still trying to keep the scrap alive. That's a lot of time to be given up. Good to contest. Now it's down to 13 seconds. Scump's there. No kills to be had. That's all Surge. Lead is now theirs. Rotation's all theirs as well. OpTic Texas, they've taken the foot off the gas for a second, and they may miss out on the next rotation.
And again, an interesting moment, right? Shotzzy, he goes to old while Pred goes to new. Seattle, well, it's a 3-point game. They're trying to see if they can just get any sort of money hill. Again, we talk about being P5 being the only potential. And so far in the hill, so good. They still have that back tower control as well. And honestly, at this point, they're starting to pick OpTic apart.
Yeah, the kills just keep going. Pred now on the roam. Can't quite take care of Shotzzy. Gets away with his life now. Mack to pick it up. Kills either side. Still trade out. Pick up the big one from Mack. Top side covered. You've still got 1 mirror of OpTic down low. Cleaned up immediately. Seattle Surge not letting a single player get away with their lives. Time's still ticking away. 30 seconds on River. And all things considered, chance on the reset. Surge at the drivers.
And again, that comes down to that Pred rotation. It is a 30-point game, which on Bocage, that is a decent margin. This is not fun to try and fight back from, especially when we already know what we're going to. These next 65 seconds towards this next hill, it is incredibly difficult to collect any time at all. So Seattle, they are incredibly happy with that first set of rotations. 50-point lead just about, not bad at all.
Bad at all. Back we go towards our first hard point. Second set, now abound. Slow game from iLLeY there. Again. The first time we saw him go around, I think he finished on 11 kills. Everyone else a lot higher than that. We'll see if iLLeY can't pick things up. Shotzzy though, light things up in the center of the hard point as things start to get a little spicier. A decent amount of time accrued, and look at these Seattle spawns way out.
And look at iLLeY, by the way. Look at these potential spawn kills coming through. He's officially the cutoff man. This might be one of the more dominant P1s that we have seen, but iLLeY gets dealt with. Now you can swarm on the hill. You take care of shots, you get him out of the point. And what could have been a delicate moment if OpTic got those kills, Seattle delivered. They make sure nothing gets too crazy.
Surge break through the front lines. iLLeY once again trying to hit the flank. Manages to stay alive. Will iLLeY find any more from this little spot? And he does. That's going to be 3 now in a row. Mack trying to hold down hardpoint. Keeping OpTic off it for now. 116 to the 90 of OpTic Texas. As Surge, they have sprung to life here in the restart. Still time going their way. Top side of the map once again. Accuracy in position. He has got Simp to back him up. Surge on the rotation. Mack though could find some sweet kills here on the flank as well as Shotzzy. It's flanks on flanks. They're caged. It's getting angry.
They just got gifted the perfect pin. Shotzzy Song's behind. He can shoot a couple players in the back, and because OpTic won the gunfights for the spawns, they're able to secure it. That is a big moment, and where Shotzzy, he gets that spawn, he delivers inside the point. I mean, players just driving at the hill, getting chopped down along the way. Seattle, they are pushed so far back in OpTic, they have chopped away at that lead.
They are looking very happy here now as OpTic, they've seen a field of green, red roses too. They're locking this one up. Shotzzy, he is absolutely soaring. Confidence now rising. That's a dangerous thing for OpTic Texas. See how that goes. Lead now in their hands. 10 seconds remaining here. We go back to bottom grandmas. Here we go.
And Seattle just got bullied out so hard on that P2 that they at least need to be secure on this rotation. That's why you see accuracy. He went for the top control so early, but now everyone's getting chopped down along the way. You're still making it mixy. This is exactly what OpTic wants to have. The spawn kill's not going to come through, but you get the back spawn. And again, it is an incredibly tight game, but OpTic on the roto, they deliver.
They're on it. All kills go their way. Surge are down.
Spawn kills.
Mack's trying to find it. Scump's in position to get the spawners. Tags up. A couple of shots in, a little bit of damage. Pred's got to clean him out. And he does. Surge now with the opportunity to push the hard point once again. A crucial kill. Here comes iLLeY trying to push the backline out. Gets another. Hard point changes hands. The cage is starting to heat up. Here comes Mack through the front. Shots in a Scumpy. And back to the point we go. Chaos, pandemonium ensues. And we're barely halfway through.
And you think Seattle's starting to feel the heat, right? It is not fun to come off spawn and getting shot instantly, but they've bounced back in the way that they need. Pred picking up 3 pieces in the feed, and at least Seattle on the hill, keeping it nice and close. They responded well after that P2 that sort of put them in a bad spot. But over towards Barn, the exact same setup from OpTic, right? A player towards the A bomb site, a player on the tank. You get the cutoffs. This is where OpTic is at their best.
Yeah, Shotzzy. Oh dear. Scary stuff indeed. Pred though, he's seen nastier things in Australia, I tell you that. Big old kills coming through. Now the hard point in the hands of OpTic, who trades out. Dashy's going to try to end the contest. Can't get it done. 2 members of Surge in. No members of Surge out. Kills come through. Texas back in control of the barn. Scump with a 2-piece.
And this has been a fantastic barn hill as well. Again, they get those spawns pushed out, so once they die, they can be back to the hill first. And nades on point, picking up the big 2. You get the response in. I mean, you talk about a barn hill. I gave the warning before the game had to get reset the first go around, but OpTic, they have absolutely dominated on this hill.
Still going good. Mack's upstairs. Trying to keep this together. Can't win the 1v1. Scump's going to get the final few seconds or die. Here comes the rest of the team, though, and we have crossed over 200 points. As OpTic Texas, things are looking up.
And this is the only chance for Seattle to get back in this game. It is too big of a lead right now that OpTic has. They need to go for the full 60. Shotzzy from the top rope at least gets dealt with, but still stripping away a bit of that time. iLLeY on the flank, tower control. They get the spawn, and that rotation right there is going to win OpTic this game.
Will that be the dagger? OpTic still holding down River. Pred now once again from up high. Shotzzy brings him down. Great now cohesion from the entirety of the OpTic squad. They're locking this down, keeping the hard point time flowing. 30 seconds remaining here. Not going to see the win, but damn close indeed. Seattle Surge bring back the magic. We once saw a kickoff. The Iceman from top side. Good shots in. He's going to find himself 2 in a row. Big Bruce going to bring him down. Back towards the center of the map we go. Chance our 3rd set. And this could be it. The final hard point here on map 1.
I mean, 70 points. We have not seen a comeback on this map of that size ever. It would be a Herculean effort if the Surge could get back in this game. Honestly, it feels like more of a victory lap for Shotzzy or a 4-man feed for Seattle where they're trying to get these spawns pushed out on P1. Not a bad start if they want to try to fight back, but Miles, they have an incredibly long way to go.
It's a long way to go, but every journey starts with 1 step, or in this case, 1 second, and they're accumulating it slowly but surely. Simp now on the 4, left, right. Players everywhere coming out the sky. OpTic members are seemingly in every single nook and cranny here on Røkkr. And hey, there we go. Kills keep coming through. 30 seconds remaining, and this may have been the most exceptional P1 hold we've seen in the CDL so far.
I mean, picked apart on P1. There's no shot right. That was a 70-point lead, dropped to 30. Finally, OpTic able to break the mold and get a little bit of time, and they get the kills on the rotation as well. Swarming the point, they can't win it on P1, but they got enough map pressure. OpTic just need to slay.
Eyes on tank side of the map, top side. That's going to be iLLeY's job. He has Mack beneath him. Here comes the push. Dashy with a pistol to make it a 4. Over to the point we go. Hard point open. Shotzzy still trying to keep it together. Get a toe in the point, and you can win the map potentially here. First to 250. Over to tanks we go, but the kills keep coming through. OpTic can't get a foothold. Surge in the point.
Oh, iLLeY.
Wow!
Problem from the top. Breaks it by himself and picks up the big 2 to get inside the point. Seattle, this is the end. Get in the hill and find these kills, or Bocage will be punished on that map number 1. They fight back for a moment, but still 6 points away, and OpTic get game number 1.
Surge got a hold. It has to be perfect. And here comes Scump from upstairs, trying to make the break. Kills are on through. It's basically a 1v1. Accuracy top right of the map, trying to cover things. Shotzzy on the reinforcements, cuts him down. 6 points still remain. Bottom side of Granny's, that's where you gotta go next. Oh dear, Shotzy's been caught. He's been spotted out. Over to the hard point, there we go. OpTic are in it. iLLeY, once again. Shotzzy with the covering fire. Chance iLLeY is iLLeY every single time. We gave him a little bit of flack about the kills. The man knows how to win a map.
If we see that stat line in rank play, he's getting a +5. You are making the 2 pieces to P2 to break through and secure the win. He did his job and then some. You mess with OpTic on Bocage, it does not always go well. 4-0 through stage 1 in Shotzzy, 41 kills to his name, lighting it up on damage. And honestly, for Scump, I mean, he is right there with him. OpTic take it to him from the map number 1, but I gotta say for Seattle, for how bad that situation was, at least they showed that they had some fight.
That P1 may have been one of the longest stretches we've seen on that hill so far. That's definitely going to throw the stats up in the air for a while. Here, a look at the highlights, friends, of what was an exciting first map. We'll call it the 1.2 here in this series, but a strong opening from OpTic, signs of tremendous life from Seattle Surge. They were certainly not dead in the water when they were, Chance by all rights, absolutely screwed. If not for iLLeY, that top rope 360, MP40 from the hip, baby, straight into the hill, that could have been a very different hard point.
And keep in mind, right, we talked about how difficult it is to make comebacks from big leads. OpTic at one point, we'll see it eventually. I mean, they were down by 40, 50 points, and they really had a string in P2 together. Even before the reset, we saw Seattle always able to get those spawns and at least make things mixy. Well, the one hill OpTic needed to get back into the game, they delivered, turned things around on P2, and then it was over towards the River Hill, the second go around. Only opportunity for Surge to get back in it, and well, I mean, we saw iLLeY again jumping over top right, making some plays. OpTic, honestly, just taking care of business.
Yeah, it was a nice opener indeed. Very, very exciting stuff. And again, we look across the overall series. That's map number 1, Berlin, Search and Destroy. Coming up next, we have to go the distance. That Desert Siege, though, is going to be an interesting one. We had a little brief catch-up, of course, with the coaches before we got into today. And again, wishing Rambo Ray another happy birthday. I managed to catch him in the men's restroom, and he did say, Mars, first time I ever had anyone wish me happy birthday in the gents, and I hope the last. It was quite uncomfortable. I love you, Ray. But both of those coaches, they did say, both he and Sam Phoenix, saying, look, the stats are one thing, the records are one thing, but we've been playing, 20 plus scrims, over a week easily. The numbers is tremendous. So what we know is, how far like the Desert Siege looks. They have been scrimming this and practicing this endlessly. We know only so much, but the coaches, they've got the game plan covered.
And both coaches, both teams really said that even this series, as surprising as it is, not just the Desert Siege, but even the Tuscan hardpoint ban, both of them said they were absolutely prepared for it. But that being said, if we're just looking at the stats and looking on paper, the first 3 maps, it is an advantage towards OpTic, and at least for map 1, they delivered.
Well, they did. Let's have a look at some tweets, because the timeline is absolutely popping right now. Julysium says, Shotzzy is the best player in the game. Hashtag CDL 2022. He's a problem on the map, and he's disgustingly good. These are all true.
Well, the first one is interesting. Right? The winner of this series, they have to play against FaZe. In my opinion, the guy that's the best player in the game, well, it has been Cellium. And honestly, watching Simp today, well, FaZe right now, a couple players making the case, but if you win this series, you got to go up against the best and make your case. So, I mean, we got to find out. But either way, for Shotzzy, I mean, leading the lobby first go around, leading the lobby the second go around, down, 41 kills to his name. I mean, at this point, right? He was a rookie world champ. He just delivers.
Yeah, he does indeed deliver. But that's going to be that now for the socials. Don't forget, friends, you can also tweet at us using that hashtag CDL2022. And if you're very good and your punctuation's great and the spelling is maybe perfect, we'll put your tweet on the screen. I had one today. It was a good one. It was a great one. It was about that crazy fast control round when, you know, London versus LAG. Woo, what a start. Berlin S&D, though, brother. What a day this has been.
In a very interesting map. What a match we will have to try to end it. We go to Berlin. Again, I said maybe a slight advantage towards OpTic in this category, but it was actually Seattle that picked this map. And something that's very interesting about the Berlin, OpTic, they have a very consistent strategy. They love playing the B site and they take their time. We're used to seeing teams post up in the clutch spots in the back of the map. OpTic do it different. They just stack up towards P2. They let Shotzzy play the bomb by himself, and they are absurdly good at it. A 2.86 KD when they take things slow over towards B is the strat they love to do, and that tells me one of two things. For Seattle, you gotta be prepared for that. You have to have some sort of defensive plan in place, ready to execute if OpTic just continue that normal strat. Of course, on the flip side for OpTic, I mean, you've done it so many times. Do you mix things up? Do you stick with the old faithful? It'd be a fun one to find out, but because a stat like that, we know Seattle, they are playing with fire.
Yeah, fire indeed. Fiery night in Berlin now awaits us. We're going to map number 2, Search and Destroy. Now up next, you've OpTic up by 1 in the series. Going up by 2 obviously certainly helps, but Berlin, and of course, Search and Destroy chance entirely a different beast in itself. Offense winning 50% of the times in the map trends this season. It's going to be fun looking back at that across the season indeed.
Yeah, and so with 50% is the offensive win rate, right? A very balanced map that we have, but for OpTic, they win 67% of their offenses. So they're strong on offense. Again, that slow B strat, we will see it time and time again. For Seattle, though, they only win 28%. So Seattle, not only do they need to execute on defense, they got to figure something out on offense as well, but it is a triple stack over towards B. It looks like they know what the deal is.
They know what the deal is. Kills exchanged. Scump it. Ooh, bomb in hand. Goes for the double dip. Shotzzy's here to back him up, but Mack wins the gunfight through the wall, and here comes the OpTic kill squad. Scump is hungry for it. Managed to find it, and now it comes down to accuracy, the 1v2. Makes it a 1v1, and it's iLLeY, the hero from the last game, bombed down. iLLeY's got to come for the retrieval. And now accuracy, wielding both weapons. He's got the high ground. What's going to happen?
iLLeY, one of the best S&D clutch players in the world, going against the literal Iceman, whose favorite thing to do is clutch against this team. It's a 1v2. He knows he's got the bomb as well. And it looks like he might let iLLeY get out. 35 seconds left. iLLeY is taking his time.
Sweet time taken. Dead silence still in the hands of iLLeY. 30 now on the clock. Heartbeat rising. You know you have to make a play. Accuracy, good old iron boots. Still throwing shoulders on the stairs. 20 seconds.
And this is just, it's the mental battle, right? iLLeY's waiting to catch accuracy in the rotation, but accuracy gives him nothing. He is accepting that this bomb will go down. He will play the post plant. In the position he has, he should be able to trap him in this site or catch the information on the rotation.
Oh, but wait.
Accuracy saw him for sure.
He saw him, stun check. Iceman doesn't get anything. iLLeY! The Iceman strikes again. It's one of his favorite things in the world to do. Clutch up in these individual situations. The second being doing against OpTic.
And one of the both impressive, but also something that has turned into criticism for the Seattle team. If it was not for accuracy clutching on this map specifically, this team could have had a 1-4 record and started in losers. But apparently accuracy, you could just rely on him to deliver time and time again. It was literally a mental battle. Him versus iLLeY, took him to task, had the information, played patient, and barely blinked.
Barely blinked. He threw shoulders on the stairwell for almost 40 seconds. I could not do that if I tried. Another round we go. Trade with a sneaky. Scump, sweet spot there on Statue's going to take care of him and puts him in an awkward spot now. Bomb still in the hands of Mack. Over towards A we go.
And that's a really good play by Scump as well, right? There was only one spotted on the cross, so Seattle thinks that that might be free. Well, Scump set the trap, didn't show, but now he's here. The bomb is going to get planted. Mack gets out with his life. It will be a 4v3 retake in OpTic. Everyone is going through the front. Keep in mind the man in the back accuracy. It might be another turn for him to try to make that hero play at the end.
He's the insurance policy in case this all doesn't work out. Simp beats Scump. Tags up. Not a hole left in the auto there for Sib. He's going to be cut down once again. Forward we go. Accuracy on the back line. That's going to be 4 in a row now for him. Mack wins another one. It's a 2v2. Accuracy and Mack with 20 seconds on the clock. And Dashy's jumped it. Here comes the play, though. Mack's going to try to check something out here. Sees something. iLLeY can't get it done. Got to move his way forward. Accuracy! Bomb defused. OpTic take the round.
OpTic take the round, and they get an A+ on their homework assignment. Seattle for these post plants, accuracy. He will play far away. He will be that insurance policy, but that means if his teammates are alive, he's not quite close enough to clutch. So the fact that there was a 2 versus 2, they knew they had the time, the coverage. You only had to deal with Simp at first. And again, big brain plays out of both of these teams in the first 2 rounds. Again, they both told us they were expecting this map set. They are coming very well prepared.
Saving consolation prize there as accuracy keeps the streak going. A couple of tags at distance there as Dashy, another famed assault rifle here in the Call of Duty League, lays a couple of shots across Berlin.
And funnily enough, right, if OpTic loves to play it slow and Scump is able to find that first blood, you can more or less give up the B site, but now the kills are falling. OpTic, they got a 4 versus 2 and Pred tagged up and gone. 1v4 for Sid, bomb down, nothing for him to do.
We'll see. Nice beams. He's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's not going to be pretty. OpTic with another great round, and what a decisive one indeed, Chance. You talk about that slow play towards B, nothing slow about that one.
And a Scump, by the way, 0.76, I believe it was KD and S&D coming into this event. I've seen him talk about it on stream. S&D maybe historically, even when we think it's a problem, what does he do with Champs towards the end of last year? Fixes it, top 5 S&D KD at that event. If S&D has been a problem for him, you know he's making adjustments, he is making plays on the map, and able to find that first blood, giving OpTic that advantage. That's 2 first bloods, by the way, for Scump, back to back. Maybe he's done his homework.
Well, you've already given him an A+. Damn. Shots from Simp. And look at that angle. What was Dashy doing, referee? Wow, iLLeY. All right. We'll check the VAR on that one. Pred levels it up. My maths are bad. A- for the maths. I definitely got an A for that, though. Scump on the flank. Oh, my word. Pred. Yo, Pred hits the 180. Now Dashy in the 1v3.
And that bomb's getting rotated very quickly. The shots right now from Seattle, by the way, I think Bocage might have warmed them up. Both Pred and Sib with the beamer. Bomb's going to be planted, accuracy in the clutch spot, and Pred gets to watch that full flank. And Mack, he doesn't need to leave this site, right? Play it slow, don't give away anything. Dashy, good luck.
He's close. Accuracy, catches them out in the middle of the street, gets the round, and good stuff out of Surge. What was that angle? We're going to be watching that one back.
He was standing on the truck that's on fire over by the B site. I think that's what he was going for, maybe on top of the dock. That feels risky to me because you're very exposed in that situation, but you talk about that hard read. If you find that kill, well, honestly, you might be in the situation where you win that round. So a good effort from Dashy, but again, it was both Pred and Sib who shot on point to tie that up. 2-2, back to offense we go, and it is old faithful for OpTic. They do it because they're good at it. Back to B, taking their time, they go.
Slow and steady. Pred. Tremendous responsibility on his shoulder right now to take care of those players on the bomb site should they manage to make their way in. Sib with the long line of sight covered. And OpTic, they're still holding it.
And something interesting, Shotzzy plays this site by himself all the time, but you see that hole, I'm expecting a stun to come through there in a second just to try to get that intel. Or maybe
Here it
Shotzzy
comes.
just wants to do it himself.
He might. He's going to check a window or two. Oh, wow, Pred may have hurt him with that explosion of the barrel. And it's just shadows on the outside of the B bomb site that these players are afraid of. OpTic now on the immediate rotation towards A. Bad news, though. Surge are in position there. Mack's got mid-map covered. How much will he see? And, of course, it's accuracy on the long line of sight over by the plat.
That door is closed. You don't get that intel. Accuracy, the first one to try to make this read. Well, the stun doesn't connect, and the shots don't either. iLLeY whiffing. That bomb should go down. The accuracy's still alive.
Iceman still holding it down. Bomb planted. OpTic now reshuffle. Kills coming through from iLLeY. It's going to be a 4v3. Now Surge on the retake. Trying to make their way through the back. Mack and Pred find their kills. There's only 2 members of OpTic now remaining. Mack, how many more have you got now? As the members on the inside are trained. Dashy, he's out there, dude. He's gone. There's a gunfight by the tank. Dashy will win it, but Mack now, oh dear, is he going to check the right window? And what do you know? The bomb already checking this one out. Zips, he's going to be taken care of. 20 seconds, 1v1. Scump versus Mack.
And Scump's got the time advantage. He just gets out of dodge. He's got the intel. And, well, now for Mack, Scump might feel the pressure. He might think he needs to check this defuse, and Mack ready for the gunfight, but Scump buys the time. Veteran plays from the King. Throwing those shoulders well, but not just him. Obviously, Dashy towards the back of that train, puts in work, jukes out that kill cam real hard, and make sure that he gets OpTic that extra round advantage. And that, by the way, is the benefit of those slow B plays, right? They do it time and time again. If they feel that pressure, they have the option to rotate that bomb out. Again, OpTic right now, at least on offenses, have been on point, but I think right now, we 5 for 5 on offenses, right?
It's been something. 7.5 seconds to defuse the bombs, all you need, Mack. No, they get it done. Simp out with a snipe. We've seen him hit some absolute doozies. Dashy's gonna keep him pinned. Shotzzy covering fire. That suppression is gonna seal the kill. With Simp down, bomb still in the hands of Mack, and he's teetering through mid-map. Shotzzy, he's got murder on his mind, and here he goes. The timing, oh my God, he's seen them all. One goes down, Shotzzy goes out, 2 now in a row.
It's like music when this guy plays, just gliding around the map. Gets sent in like the hunter-killer drone that he can be for the first blood, and then just wavers away to find the next one. He has basically secured his team this round, but at the same time, accuracy is still alive, and that bomb goes down. He finds that first pick. That bomb is planted. This could be a 2v4 if the Iceman clutches again.
He's tucked away at the back of the map. Mack's on the close bomb site. iLLeY is just gonna have to check everything he possibly can. Gunshots, there it is in the distance. iLLeY's gonna get it. That's huge now. Mack can't win the 1v1. Shotzzy takes care of him in mid, ample time to get the defuse. Another good round, as there we go, Chance. The offensive round run comes to an end.
And it does get a little nerve-wracking, right? Once you're able to get that bomb plan, accuracy will always be watching that cross. He has like 7 different spots that he'll do it from. But again, we talked about how far back in the map he is willing to play. iLLeY, I mean, it might take a year and a half to go on that flank, but making sure you make no mistakes. Again, OpTic on point with the homework. Able to make sure, get that extra round advantage. Not a comfortable lead, but 4-2. OpTic happy for it. And I think at this point, we know the game plan. Take your time towards B, and OpTic, they're just going to feel out this round.
3-man hit now from Surge. Shotzzy's tucked away in the corner, sees the stuns, here's the door. Now, patience. Greatest tool he's got in his arsenal. Big shots from Dashy. Oh, Shotzzy finds another. A 2-life now lead. CDL Surge, the last 2 members remaining here. Simp goes down. Accuracy, 1v4. Can the Iceman do something amazing? Dashy's lined him up. That's the kill. That's the round. OpTic need 1 more.
And the way that they're doing this, it's so impressive. We know what's going to happen. Seattle knows what's going to happen, but it is so difficult to stop. All of these tiny little micro adjustments OpTic are making in their setup time and time again. And I mean, it's simply, they're the only team that does this. It is the most unique way we have seen any team approach attacking rounds on Berlin. But it has gifted them that 5-2 lead. And honestly, if not for the accuracy clutch, this would have been a dominant 6-1 win.
1 more round now for OpTic. They walk away with a 2-map lead. Surge, you got to do something magical. Here we go. Mack will be able to plant this one. Shotzzy, he's levitating. He's levitating on the inside there at the office. Hello, comes Shotzzy. First blood, immediately taken out. Accuracy now on the trades. Simp wins it at range there. Trades keep coming through as Shotzzy gets his own 2v2.
And the adjustments have been made, by the way. Accuracy playing a much more aggressive this time around, but Dashy making adjustments as well. He's playing faster on the flank, but you are running out of time.
Here comes Pred now right through the front door. Scump's going down low. Will he be able to check the bomb site in time? Scump last player left alive now. Accuracy wins it. Eyes are on. There's the kill. And Surge with a sneaky plant. Stay alive. 3 to go.
Good reads, just solid reads, and accuracy again is that guy, right? Reads iLLeY on the fullest of full flanks, takes him down, and plays up a little bit closer to the bomb so he can be there to help Pred. And even though OpTic also making those adjustments wasn't enough in the end. But this is the biggest problem to solve for Seattle. We called it out before the map happened. It has happened every single round. OpTic, they love to go slow towards B. I mean, maybe on offense they mix things up to try to throw them off their game, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Back towards B we go. Can Seattle crack the code?
2-2 split for Seattle. on defense. OpTic's offensive rounds have been huge in the B-bomb site. We go Pred, stuns through, wins the fight against Shotzzy. The bomb goes down. The play call has been read. Pred manages to win a massive one. Here comes the retrieval team, being led now by iLLeY. Scump on the inside of the map. iLLeY's got to check his corners, does. That's a huge kill on Simp.
And it wasn't Pred, so they know they have him trapped towards docks. The nades, though, gonna back iLLeY down. The most difficult thing to do in Vanguard. Break through a wall, iLLeY can't make it happen, but 3 versus 3. But Seattle, they know the bomb's down. They're stacked up in fire. They still have the setup.
The fight has to be on. 3v3, accuracy, the highest point of the map he can possibly find. Pred's still living on that bomb site. And Dashy, will he see it? Scump makes his way forward. Scump's trying to make the play. Gonna find at least one.
He saw him for sure.
He saw him for sure. Less than 30 seconds though. You have to retrieve the bomb still. The battle on the bomb site is about to break off, but Mack is doing the do-si-do with him. iLLeY now clutches it once again. Mack, last player left up. 1v3. And that bomb's planted.
And someone should be watching that cross. Actually, Scump didn't pick it up, so I think Pred's location is unknown, but how you clutch this round, I do not know. I mean, Pred, he's checking the back. There's nobody here. He gets spotted on the cross, tagged up. OpTic, the victory lap for this final round. Up 2-0 in the series.
Well, it's safe to say they've done their homework. You bait out the aggression of the youngsters, and you abuse the patience of the older players on the team. OpTic with a dominant run on Berlin S&D.
And look, man, you go into the Bocage, you're like, I know they're 3-0, I'll give it a shot. What happens? Shotzzy and Scump go off, you get dealt with. Now you go into Berlin, you pick that map, and you get picked apart in OpTic. You know what the strat's gonna be, and that is the worst feeling ever. When you read them like a book, you know what's gonna happen, but like a freight train, you cannot stop it. It is no longer fun to be going against OpTic Texas. Down 2-0 right now, OpTic. They have them in the palm of their hands.
There we go. Quick look at the highlights there from the Berlin Search and Destroy. All fun and games until you get blooded there by Scump. Accuracy with this round win, and this has been the tale of Seattle Surge for the longest of time now. I mean, it's like 3 weeks, but you know what I mean? Like, that's just what we're dealing with. If not for accuracy going huge in these decisive moments, the team is falling apart in these clutch situations. OpTic making the reads time and time again. The gun skill's on point. It's the gun skill. Again, the other for Surge. The only other time they win a round is pure skill, or it's the dedication and steadfastness of accuracy's play. You gotta find something different here for Seattle as they're starting to run out of options.
It really is just impressive. By the way, again, there's the angle from Dashy, but it's impressive how calculated OpTic are. It is the same thing on offense over and over again, but they look unstoppable when they do it. 2-0 lead in the series, and again, because they will not win the coin flip but have that higher seed, they get to pick that control map. As close as the first two might have been, OpTic are fiending to go into this Tuscan control. 3-1 on this map. It is not the preferred pick for Surge at all. OpTic, they just want to get that 3-0 and honestly get ready for FaZe tomorrow.
Get ready for FaZe tomorrow indeed. So far,
Saturday?
I've got no idea. We're very excited nonetheless. I'm sure you can tell the crowd here is enjoying things. That's that though, so far. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break, and upon our return, Tuscan Control friends, you don't want to miss this one. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
OpTic are up 2-0 in the series so far, and I'm telling you, friends, if you're in the venue, you know what's up. But those of you at home, you are truly missing out on something special. TST are out in the crowd, making people sing Journey. It is incredible. This is an incredible event. Incredible. TST, we love you. If you're out there somewhere, I mean, you deserve a kiss, a pat on the back, maybe stiff drink. I don't know.
I love these guys so much. I mean, they're making this an experience. They're bringing out a war drum, breaking out karaoke. A ton of fun we have, and right now OpTic Texas, it's not just the fans having fun, the players as well. 2-0 up in the series, and iLLeY, whatever it takes. I mean, 2 pieces in the hard points, big brain plays in the S&D. Right now, iLLeY having a blast.
Sean Collins is right. He's also inside that mono. He is seeing the code. He's seeing nothing but pixels right now, but that doesn't matter. The man's frying, and he's made 2 tremendous 200 IQ plays, not only in the blockage, but they're in the Berlin Search and Destroy as well. Man, it's only Thursday. Isn't that crazy? It's only Thursday. And this event has already been something to remember. Tuscan Control. Map number 3. This is a match point for OpTic Texas. Or it's the beginning of the reverse sweep for Seattle Surge.
And OpTic, 4-1 overall in Control, 3-1 on this map. On the flip side, 1-1 record for Seattle. So OpTic, that small slide edge that they're happy for. 0.99 KD for OpTic. So if you're thinking about that defense for the round 5, well, maybe not their biggest strength, but they don't always need it because their offenses have been absurd. You see they're first in the game. I mean, they're unreal, especially the fact that they're winning 44%. Something we need to watch out before. Or by the way, OpTic, they love to be creative in some of these rounds on offense, and I think that might be what Shotzzy's thinking about.
Unorthodox splits here on Tuscan as OpTic are known for. Scump through mid. Pressure is on Mack. He cannot survive. Capturing the A zone now. We're looking at a stack, so it's going to be a fast cap. Scump can't quite anymore, but that segment towards A now being gone, I mean, that's a win for Texas.
And you have all the map control in the world, right? You already got Shotzzy pushed out bottom church. He gets spotted, but it doesn't always matter.
Right.
Takes one to the grave with him, but OpTic still, well, actually, no. iLLeY ends up getting gunned by Sib off the heady, so that is a nice little clearance that Seattle Surge are able to get. Only 1 ticket progression has come through. But right now, for the moment, as far as that TDM battle goes, OpTic up 4 lives.
Yeah, Scump's managed to make it deep into enemy territory relatively unchecked. We see how he fares later on. There he is, he's dead. So that's done. You still have the pressure in towards A now for OpTic. Second segment, it was drained slightly. Mack looking for the Kobe over the top. iLLeY's gonna get it. Nice nade though on Mack. Still will find one at least. Second segment gone now, 105 on the clock. Gonna capture that final segment A. I'm gonna add a minute to the in-game counter. Things are going to get real difficult as we go towards B.
And 4-0 right now for Dashy. I mean, he's not thinking about streaks yet, but he's certainly thinking about those kills. 4 life lead, 8-point security. You get 2 minutes to work with just to try and capture B, but they got to do all their homework, right? You got to clear out P5, make sure you're not getting flanked. But right now, OpTic, they're gearing up. Looks like they might want to take this pressure through church, but they know P5 they still have to deal with. Got to get a couple kills before he can make the play.
Whoa, how did Scump die?
Look, in Cold War, the nades loved him. In this game, now it's the barrels.
Okay, is there a barrel in what just happened? Anyway, we'll
lantern?
Yeah, maybe we'll leave that to the experts, but for now, the slow and steady push is still going on. Dashy on the 4, makes it a 5. Forward we go. Oh, lines up, accuracy! That's going to be 6 now for Bruce. Pred's going to take care of it. Keeping the defense alive, though, for Seattle Surge. Scump trying to poke a few holes in the armor, not able to get too much done just yet, but here come the squad. OpTic rolling deep, forward they go. Shotzzy in the back line, but that is a huge win from Pred.
If Shotzzy won that gunfight, that might have been the round. It still might be the round, but the nades doing the damage, chopping away at these OpTic players, and you see they have to slow it down because Mack is speeding up. He's able to pick up 2, and looks like they pick him apart. That, by the way, that is a swing of kills to get Seattle much closer in the kills column. Still down by 2 lives, but that's a minute gone by, and OpTic has just now stepped foot on B.
Down by 3 now. On B we go. Accuracy there to pick him up. It's going to be iLLeY. 1v1 against the Iceman. Teammates get involved, make it a fair fight for now, and that's going to be 45 seconds now remaining. Seattle Surge, hold on. You win the round. OpTic, get on the point, stop the clock, or find the kills. 11 for OpTic. 9 for Seattle Surge.
And the good news for OpTic, at least you've cleared out P5. You do not, for the moment, have to worry about getting flanked. You can bully through the front, and that nade's going to kick it off.
Here we go, right through the front. Shotzzy and Scump. The SMG duo of OpTic fans' dreams now onto the point. Shotzzy can't quit, win the fight on the back. Scump's going to be brought down as well. He comes to iLLeY. He can't win the fight against Mack. Holds it down. Dashy, last one up now. Trying to buy time. It's not impossible, but it's damn near close enough. Dashy's down. Seattle Surge. The defense has held. They're down by 1 in the kills department. And we'll see if that comes back to bite them. 6-5. Whoa! 5.3 on the clock. Pred, a little late to react, holds the line. There's the coverage. Surge should have the round.
It might not be over yet. Get these final few kills, and there you go. Pred delivers with the 2-piece at the end. I mean, that honestly, that was a round with a ton of potential for OpTic, but Mack, to his credit, I mean, multiple times on these pushes, just picking up the 2 pieces, locking it down for the team, and I think right now Mack has about 10 kills to his name, so that is a very strong start. We talked about this map being good for OpTic, but keep in mind, if Seattle's able to win it and we go deeper into the series, for that Desert Siege map 5, completely unknown between these 2 teams, and obviously the Gavutu hard point, well, that is the map that Seattle picks. So if you're OpTic, you absolutely want to close it here, but they're only down 1 round. Got to clutch up on defense.
Let's talk about this. Coach talked about this. We covered it. The first 3 maps, they're the ones that OpTic really have to win in terms of the series, obviously, but they're the ones that favor them statistically. We'll see if they can go the distance. The Surge, that is their only hope right now. A good start out of Mack. Once again, holding down that A side of the map. The A zone still firmly in the hands of Seattle Surge. Another sweet kill from Mack. He's going to keep that one safe and sound. And he was looking towards the back line. Scump gets the read, but the damage is already here. Here comes Scump. Mack's still going. He's on a 4.
You got players, by the way, I mean, accuracy just sat in spawn for so long. Actually, Sid was watching the flank, so they are taking their time. But if you got a body on the point, it stops the clock. So Seattle right now putting in some serious work to make this happen. OpTic, though, they are pouring on the pressure. They are trying to get them off the point. And right now, Scump, he's thinking about a flank, and they are getting a couple of these nade kills, get the clearance, but Pred wins the gunfight. The flank has been secured, and it looks like that A point is going to be secure as well.
Life count, close enough. A lot of progress towards A. Should be captured. There it is. Now, with 2 minutes on the clock, let's see what Seattle Surge do. And let's go for a quick listen in with the team and find out how they hit B.
2 P5, okay, 2 here, 2 here.
I'm on the P1.
Start going together here.
That thing's pushed 3 P5.
2 were there, okay? They
I got one.
That was one.
Top church, right side top church.
P5. Okay.
Lamar, Ender was challenging D1 when I was here. So.
I don't see him.
I went well. Top church.
Right corner.
I needed top church.
Calling pots.
He's D1, he came out.
Top church,
Right
go.
Nice.
Top church.
Go.
In the top church. Top church, one shot, absolute windows. Dashy, top church, absolute windows.
Ladder, top church. Let's go around the back, Lamar.
Right corner.
Hold on. I'm waiting for you to come up. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
All right, ready?
I got one more windows.
Back arch, hit once.
Windows.
Back arch, got it.
Dashy's windows. Slow down. Absolute. Top church.
Everyone come left.
Yeah, beat him. You're gonna be bad. One's roofs, somebody. One's gonna be close con somebody. Good A roofs.
He's their side. I have to sit down.
I got naded.
Their side, dead.
Archon.
Let's go.
Let's go P5. He went back plat.
Okay, I'm jumping up windows.
Me and Dante are working the back.
Yeah. You can play the back. One went plat.
I'm in windows.
I need a tank.
Church.
Back left. I can't drown.
No one's crossing.
He helped me. He's still behind it. Death is back arch
I'm
somewhere.
holding windows, waiting for you guys.
Nothing.
Ladder, windows.
I'm at the back church right now. I'm sitting.
Yeah, one was
back church. I got one.
Shotzzy was windows, you heard?
I'm like a top windows. Nice. That's it.
Wait for me, Dante. I'm coming.
Alright. The back. Wait up. There's one tank. He's on the tank, probably.
I didn't stun him on the tank. I'm holding D1.
I'm coming P1 as well.
I'm coming bottom church.
We got 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, I can look over the ramp.
Yeah, go. You should go around.
Yeah, I'm coming with you, Lamar. I'm gonna use my nade.
Alright, you're gonna work back with me?
I'm nading it
too. No. I'm going with you.
I'm working the tank. I'm nading the tank.
Time slipping. On the approach now towards B we go. Seattle Surge starting to get a little bit dicey. Accuracy. He was looking at 1 kill a round. Now he's put himself at a slightly different number. Dashy with the full streaks. 8 spree for him. 19-5 here on defense. It's all OpTic here in the defensive round.
And already, I mean, you just saw it, right? Dashy, 8 streak, 19-5. He's got the glide. You talk about the defensive round you need to make your life that much easier long-term. OpTic, body them on defense. And you see that disparity between the main ARs. That is the main reason why Dashy feasting. Accuracy, Windy City. Barely averaging more than 1 kill per round. Captain's got to step up for the team. It's a tied game, but OpTic are dangerous on offense. Now they got the glide bomb to help.
Yep, we'll see if that certainly comes to pass. Over towards A we go. Looks like a heavy stack. Couple players now through mid. We've seen different looks out of OpTic from time to time here when it comes to Tuscan. Nice nade, start things off with their damage, accuracy, keeping the kills going. Simp now from that top church position. Let's see how this goes. OpTic do manage to get on towards A. Pressure now mounting on the inside of church. Simp though with a wrap. Nice kills again, holding the position down. Dashy can't finish it. 20-5 for Big Bruce here in control.
I mean, Dashy is the ultimate player. If you tell him to go to a spot, he will get the kills. I mean, he keeps mid-map secure up until he gets flanked. And honestly, Seattle, yeah, fight this time on the point. They should be able to clear out iLLeY, and A has not been secured just yet, so try to pour that pressure on defense. Woo. Seattle delivering for the moment. They're still keeping it scrappy, but OpTic, they might be thinking about B. Number 2, iLLeY, he's made a move towards the point with Seattle. I mean, their pressure's on this map, but I think iLLeY just got through.
He did. He's in the back now. iLLeY. Oh, he's causing problems. Pressure towards A, though, still from OpTic. This is going to keep the defense from Seattle really on their toes. They're going to move all around. Accuracy, nice angle found there from top side of fire. Red with a shot. 5 spree now for him. Through mid we go, and Shotzzy's finally going to get the kill. Bit of more pressure still towards A for OpTic. And now we're down to 58 seconds. Gotta make that a minute and 58 as A gets secured.
And the good news, I suppose, for Seattle, right, the lives right now. It's still about 2 minutes to work with, so it's a decent chunk of time, but I think OpTic, again, if you only got 19, you gotta be a little bit delicate, but honestly, they got a nice trap. A couple players towards the back. If you get a kill or two, well, you might set up for the glide, but Dashy the first one to fall, but his teammates right now working through the flank.
Mack is continuing to have an unbelievable game so far for Seattle Surge. iLLeY not able to make too much happen here on the back line. Accuracy posted up towards A. Or what was A? And now we slow things down. Chance light count not ideal for either team, but Surge with the advantage.
In Seattle, again, they're just keeping things chaotic, right? If OpTic is ever able to get a full setup, call on the glide bomb and make a play, things could get easy, and this might be the moment the glide bomb is in.
Here it comes. Pred, meet the glide bomb. Cleans up plat side. Here comes the push from OpTic. One player from down low is going to be dealt with. That's accuracy. Here comes the swarm. Scump's now pushing out the players on spawn. Check your corners. A minute on the clock. A big win from accuracy, but trades there. The numbers for OpTic, they're capturing B.
I mean, even then, what, it's going to be 2 bodies on point, or maybe none at all. They're backing down, trying to play around the nades that are going to be coming in from over church. Well, the nades are coming through. It looks like nothing connects, and you can maybe get 2 bodies on point. You got the flank covered as well.
First segment gone. Flanks all safe and sound. Mack through mid, trying to make something happen. Dashy gets brought down, and Mack somehow still alive. Mack somehow still alive! He gets brought down by a teammate. Scump still keeping the backline safe. Pred wins it. Oh, baby, it's flying here on Tuscan. Still holding the mid side of the map. 9 lives to OpTic, 6 for Seattle Surge. 1 more push now for OpTic.
In accuracy again, smart play just to back down. You cannot throw away a single life, OpTic. It is 1 good push you get, and whoever dies off spawn can sprint and be back in the fight. You can play this like TDM. OpTic can put together an offensive win.
30 seconds. 1 final push here in the round. Mack covering fire, finds 2. Can he get the third? He does! He gets it! 3 on the back for Mack. 6 lives apiece. 15 seconds. OpTic, you got 1 push left.
And
here we go.
You got to fly too. You don't even have time. You got to sprint through this. You got to be posted up, ready to go. Seattle, I mean, Mack is their angel right now, the guardian for the team. And OpTic, they can feel it. The 3-piece from the back tank. I mean, that was a 3-life advantage. You were close to just winning that off of kills. They set up for the play, and they run into a Mack who, again, same thing in round number 1 on defense. Time and time again. He delivers. Melting through OpTic, putting his team up 2-1. If Seattle want to win this series, it is a long way to go, but at least in this control, 1 round away, and, well, this might end up turning into a B hit. They might end up cutting through mid. You might have Mack making a play. He is on a 5.
He's on a 5. Shotzzy guns up. Oh, baby. Dude, there was a moment he could have had it. Trades come to a close. OpTic now on defense. B-zone's looking a little shaky, worried about that one. iLLeY's killed there on the SIB, cleans that one up, eyes on A.
And honestly, like that kill from Shotzzy, that's worth clapping for, right? If Mack's the first one in, they're trying to make a play, but OpTic too good on the reads, making sure nothing sneaky comes through, and there's iLLeY. Nice gunfight on Pred. OpTic, well, I mean, that's the 4-man in the feed. There's number 5. Look at the map control that they now have. They have everything covered.
Got a pin now in the very backs of Tuscan. The idyllic Italian countryside, not a good place to be now for Seattle Surge. This is the blender. Welcome to it. Eyes on the B push now. Scump's having a whale of a time, just roaming around, but the kills, it's all iLLeY! Dashy getting involved now from P5 side as well. Less than 30 remaining on the clock, and Seattle Surge, that life count is hideous. It's not looking good for them as Dashy cuts a few more down. Pred makes the great escape. Over towards mid-map he goes. We'll see if he comes back later to cause a bit of damage, but this has been just sensational from OpTic.
And look, I mean, Dashy 29 and 11. Bruce is a guarantee. You are going to have defense for this final round. Seattle, I mean, they are just getting smacked around. 5 seconds left on the clock. And I mean, we've only seen maybe 3 rounds this year where a team can't even capture A. There is still a moment for Seattle. They still have time to make this happen, but it has been dominant from OpTic.
Oh, big kills. Pred finding 2 more in the mid. Capture still keeps going though, and that's the beauty of control. It ain't over until it's over. Scump having to play this one slow and steady. Pred keeps finding kills. iLLeY sends a gift, not the kind he wanted though. Second progress at A now gone. Pred trying to hit the back line, trying to play for streaks. And he's playing it slow and steady, just like that, a minute to work with.
And look, you need this glide bomb, right? You are gonna have offense for this final round. I'm still expecting OpTic to win it, or maybe you could just pop it and just win it right here if you can convert on offense, but the streak is what you're looking for. Dashy in the back, 30 kills to his name, needs a couple more.
Silence will fall across Tuscan for a second. One more big, decent hit now from Seattle Surge, trying to beat.
Oh my God!
What happened? Why did Pred die? Well, we'll find out later, but for now, Dashy's got the kills. That is, I've got no idea what just happened.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, you're down by 11.
The push is still on. Oh, Pred's back with a vengeance. No streaks, but the kill's good. You're on B now, and it's accuracy. Iceman posted up, 17 to 8. Here comes the counter-attack from OpTic.
You got a couple bodies in and around the point. You win these gunfights here, you get the clearance. Scump, though, able to pick up one in accuracy now by himself on the point. He's got to pop the 2-piece to make this happen, but his time so well. Scump takes him down. No respawns remaining. It is chalked. Seattle, 18 seconds to go. I mean, you need perfection to get this win on offense. The first kill goes their way, but Shotzzy, well, doing what he does best.
Yeah, he does. Stuns are there. Final 5 seconds now. And this has been a very interesting one indeed. Again, there's a few moments that I'd like to know what the hell is going on Tuscan. Final round. What is going on? I'm with that guy with the hands on his head.
We talked about how good that OpTic can be on offense, right? Not the case for Seattle. They only win 25% of their offensive rounds. If they want to try to even start this reverse sweep, they need one here, and they did not get that glide. I do not have an explanation on how Pred shot himself in the head before he could get to that glide bomb, but whatever sort of unlucky moment they got delivered, they do not have the glide. They got to do it with the gunny. And we just got told he cooked the grenade for too long. He met his demise.
Oh dear. Well, you can only blame yourself then. iLLeY and Scump opening kills going the way now of OpTic. We've got the aggression still towards that A zone, and it's all OpTic. And now Shotzzy trying to get in the mix now in the spawns. Scump picking up where he left off, finds at least one before being traded out. Keeping the life count in favor of OpTic only for a brief second. Dashy, nice shots. Again, trades on trades on trades. That is huge out of Mack. Keeping the pressure alive, keeping the cap on A.
I mean, hey, Pred might be feeling the pressure, but Mack right now, he can handle the heat. He's picking up 3 pieces whenever he needs to for the team. And it looks like this A zone gonna be secured. Simp ripping heads. He's able to pick up a couple. That is church control. You can think about spawn kills. The extra lives going their way, but a big 1 HP gunfight won by Bruce. Making sure you keep your spawn clear, but A point secured. 2 minutes to work with and a 2-life lead. OpTic, they gotta be on point on defense. Seattle, they get 3 or 4 tries.
How many times have they practiced to play like this? It's 2-2 split. 2 go through B, 2 through the A side of the map. iLLeY can't get anything. No trades, no nothing. Dashy's up next from top plat side. Big kill on a Pred. Makes that flank safe, but he allowed a few attackers through. Now, the shuffle on defense, and Dashy wins another massive 1v1. 36 and 16 for Big Bruce. iLLeY cleans out the back, and just like that, OpTic can breathe sigh of relief for a few moments.
And that first defensive hold by way of the zapper from Dashy. The laser beam of a player for Spree for him, and that is the first attack from Seattle, stuffed over towards B. And that is 40 seconds shaved off the clock. Surge, once again, they're trying to approach this point, hit it from all sides, but they are taking their time, and Time is of the essence. They are running out very quickly.
Slight exchange. A little bit of footsies now under the table. Oh, Fred tries to find another base. Can't get it done. iLLeY's there. Says no thank you. Shotzzy through the back line. Oh, that indecision, that pensive play is being punished now as OpTic push forward. Kills in their favor. Front church, all Pred.
Next push. Seattle, they're working through it. 1 through P5, make it 2. The other 2 through church. It is a 4-man hit through the front, and OpTic, they are turtled up around B. The gunfights are here.
Here comes Dashy up front. Pred gets the first kill. Over to Scump. Catches out accuracy now with the trace keep coming through. Oh, baby! Scump's in the back line. You do manage to get at least one player off it, but there are still members of Surge now in the spawns of OpTic. That could get really ugly real fast, but there we go. Scump, the cleanup crew. He's doing it himself. 4 in a row now for the King. The defense holds. There's 20 seconds left, and that was the 3rd push chance. Do we get a 4th?
You were taking your time. Now you gotta go. 12 seconds. You gotta deal with the King. He's waiting for the late flank, and maybe the flank is gonna be time. 3 players out of church, but they catch stuff. You get bodies out to the point. 2 have made it so far. Shotzzy around the hill, dealt with, and it's Mack. He picks up 3. He keeps his team alive.
But it's iLLeY. Oh no, he can't get it done. The attack is still keeping it going. 1.2 on the clock. He killed that one player. It's over. It's done. In winners round 1 for OpTic. Now you gotta be happy with that one, Chance. The Seattle Surge was in a miscommunication. Not enough bodies on the point. They didn't stack it. They had 1.2 on the clock. Time was not their friend. In the end, all it took was 1 kill. Get that player off the point. He's done. 1.2 seconds. No one's even close to get on. Can't stop the clock. Can't win the round. OpTic pull it back and get it done.
And look, I'll give the quick shout to Mack. He was putting in work time and time again, but not enough for the team, and that is a confident win from OpTic. You have an S&D where you know what the game plan is. Doesn't matter, OpTic too good. Undefeated through stage 1 on Bocage. 40 kills for Dashy. Putting in work from time and time again, and Scump in both the respawns right behind the main Slayer, putting the work in every category. They got the 3-0, and well, that means we get OpTic versus FaZe.
Put that one in your calendar, friends. That's going to be a banger coming your way soon. Here are the highlights from that incredible control here on Tuscan. And Dash, I mean, the start was something, man. He was starting this one 6-0. Look at that shots, dude. The final kill and accuracy was wild. Powerful, powerful stuff out of either team, man. I mean, that was a showcase and a half. But hey, there's a few factors here, Chance. I feel like, you know, the pressure from this crowd. Like, we've never seen such a crowd favor a team so much. There's so much green around this venue. You are in the most unfriendly territory if you're Seattle Surge, if you're any team this event. And this tested the resolve. This tested the mental game of the youngsters. You're going to learn a lot from a match like today, but you're also going to losers bracket.
It is not an easy one to bounce back from at all, but of course we have seen Seattle on this very stage. Don't want to tear and make a run, so look forward to seeing them, see if they can make something happen in losers. But again, 3-0 win for OpTic in a dominant fashion. And again, it's just like a well-oiled machine. Their gameplay and game plan on point. I mean, on Tuscan control, in control in general, it's been Dashy and Scump throughout the year that deliver. And once again, to get that 3-0, it's the same 2 guys delivering once again.
It is indeed. There you go. The 3-0 comes to a close. And hey, the control was close. The cage was something special, but that Berlin Search and Destroy, that was the blowout there that OpTic had.
And a final note, by the way, an interesting thing to think about for OpTic in this series, we might not have seen them on Desert Siege, but now we've seen that they're willing to play it. So you're thinking about the picks and bans as this tournament goes on and thinking that's their auto veto. Well, maybe not anymore. So they're pulling a couple tricks out of the bag for major number 1. But again, 3-0 victory, as confident as you could be. I mean, OpTic, they just look damn good.
They did look damn good. I mean, that was one thing that we were all expecting to see here. The current form was great. Online qualifier was looking good. Same can't be said for Surge. A couple of bad maps from them, a couple of bad series, and already they're finding themselves in lowest bracket. Still, if you're a Surge fan, plenty more for them to sort of play. Lower bracket goes their way. But Maven is on stage with someone who the fans want to chat to. Clint, take it away.
I think they love you.
Yeah, we love you guys.
Well, first off, it's good to be up here again with you, pal. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been. I was a little bit worried there that we weren't going to have Merc and Maven. Here we go.
I'm here.
Absolutely.
But I want to hear. It's. I know we had the kickoff, but it was a couple of years, so without LAN, right? Without these moments. Now it is the OpTic Major here in Dallas in front of this crowd. It's Thursday. What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, we just literally set up here. Like, we can't imagine what it's going to be like here on Saturday because Thursday was popping. So, yeah, it's just it's a great atmosphere. Obviously, we love the green wall. You guys are the best in the world, best fans in the world. So thank you all very, very much. And, we're just going to try to get some wins for you guys. Thank you.
You gotta love to hear that, but not to get too serious with all the love out here, but it was a little up and down. Well, maybe down then up when you talk about the qualifier for this. What were you really trying to get to click for you leading into the major?
I mean, we've just been in the lab. Like, we've been working so hard. I'm sure you guys can see that with our gameplay. We've just been trying to really polish everything that was going wrong for us. Like those round 11s, we were looking back at our search as a whole and just trying to not get to that point first of all. But then if we get to that point, knowing that we have like the exact plan, how we want to win the round. So we've just been working really hard. We've been getting on an hour early before practice for the past, since the game came out. And I'm really happy that it's showing. We've just been putting in a lot of work.
Yeah. So did you I know last year that 1v3 with accuracy was a tough moment. What, did you have a pep talk with Bruce before? Because he put him in a body bag. Like the map 3, Bruce is like 80-20. I look over, poor Lamar, it was like 11-30. I mean, was Bruce on a mission?
Nah, I mean, it happens in this game, dude. Like, you can get thrown into a blender so hard on this game specifically. But yeah, Bruce is an absolute animal. I love my teammates. They're all absolute beasts. So they make my job real easy.
Hey. Excited to see what you can do. It's awesome to see you again. Good luck the rest of the way. Let's get it back to the desk.
The Royal Ravens, Atlanta FaZe, Toronto Ultra, and now OpTic Texas are the teams that won today, and OpTic made a statement.
I completely agree with you. I mean, what a way to start your own major in a hot 3-0 fashion, right? They've completely convinced me that this team has made a complete turnaround like they said they were going to. And Scump, like he said, they've been putting in the work, and you can see that in the gameplay.
Yeah, nameless, man. We was talking about it. The home crowd advantage, man. They were going nuts after every kill. And OpTic put away with a 3-0. I'm going to be completely honest. I had no thought in my mind that this would end in a 3-0 either way.
No, I kind of had an idea that it would be a 3-0.
After the first
they
map.
were looking so much better in their last couple of matches. And, we talk about home field advantage, whatever. These guys just played incredible. I don't think that mattered that much in that series. They were on point. Dashy, we haven't seen him play like that in so long. He absolutely shut it down in that Tuscan. This is a team that, at times I question the AR play on it.
Yeah.
In the series, I did not at all.
But I'm going to tell you this, man. From the Game Field Victory Spotlight with Scumpy on that main stage, OpTic are looking comfortable, and also they should be feeling comfortable right now because they moved on, but they're going against FaZe in a bracket. Okay, so the winner side is just stacked at this point, all right?
Yes, it is. I mean, look at all those teams up there. There's so many teams that can go on to win this event. Look, they beat Surge, and I did think they would. I didn't think it would be 3-0. I think a lot of people were kind of like, a little bit.
4-5,
yeah, I definitely thought it was going to be a really good game, but that was a blowout. And
yes.
we were kind of having the conversation in the green room, like, who's the guys who can beat FaZe, who can potentially do it here? If OpTic continue to play like that, we have a hell of a game on Saturday.
All right,
because I don't know, it's looking good for them.
And also on the loser side of things, I mean, nameless, this is terrifying. LA Thieves, Boston, Seattle Surge, LA Guerrillas. You also have the Subliners down there. You have so many teams. This is a gauntlet.
I mean, it's terrifying. We have two teams that are basically two of the best hardpoint teams in the game. Had incredible records throughout regular play in LAG and LA Thieves down there. So it's going to be a gauntlet for sure. We're only just getting started. We're going to see teams get knocked out tomorrow. It's going to be wild.
Let's bring it together. Let's talk about the games today. London versus LAG, who kicked things off. And from that first map 10, we knew that we were in for a show.
Oh, yeah, it was a really, really good series. We always kind of had in our mind that this should be good. The only team to beat the London Royal Ravens was, of course, LA Guerrillas.
Right.
And coming into this, would they have thought the same thing? But Royal Ravens really turned it around. Really good performance.
It was like a little redemption matchup, right? Like, they just had their way with them. In aLLeY, London Royal Ravens went from, a sleeper to a legitimate top, 4 team?
And it literally barely took them any of the early qualifier season. And for me, it was Nastie that really stepped up in this series. Gismo has been consistent across the board. Afro's been frying and respawn. It was really Nastie that we were looking at to have that turnaround, and he certainly did it today.
Now, let's go ahead and talk about Boston versus Atlanta FaZe and Nameless going into this matchup. I mean, Chance even said, yeah, Boston they don't stand a chance at all. No matter how much we like them, at the end of the day, Atlanta FaZe or Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, they're the newest addition to the CDL. It's going to take them some time, right? These are some young guys, teaming with some vets who have sort of been, going through a rough patch in their career. And, they've had some bright moments where they have had versus some of the teams like New York at kickoff, things like that. But this is Atlanta FaZe that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And what we saw out of Atlanta FaZe today was a statement game. And what we saw out of Simp is once again him proving that why he has been the best player in the world for the last 3 years, right? Like we've been talking about Cellium and how in this particular game so far, he's been lighting it up, just taking it over in every series. Well, Simp today, he took over. What we saw on the map 1 and then going into the control, the guy was almost breaking records. I think he tied the record in hardpoint for kills at 46.
Yeah.
He's just on another level, man. So if the Tiny Terrors are going to be playing like that going forward, I don't see anybody beating them in this tournament.
He dropped like 2 40 bombs. That was incredible, right? But another matchup that was really exciting, and you got to commentate it. Toronto Ultra turned up today, Ton.
And this is the Ultra that we kind of were expecting to see maybe a little bit more this year. A really good performance. I think the hardpoint is something to question. The picks we talking about it with them when we seen the maps come through, and we were a little bit curious about those hardpoint picks. And those were the only maps they ended up losing, though. So, you can sort of say, well, the hardpoint picks were a little bit weird, but they were the only maps we lost. It's kind of a good sign. Get those out of the way, don't play them again, and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean, we had seen that last year in a few matches, right, where Toronto would just come out and they'd lose both hardpoints and then end up winning the Search and Destroys of Control. This is the team we expect to see, and it just looked like Ultra from last year.
aLLeY, any thoughts?
No, it's fine. I went up in my mouth and Nameless took over. Great point, though.
But both of you were so hyped to talk right there. It's
but
okay.
I will say, as a light for the LA Thieves, again, most of us picked them to win this. And Insight, who was going to predict the fact that he was going to put the sniper in his hand and have an absolute clinic in the Search and Destroys, right? But LA Thieves is looking disgusting at hardpoint. The second that they figure out controller S&D, man, it's a different story.
Yeah, he was looking like Chris Kyle out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening tomorrow, though, because if you thought today was crazy, and this is just Thursday, by the way. Friday is going to be even better. We're going to see Minnesota Røkkr for the first time, and I can't wait. They're facing off against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. The match that I'm really waiting for, the New York Subliners versus Los Angeles Thieves. We're going coast to coast, baby. Florida Mutineers are going to have their debut here for this event, facing off against the Boston Breach, and then Paris Legion, Seattle Surge. I mean, hey, one of them got to pick it up.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of people who would kind of look at that game and probably know what's going to happen.
Roster change.
I would love to sit here and be like, yeah, I'm sure it'll be great. But yeah, I would love to see them change it around Paris and see how things go. But right now, they need to change a lot.
You're right.
It made a change, right? They got Tom Gravity in the team now, so maybe he can be, the light that they need going into it. And Seattle's coming off of a big loss, so I honestly don't know what to expect with that Paris team.
Exactly. aLLeY, this has been incredible so far. I mean, what are your total thoughts on day one here for the CDL Major 1?
What do you mean day one? We have 3 more days to go, Belly. I am already exhausted, and we have 5 matches tomorrow that all of them across the board are going to be exciting.
I can't wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys already know the deal. Same place, same time tomorrow. You're going to catch the likes of me. You're going to see more of Ton, aLLeY, Nameless, and our incredible casting pairs for everything that has happened today. And by the way, once again, this is Thursday. We have until Sunday. The matches are going to get bigger. The matches are going to get better. We have no idea what to expect so far because from the surprises and upsets and teams just showing their absolute dominance. Right here in the CDL, I said it before in the pre-show, man. This is the hottest game in the world right now for this event, and you definitely want to tune in. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more CDL action. Take care. We love you guys. You have a good night.